taken the opportunity on this visit to Los Angeles to speak to you on world peace and revolt in Africa. These subjects, together with that of the problems of minorities in the United States, form in fact one problem when brought together and viewed in unity. It is that task which I ask you to permit me to essay tonight, and to approach it from the point of view of what we usually call the Negro problems. All so-called social problems tend to merge. They all have to do with human actions and are based on human customs and treat the numerous and intricate relations of human beings. Moreover, particular social problems, despite the names they bear, change and change radically in the course of time. Indeed, social problems change more often and in more ways than physical problems because of the unpredictable variations in human feelings and choices. They are subject to the same physical laws as sticks and stones, but there is enough of what we call will and volition to make it necessary for persons who are studying a human problem or trying to conduct their action in accordance with its present manner.
In order for you and me to devise some kind of method or strategy to offset some of the events or a repetition of the events that have taken place here in Los Angeles recently, we have to go to the root. We have to go to the cause. Dealing with the condition itself is not enough, and it is because of our effort toward getting straight to the root that people oftentimes think we're dealing in hate.
We are oppressed. We are exploited. We are downtrodden. We are denied not only civil rights, but even human rights. So the only way we're going to get some of this oppression and exploitation away from us or aside from us is come together against the common enemy. Who taught you to hate the texture of your hair? Who taught you to hate the color of your skin to such extent that you bleach to get like the white man? Who taught you to hate the shape of your nose and the shape of your lips? Who taught you to hate yourself from the top of your head to the soles of your feet? Who taught you to hate your own kind? Who taught you to hate the race that you belong to? So much so that you don't want to be around each other. No, before you come asking Mr. Muhammad, does he teach hate, you should ask yourself, who taught you to hate being what God gave you? And I, for one, as a Muslim, believe that the white man is intelligent enough. If he were made to realize how black people really feel and how fed up we are without that old compromise and sweet talk. Stop sweet talking him. Tell him how you feel. Tell him what kind of hell you've been catching, and let him know that if he's not ready to clean his house up, if he's not ready to clean his house up, he shouldn't have a house. It should catch on fire and burn down.
What will happen now? We've got some difficulty. A long life, longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over
Hello. It's 5:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 11:30 a.m. in New York City, 4:30 p.m. in Abidjan, Ivory Coast, and 7:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. From the Jim Crow era through the civil rights struggles and the rise of Black awareness movement, we have a very grounded brother in the struggle, Brother Nassar Rahmaan, known then as Rodney 11X. He was actively involved in the Nation of Islam alongside figures like Malcolm X. Nassar Rahmaan's path has since evolved to include advocating for an attitude of gratitude. Joining him on the show today is Dr. Perry Brimah. Most of you know him as the author of Believe in Miracles, a manual for life. Together, we discuss the relationship between Africans and African Americans. We'll go from Marcus Garvey to W.E.B. Du Bois, Elijah Muhammad to Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr. to Barack Obama, exploring the relationship between Africans and African Americans and everything in between. Please join me in welcoming to the show Brother Nassar and Dr. Perry Brimah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Good, very good. It's nice to have you. We are very glad to have you today on the show, and we look forward to benefiting from your years of wisdom in this struggle for Africans at home and abroad. Dr. Perry, welcome to the show.
Yes, thank you. I feel like your co-host is...
You are the co-host today. You have to help me out, because...
it's good to be here again, and hello to the world.
Yeah, when we have a guest like this, we need more than one person to do justice to that. So, Nassar, let me start with you. When you look at life today and what it was when you were growing up, was it what you expected for Africans at home and abroad? Was it what you were expecting when you were growing up with people like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King in the struggle?
Well, first of all, I'd like to start in the name of the Creator, in the name of God. We always start with God. This is the results of all the years of my experience. I've come to realize that you start with God, regardless to what God, the one Creator who created everything. And we end up with the name of God, Alhamdulillah, because He's responsible for all the experiences that He allowed me to experience. So that's why I say in Bismillah, in the name of Allah. Now, in regards to my journey, my experiences, that's all I have. If you ask me what I have my experiences in life. From the cradle to eventually the deathbed. So what would you like to start with?
To start with your life in New York. I understand that you started in New York City and you were here during the civil rights movement. What was it like for you then?
Oh, it was ever changing. I'm a result of two immigrant parents, one from Belize and one from Trinidad, and who met each other in New York and started to raise a family. So their mindsets were a little different. Their cultures were a little different. And I was brought up in a melting pot. New York is a melting pot of cultures and different types of people. My father used to tell us when we were young, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. You understand? He used to tell us this because we were dark. And at that time, it wasn't popular to be dark. It wasn't popular to have, you understand, anything lighter than Donald Trump. Anything darker than Donald Trump, forget it. You're having problems, you know. So we were taught basically really not to love ourselves. But because my father come from a predominantly black culture in Central America, you know, he saw the beauty in blackness. Okay, so he used to say, my brothers, my two siblings were very lighter than me, and he used to say to me, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. You know, and to a point where, when I was a child, when my sister would get mad at me, or we would argue, she would say, Blackie. She would use the word and call me black, Blackie. So that's the condition our minds were in at that point in the 50s. We wanted to be like the oppressor. We wanted to, every black, stay back. White, you're all right. Brown, you may stick around. So that's how we grew up. To the point, I remember my brother while he was a teenager, he tried to marcel his hair. He tried to process his hair. He brought some chemicals in the house. He wanted to look like Nat King Cole and Johnny Mathis and all the stars at that time, where they processed their hair. And he put this lye in his hair, and it started to burn his head up. And he started screaming. And come to find out, a lot of black men went through the same thing because we wanted to identify with our oppressors. That's how we started. But, things change. And God gave us the light of self after a while. We started to Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, and they gave us a new spirit in life, that there's nothing wrong with being black. See, Elijah Muhammad was more of a social reformer. He knew the wretched condition that we were in, hating of self. And he knew that we were tricked into this through our education, through our religion. My father was a Catholic. My mother was a Jehovah's Witness. She was a Christian. And even in our religion, they taught us that we were black because we were children of Ham. We were cursed black. Ham was cursed by God, and that's how the black population came about. This was the American mentality at that time in the 50s. And it wasn't until people like Elijah Muhammad came and tricked us, just like we were tricked in being inferior, he tricked us to be superior. They lied to us and say, everything black is bad, everything white is right. He came with another trick and said, you're God, and the white man is the devil. He used one poison to counter another poison. And that's what we was going through. The black population started to resist. They started to wake up. We started to educate ourselves. And we no longer had the fear that our parents had of Mr. Charlie. They used to call him Mr. Charlie. And a new day came about. But it was a lot of different struggles. A lot of different struggles. A lot of us died. A lot of our families and our friends died trying to integrate. We thought integration would be the key. If we got next to them, we could show them. But they were different people. And we went through what we went through. We went through with Elijah. I came into the Nation of Islam, and Elijah had a new program, self-help program. Help yourself. Don't rely on on the Caucasian. Don't rely on what we call the devil. We had to do it ourselves. Alhamdulillah. And we had a newspaper with and in the front of the newspaper showed our hands stretched out over the globe and holding the Africans' hands, because we were taught very negative things about the African. We didn't want to identify with the African because they taught us that the African were backwards, that everything ugly was in Africa. That's why they needed a Tarzan to come and become the king of the jungle. So we saw black as being something ugly and negative, but Elijah told us, no, your blackness is something beautiful, beautiful, something that you need, something that they were jealous of. So this is what we went through in the 50s. And it wasn't until people like Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali, did we start to wake up. And then a lot of the musicians, they was exposed to Africa. So they went over to Africa and they started becoming Africans in the sense that started to become Muslims. Yusuf Lateef and Ahmad, you understand, the piano players and all this. And then we started to realize that we were being lied to. We were being lied to. And I myself went through an Afrocentric period where I wanted to be a Mandingo. You understand? I wanted to be a African warrior. We were no longer afraid of this Caucasian and his way, and we knew that our roots were in Africa. And these are the things we went through.
Mm. So how did you join the Nation of Islam?
Well, my brother had joined it. And we're in New York. My brother had joined it in 1969. And I used to laugh at him, and he used to sell papers and black this and black that. And then I said, let me go one time. And I think Farrakhan was speaking. And I was at the age now that I was looking for more than what I had. And everything he was saying made sense. You know what I'm saying? And we had the spirit of a warrior. You know what I'm saying? And this is the only thing that could stand up to the indoctrination of our former life. So I decided, this is for me. This is for me. And then I eventually came in and became a member of the Nation of Islam, following Elijah Muhammad, with Muhammad Ali, Louis Farrakhan. Malcolm had died, and there was big conversation about his death, but that was still something we dealt with.
Were you in New York when he died?
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
Were you anywhere near the place that he was?
The Audubon Ballroom. I knew I used to go by there all the time, but I wasn't there at that night that he died. Or no, I wasn't there. It was a shock to us, just like, you see, you got to recognize that he wasn't that popular until he died. We were in such bad shape as a people that most of us was mentally dead. Our leaders had to die for us to savor their message and to ponder over their message. While they're living, a leader oftentimes are disrespected by the people they're trying to lead. And it's not until they die and you sit down and you ponder and you reflect on what they said, and then you realize, look what I have lost. I've lost a leader who loved us enough to tell the truth. But it's only God that blesses you to hear it. You can listen, but that don't mean you hear him. And Malcolm was such a beautiful brother, and fearless brother, that he had a small following. They had a bigger following internationally than he did, nationally.
All right, Dr. Perry.
Question. So how were you named Rodney 11X? That has always piqued my interest. Where does that come from? Malcolm is Malcolm X. You are Rodney 11X. How is it related?
Well, during the time when you came into the Nation of Islam, you gave up your last name. You gave up the slave master's name, and you took on an X. It's like in mathematics. X represents unknown. So we took on an X. And if there were, in your local temple, if there were 4 Rodneys, you became Rodney 5X. If it was 4, if there was 10 Rodneys, you became Rodney 11X in that local temple. And because New York was one of the biggest temples in the Nation of Islam at the time, there were 10 Rodneys at the time when I came in, which is in 1971.
What is a Rodney?
Rodney was my name. When I said Rodney, that wasn't the name my parents named me. You see, we didn't take on
all right.
Islamic
So your name,
names. Right. You didn't take on Islamic names until after. Like my children, they took on Islamic names. We kept the names that were given to us by our parents, our first name, and we did away with our last name. Because our last name will, if you trace it back, it traced back to the slave master.
When I came to America, I met someone, a friend of mine. He was a member of the Nation of Islam, and he asked X, I think Mohammed X or so, that he was answering a long time ago. And I asked him, why did you join Nation of Islam? Why are you a Muslim? He told me that our forefathers were Muslims.
Mm.
And we had an argument. I said that in Africa, Islam came to Africa the same way Christianity came to Africa. Mm-hmm. That Africans were not Muslims. They were not Christians before the religions came to Africa. Was that considered in the Nation of Islam? Was that explained in the process of getting people to join Nation of Islam? Was it presented as something that is a way to get you back to Africa?
We were taught that our way back to Africa was to develop ourselves and to grow and develop, and we stretch our hands. When you see, we took on the reality that we came from Africa, but we're not Africans at this point. You understand? We were a unique people who were brought here enslaved. The Africans had their own culture. They had their own language. They had everything a people have while we were stripped of it all. They had their own gods. You understand? Their own religion. They had all of that. We were stripped of this. We were captured and taken away. So therefore we didn't have our language, because if we spoke our language, we would be beaten, our forefathers. If we tried to practice our religion, we were beaten. So we were stripped of all of it. So we no longer identified with Africa. We were taught that Africans are backward. We were taught every negative picture you can paint on a people, to the point that we didn't want to be African. The only thing they showed us about Africa was a bunch of savages, they called them, with spears and straw clothes on. This is what, in the 50s, this is what we were taught. So who wanted to be an African? Only the intellectuals who understood the reality. but the average person didn't want, because the media depicted Africa as something low and uncivilized.
So what was the roots of the Islam in Nation of Islam? What was it linked to?
You see, so Islam, the Nation of Islam came to counter the poison that we were infected with. Instead of being an inferior people, it taught us that we were superior. Instead of being a people, you understand, who was like, everything black in America was looked down upon. You understand? Everything black. If it was black, it was bad. You know, the worst lie could be is a black lie. Devil food's cake is what they say, is a black cake. Angel food cake is a white cake. Everything white is right. Everything black is bad. So Elijah came and tricked us the other way. And they used Christianity to do it. So Elijah took Islam and switched it on them. But either or, it was just medicine. It was just another poison to counteract another poison. Okay? So as we start to grow and develop and travel, then we start to realize the trick of this Western, and we entered into a black is beautiful phase of our community. When you say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. You understand? Black is beautiful. We started to wear the afros. We started to wear the dashikis. Anything that can relate to Africa, this is what we started to deal with. Because we started to understand that everything they were teaching us were lies. There were lies. We're not cursed because we're black. We wasn't cursed black. No, the original man was black. The everything on the planet, every people on the planet, their DNA comes from a black man. So therefore, we were taught all these things. And then we started to stand up. And the powers that be realized this, and they had to implement different tricks to counter that. You understand? We had Black Revolutionary Army and that was fighting the system. You had people standing up and said, hell no, you understand, I won't go to the service. We had things, it disrupted the status quo. And then we started to, like Malcolm went over there and taught a lot of the African nations that you want to fight racism, you fight them with your own natural resources. You're a rich people. You have everything that everybody wants. Malcolm started talking that. Malcolm started teaching that. Okay? And they couldn't have that. Malcolm was going to take America to the world court and accuse them of genocides and everything else that they were committing at that time. So they had to stop that. They had to go into the laboratory and come up with something that will neutralize this movement to go back to Africa, to connect with Africa, your original home. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We were dead people. And we had all the characteristics of a corpse. Wherever you see us, everything around us died. So we had to be brought back to life. We had to be brought back to life. You know? And you see life shows up. When it's time, things happen.
May I ask you, for Africans who were in America at that time, what was their reaction to the movement?
Okay, now a lot of the Africans that came here, they didn't come here to liberate anyone. They didn't come here. They came here to benefit from the gold and the silver that line the streets of America. You understand? There's an old song they say, the white man would say, come to America where you'll find more gold for your labor. You understand? And that's how they entice the black intellectuals or the blacks from Africa to come here. Not to get involved with the ex-slaves. You understand? Not to uplift them, not to bring life to them, but come here to get some of the riches. So possibly you could go back. You know, so the connection was very, very, very light connection. We didn't see each other. A lot of the things they told the African brothers, that we were dead people, everything negative. Here they telling us everything negative about Africa, and they were telling the Africans everything negative about us. So we didn't see ourselves as the same, you know. So, and they still do that. They still do that. They're not trying to bring us together as one people, because it's not to their advantage that we unify ourselves. So a lot of the Africans, they came here to do what they came here to do, to educate themselves, possibly to go back home, or come here to educate yourself and take advantage of the gold and the silver that's lining the streets of America, but not to get involved in the civil rights movement. Because you understand, because these people here are savages, you know. So that's, I used to go to African shops. They're speaking a different language, and they were trying to get some money. They wasn't trying to come together in the spirit of brotherhood, you know, because we could look just like each other. But no, I'm African and you're a Negro in America. You know what I'm saying? So that's what in the 50s and the 60s, there was no connection. The only connection was basically maybe the entertainers, the jazz players, and the people who had the money to travel to experience the reality of Africa. And Africa was going through what they were going through too. You know what I'm saying? They were fighting just as hard as we were fighting in America for the freedom. They were fighting just as hard. And the whole deal is never allow them to connect. And they still don't want us to connect. You know what I'm saying? They still don't. If you're going to connect, you have to connect with the foolishness. You understand? They don't want you to connect with people who are doing something, people who care. No, you want to connect through music. You understand? Dancing and partying and drinking. And this is the way they want. They use us to, as a poster child, come to America and you'll be able to do all of this. You can be a Beyonce tomorrow. You can be a Jay-Z tomorrow. And this is what turned the people on. So they're being tricked today. They're being tricked into the foolishness that we have to offer. You understand? Not anything that would serve as a threat to their position as the slave master, to tell you the truth. You know, it's so bad now that they have their tricks that they're playing now is to divide the men from the women. They divided in America. Come to America and see how many black families you see. You know, I live in Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia. And if you want to see a black family in Atlanta, Georgia, you have to go to a museum. They're on display there somewhere. You understand? That's how bad it is. You know, destroy it by dividing the man from the woman, destroying their morals, dividing them. This is what's going down.
All right, we will get to all that, what's going on now, but let me push you back again on the past, and I want to know what you think, because I know that Malcolm X was in Africa several times, and Martin Luther King was also in Africa, and Africa was going through its own struggle for independence, and they inspired the people who are fighting for independence in Africa. But on the lower level, regular people at that point, are you saying that there was no kind of interaction? And if no, why was that outreach that didn't get any response?
Well, education, you see, in our indoctrination through our educational system, they fed us things that would separate us rather than bring us together. You understand? It's like two tribes in Africa. They don't see themselves as one people until something's threatening all of them. Then they may come together. But if nothing's threatening them, I'm this tribe and you're that tribe, and we don't establish relationship. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they did America. We're not to mess with Africa because Africa has none. We're not Africans. They told us we're not Africans. That's what they told us. Okay? That's what they told us. And it wasn't until, like I said, the Black is Beautiful program started to develop, did we strive to get close to Africa. Then we started a lot of our leaders, some of our leaders went back to Africa. You know, and some of them, a lot of the revolutionary brothers had to escape to go back to Africa because they were wanted here for some domestic crimes that they put on them. But basically, the rank and file members of the community, nope. In the 50s and the 60s, very little.
Okay. Dr. Perry.
Yes, sir. I was just enjoying listening to Brother Nassar, but I don't want to, move the conversation forward too much to where we are now. That's, I don't want to.
Let me then ask him. Have you been to Africa yourself?
I've never been to Africa. Mm-hmm. I've never been to Africa. I've been to different parts of the planet. I've lived in different parts of the planet, but never in Africa. I've been to Saudi Arabia. I've been to areas of that sort, but I've never been to Africa. And my daughter, but Allah is blessing me. My daughter, she has been to about 80 different countries, and a lot of them in Africa. And she took contingents of doctors, health professionals, doctors, nurses, dentists, to volunteer to do work for the people. That's what she did. Right now, she's in Guam. You know what I'm saying? Because we've grown to the reality that this is a human struggle. This is a human struggle. You understand? Wherever you can help, you help. Not just Africa. We would like to go to Africa. We need to go to Africa, but I never had the real opportunity to go to Africa and in my youth. And I'm expected to go to Senegal and this year, hopefully.
Now, sorry, you spoke in a very good admirative way that I sense you admire Malcolm X. Do you have the same admiration for Martin Luther King?
Oh yes. Oh yes. He was another soldier, another martyr for the liberation of his people. How can I not? You know what I'm saying? Because they saw the same problem but different solutions. Same problem and different solutions. You know, I live in a home state of Martin Luther King. It wasn't until he woke up and realized that integration wasn't the key to the door of success for our people here in America. Did they go and assassinate him? But Martin Luther King was one of our martyrs who died for the cause, you know, who gave his life for the upliftment of his people. This is what's all this is what it's about. At one time it was giving your life for your people. It's no longer giving your life for your people. It's living your life for your people. You understand? It's living it, not dying for it. You know, we want to live to be able to go to Africa. We built a couple in Sierra Leone. We built a couple wells. Every year we try to build at least one. Just a couple of us would come together, put a couple $1,000. Before my father died, he built one. And this is how we do at this point. But it's a spiritual thing. It's a thing that we need to do. Wherever the need, we want to fulfill the need. You understand? Wherever the need is. We're not worrying about, any particular place at this point in my life. I'm 73 years old. Wherever I can do good, I try to do good, for the pleasure of God. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay, for the pleasure of God. If that's not what your aim and your purpose, that's you.
So I was hear names of how you guys escaped from Nation of Islam to Islam proper. How was your journey out?
Well, we didn't escape. We just grew and developed. When you're in primary school, you go after you grow and you graduate and you go into secondary school and then high school. And that's part of the process. Elijah came to uplift the black community to rid him of his inferiority complex. You understand? And shed some light on his reality that you're not cursed, that you're not what they say you are, you're something greater. So once he told us that, then we could move forward. We were taught to be clean, how to wash, what kind of food, eat living food, not the food of the slave master. We were taught that. And once we were taught that, then we can graduate into Islam. Then we came into Islam. You understand? Because we were ready for it. We were disciplined. We knew how to clean ourselves. We knew how to focus. We wasn't in the club every night. We wasn't we were free from the traps of the society. Because this society got a lot of traps. A lot of traps. And then this is what we have to teach our brothers from Africa when they come here. Watch out for the traps. Because they're letting a lot of people in now. Only to become American. Only to become the same American that we tried to escape from. I'm a Black American, yes, but I'm striving to be a righteous American. American that is not about what your American is about. You understand? American that helps instead of hurts, that gives instead of take. You know what I'm saying? So this is the reality. The two mosques that I go to, they're two African mosques. Alhamdulillah. They're coming and they're building mosques, they're building different things, and that's such a blessing.
Now,
They're teaching us things that we need, that we had lost.
there's something you said that I really wanted to expand on. You said that Elijah Muhammad used a poison to deal with the poison that the white people gave Africans in America.
Right.
So when did you realize that what Elijah Muhammad was preaching was poison? How did you realize that, and when?
Okay. We were taught this black superiority, that because we were black, we were superior, and that's pretty good. Especially when yesterday you was thinking you was inferior. It allowed you to stand up straight with your back straight and do something for yourself and stop begging the white man for something. You know what I'm saying? But now, okay, you got those good habits. You got those principles that will take you far, but it will only take you to a certain point. Because your blackness has nothing to do with God making you superior, you being superior. No. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, when true Islam came to us and we dealt with the one God, the God of creation, the God that sees everything, the God that hears everything, the God that knows everything, who is well aware of everything. You understand? Then we're no longer looking at each other like it's your blackness that is important. No, it's your connection with the Creator that is important. You understand? It has nothing to do with your blackness. You just because there's a lot of white people who are extraordinary people. You understand? So it's not about racism. So we graduated to the point that we're dealing with life on life's terms. You know what I'm saying?
How easy was it for you to graduate to Islam? I believe in a time when, what was the behavior of the Arab Muslims in America at that period? Where did you get Islam from?
Okay. No, we didn't get it from the Arabs. See, the blessing part is that we did not get our Islam from an Arab. We got our Islam from our people who have already developed. Elijah's son, Wabdi Muhammad, was taught Islam. While everybody else was doing that, Elijah had sent his son overseas and was taught Islam. Not Arab Islam, but Islam, the principles of Islam. You understand? Now, we're not going to substitute one oppressor with another oppressor. You understand? Because the only thing, the all power belongs to the one God. And this is what we need. We graduate to the reality of the one God.
So is Elijah Muhammad's son went against the father's principles?
Oh, it was time.
Oh.
It was time. And Elijah, I think, set that up. This is what Elijah did. He set that up. When he was on his way out, he sent his son out to start to teach the reality. Before Elijah died, his son told us. His son said, listen, my father was teaching you symbolism. I'm here to teach you what the symbolism means. You understand what I'm saying? Why he said the black man was God? Why did he say the white man was the devil? His son started to teach the people the symbolism of the Nation of Islam. And then he introduced you to the reality of the one God and their prophets, all of them, from Abraham to Muhammad. You know, this is how the Nation of Islam grew into Orthodox Islam. This is, so It was a beautiful transition. Some came, most of us came, but a lot of us didn't, because of a lot of us wanted to stay in the same frame of mind.
Let me ask you, for most Africans, when they look at the struggle for civil rights in America, they look at the dynamics where you have Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, and they tend to read it this way. I want to know if it's correct, that most white people or most of America started paying attention to Martin Luther King because of the alternative which Malcolm X presented. And they didn't like the alternative. They were afraid of the alternative. So they embraced Martin Luther King.
Right.
In some struggles in Africa, you have the same dynamics where you have two extreme or two different perspectives to one struggle. And most of the time, people who are the oppressors tend to go towards the person who is more moderate. Was that what happened here?
You need them both, though. You need yin and you need yang. You understand? God is a God of opposites. You need them both. You understand? And they're both looking at the same problem, and they're coming up with different solutions. You know, that's the beauty of it. But they both gave their life for the same thing. You know, people have different natures. There's some people very aggressive, and some people very introverted. They're peaceful. You understand? But they both want the same solution. They both want freedom. They both want liberation. They both want peace. You understand? And they're both striving, and they're both sincere in their efforts. So that's a natural thing. That's a natural thing. You don't have to take sides. Once you start to realize this is life. This is life. Once you start to teach a child about life, not just the purpose of life, but to know what life is. You know what I'm saying? So you accept life when it shows up. It's not just one way. You understand? It's only one way, my way or the highway. That's what the devil do. That's what, you know what I'm saying? No. It's life is based on different ways to get to the same result. Okay? Because we have different natures. You know, and the only thing you should have in common is your sincerity. You know what I'm saying? I sincerely want to see the liberation of my people. I sincerely want to come together with moral, upright people on the planet. I sincerely want this. You know what I'm saying? So you deal with what ikhlas, we call it in Islam. You deal with sincerity. Okay? So so when you meet someone that doesn't see it your way, it's okay. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? You want to march? I want civil unrest. You know what I'm saying? We're fighting the same oppressor. If you only have one way of doing things, you're apt to lose, because they could zero in on you. But while they zero in on you, the other person is gaining ground.
Now,
so that's.
Sorry, I wanted to. I'm looking at the time. It's almost an hour, and we haven't even started. We're just scratching the surface. But let me ask this. 60 years after the civil rights movement, where is the struggle today? Some people say that there was an aspect of that movement that was not achieved, which was economic freedom. Mm-hmm. And that was something that Marcus Garvey was preaching way before the civil rights movement. Where do you, in your own assessment, where do you think the struggle is today?
The struggle today is to keep your own mind, to stay sane in a chaotic society. The struggle is not about Africa. The struggle is just to save your own soul. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the soul of you, the struggle starts with you. Then the struggle starts with your family. Then the struggle starts with your community. Then the struggle starts with your society. But if it doesn't start with you, see, the fight is an internal fight first, not an external fight. We have a tendency to think the fight is outside of ourselves. Notice the fight starts inside of ourselves. The fight starts on how I treat my wife and my children. You understand? How they're defeating us now is by destroying the family. How they destroy the family is by destroying you, the head of the family. So that's where the struggle is. I look at movies from Africa and I'm saying, oh boy, they infected the same thing they infect over here in Georgia and in New York, in Lagos, in different parts of Africa. You know what I'm saying? They got the same problem. You understand what I'm saying? Not as bad. You know what the fight is? They show it to you on television all the time. Number one television show, The Living Dead. Look at that movie, The Living Dead. You got some people fighting zombies, and they have made us zombies. You understand? They have made us zombies, and we're fighting to just live. You know what I'm saying? What's the difference between? I look at the movies in Nigeria, and I look at the movies here. Same foolishness. The same foolishness. You know what I'm saying? So you have to start at home. You start to clean up your own house. You know, before you got to get healthy. You got to be one of the living to deal with the living. You can't be one of the dead. They're killing us. They're killing us with this internet and this information highway with false information. They're killing us by exporting the black culture, where the man's calling his woman a bitch all the time. They're killing us. You understand? Where the woman is against the man. They're killing us. They're not giving us anything that would bring us together, so we can be a force to fight them. No, I destroy their families. It's about money. All about money. Money. I got this money. I got that money. This, you see, so the struggle continues. You understand? We're in worse shape today, some of us.
But we got a black president.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Obama. Yes,
that was a joke.
No, but let me ask you: do you think Obama being president did not change anything in the relationship?
He made it worse. He was a tool. He was a tool to use to open up Africa. He was a tool to establish bases in Africa. He was a tool to establish the things that will make Africa weak, like LGBT foolishness. He wanted to corrupt. He was used for this. You understand? He was used to go in there to tell a black man it's okay to have anal sex with another black man. That will destroy your society. And this is what he did. Okay, so Obama, forget it. Please, see him for what he was. You understand? For what he did. I don't know whether he was sincere or not. I don't know why he did what he did, but look, we're worse shape now.
Do you think if Jesse Jackson were the first black president, it would have been different instead of Obama?
If he would have been, listen, American presidents are not elected. They're selected. Okay? They're selected by people who are in charge. You understand? And they're selected to maintain and to keep the status quo. Okay, so all this so-called democratic system, come on, that's for the people. That's to give the people, make people, you understand, think that it works. But there's no, we don't We don't vote people in and vote people out. I remember who was it? It was one of the presidents. He said, one of the president's attorney general, they asked him a question. He said, do you think that we would allow the fickle mentality of the American people to determine who's president? The fickle mentality of the people to determine who's president. Think about it. If we allowed that, Michael Jordan might have been president when he was most valuable player of the NBA, because everybody loved him. You know what I'm saying? So this thing about the democratic process, that's been going a long time ago. It's about the private sector now, the multinational corporations. There's no such thing as the democratic process. We select the people in charge select them, and we just do what we do every day.
Now,
I'm in the rat race.
Yeah, let me ask you this. I'll come to you next, Perry. You take over. Let me ask you this. There are people who look at countries governed by Black people. They look at mayors of cities, Black cities in America. They say that Black people are yet able to govern themselves. What do you say to that?
Govern themselves?
Yeah.
We were never given the opportunity to govern ourselves. How would we know? We were never given the opportunity. Do you understand?
What about
we had a black we had a black president. What more you want? Did he govern? No, he followed instructions. He didn't govern, he followed instructions. Okay? Like I said, it starts small. It starts with one cell. It starts with one family. We got to start teaching our children, teaching our wives. We got to start teaching them, number one, some type of moral value. That we got to teach them about God. We got to teach them about right and wrong. We got to, you know what I'm saying? If not, we become slaves of our emotions and our appetites. And that's what we are. The average person is a slave to his appetite, to his emotion.
So how do you describe Atlanta? Atlanta has a black mayor.
Atlanta? Atlanta is a planned community. It's a planned community. They planned it. Atlanta is
Are we proud of Black achievement? You know, the Black population is one of the maybe wealthiest or most.
Yes, it's one of the richest, but all they have is money. Give a fool money, what do you have? You have a fool with money, right? Give a pervert with money. You have a pervert with money. Do you understand? So money doesn't do anything but magnify who you are. You understand what I'm saying? Look at Nigeria. Nigeria is one of the wealthiest countries in Africa. So what? I don't benefit from it. And most of the Nigerians don't benefit from it. You see what I'm saying? So it starts with first the family unit. Protect it. Husband, protect your family, your children. So that means you have to sacrifice. You have to sacrifice and do whatever is necessary to protect your family. They're trying to make your little boy into a homosexual. You too busy trying to make money to realize he's soft. He look like a lollipop. You understand what happened to the Mandingo, the Igbo, the warrior? You understand? No, the internet happened to him. He has access to the information highway.
It appears as if you mentioned African movies. It appears as if you don't like what you are seeing.
Okay, you know what? Okay, my wife watches them all during the week. She loves them. Me, no, not particularly. Because remember, I had aspirations of becoming a Mandingo warrior. I saw the African as, yeah, man, this is me. This is what I want to be. You know what I'm saying? And then to see how when I turn on the TV, the same foolishness I see over here, I see over there. It hurts me. I see the women wearing the wigs, and their beauty is based on the beauty of the Western world. It hurts me because they're so beautiful. They have their own. Keep your own. Don't mimic the West. No, you have something. Recognize that you have something. You need a Black is Beautiful movement there. So you'll know that you are beautiful people. And you don't need to follow these clowns over here. You know what I'm saying? And we need to get together and come up with our own. You know what I'm saying? So it's a fight. It's a constant fight. It's a constant fight, and we have to fight. And it starts with the self.
All right, Dr. Perry.
So I've just been carried away listening, but but yeah, I share a lot of the sentiments, and I'm being educated right now to the way forward, because sometimes I have the top-down approach, but apparently the top-down approach can do so little. But yeah, looking at America, from the time that I came to America 20 years ago, and I can see what Brother Nassar is, what he's talking about, how while yes, African music is number one, but Africa is becoming what the conscious Black American is. It's like there's both in Islam and in being Black, the revival is in America and in the West, and that's the very interesting, funny thing, which they say some maybe may have been predicted by some prophets, or I can't remember, but Nasser is looking to Nigeria and saying, what's wrong with you guys? And he is more, you have a lot of Afrocentric people who they're going to the roots deeper in America, and I meet them all the time. There's a cafe near me, Black Dog Cafe, and these people are so interested in getting back into core of being African, whereas Africa is losing that to try to be Western. They're dropping their pants now, exposing their briefs. You watch the movie, you watch our music, you see the people singing, and you just see the rottenness that. Whereas within Black America, I've been blessed to be able to interact with a lot of African Americans, and I see that desire and direction of purifying themselves into better species, better beings, that we are losing on the African side. And the same thing also even applies even with the Islam. You have the Arab world leaving it and trying to be westernized, and you have a revival, Islamic revival in Britain and in America. So it's rather interesting how you don't know what you have, you don't know what you have when you're in that society. You're always looking across, the grass is greener on the other side.
The grass is greener on the other side. And that's what they're using us for. They're using us as a propaganda tool. We're a tool to make everybody American. We're pushing this Western mentality. They're using us. You see, we're a unique people over here. You have a people who, for hundreds of years, prayed to God to bear a child that would liberate them from this oppressor. They were so diabolical. And we prayed for years to produce children that wouldn't submit to this monster here. And now they had produced children that anything the white man did, we did the opposite. If he wore his hat forward, we turn our hat backwards. We instead of working, we'll sit on the corner and do nothing before we acquiesce to what this this so-called devil, what we used to call him, wanted us to do. So in our rebellion was the answer to the prayers of our forefathers, that we didn't go for what the I won't say the government and the culture demanded of us. Okay, so now they produce a people who not scared of white people. We're not scared of white people because we live with them. We know them. We know how weak they are. We know how strong they are, but we're not scared of them, and we're not trying to be like them. Do you understand? So now what? So now what they do is they brainwash us to go the wrong way. You understand what I'm saying? Look, like when I was coming up, you know what they did? These fashions came out and we wore the fashions. We wore high heel shoes. We wore, big brim hats, look like clowns. You understand? Only because they understood that we didn't want to be like them. So they had their designers design all kind of funny clothes, and we went for it. And what they do is they will export our culture to the world. And the world follows our culture. The world follows the young Black Americans. The world follows, they come out with rap. Now they rapping that in Mecca. They rapping everywhere, every part of the planet. You go to the Antarctic, you have Eskimos rapping. You understand why? Because they use the fact that we no longer bow to them, and they export our foolishness, because a lot of it is foolishness, to the world. And the world say, wow, this is it. The movies, our gestures, the way we walk, the way we dance. And you got the world doing it, not just in Nigeria, everywhere you go. This is what they're doing. They're following this ex-slave of America, but in a negative way, not a positive way. They could do it in a positive way, but it would cost them their empire. The same way they teach us to be fools and dancers, and you understand, using our nature against us. They could teach us to be, you understand, to want to do great things, education, and you know what I'm saying, but they don't.
Sorry, may I ask, do you support paying reparation for slavery?
I suppose, okay. Think about that. You can get them reparations. We're already the richest people on the planet. We're already the richest Black people on the planet. What other Black people got more money than us? So what kind of reparations are they going to give us? Huh? And what do we do with our money? You see any Black banks? You understand? They burnt down Black Wall Street. They won't let us have a Wall Street. You understand, where we can invest, that we could be viable competitors in our society. So what we do with money, we spend it. We're taught to be consumers. All we are is consumers. We make more money than any other people on the planet, and we spend more money than any people on the planet. You understand what I'm saying? So reparations, what you going to do with it? First, you got to educate them to do something with the money. You understand? Do something. You give an ignorant man $1 million. He gonna give it right back. He gonna give it right back. So reparations, you know what I'm saying? You want to build some schools, but you're gonna put your teachers in there, and we're gonna come out dumber than when we came in. So if anything, I would recommend us to go to Africa, invest in Africa. Take some of this money and invest in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Buy up. You can buy land, nothing but land in Africa. You can build. We know how to build. We've been building for the white man for 500 years. We know how to do everything we need to know to build something. So that's the only advice I would give. If you're wise enough to do it, and if you're not a consumer, you just want to buy foolish stuff, go to Africa, build something, establish something. You know what I'm saying? But it's going to be hard to do that.
Right.
Because the majority of Africans is just as dumb as we are. You understand? So, hey, it's a fight. It starts with the heart. It starts with your connection with God. That's where it starts. You understand? Understanding that there's a power greater than myself that can restore me to sanity. You know, so that's what that's about.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, come giving. Don't come getting, come giving. And even if it's just a smile. The average African over here don't even smile. What's wrong with them? You understand? They come over here and you got to teach them to smile. What's wrong with you? Did I do something to you? You understand? But when you see a brother from your hometown, you're grinning. No. When you come smiling. Come with a heart, a giving heart. We don't need your money, but we need your love. We need come and have an attitude that I am approachable. Don't come over here taking advantage of these dumb dead people. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what a lot of people do, not just Africans, but all the immigrants. They come here because they see that these people are dead. They're consumers. Or they don't want to build nothing. They want to buy everything. So you go get you some pencils and you sell it to them. You understand? They want this so-called education so they can be educated slaves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let me ask you, have you been to Mecca?
Yes.
How many times? Once?
Yes, I've been there once. I made Hajj.
What was the experience like?
Well, Mecca is like I said, when I went, it was for a reason. And I tried to focus on the reason. You understand? But there were so many different, I'd never been around so many different type of people. You understand? So many different type of people. And going through a same ritual, it was very traumatic for me. It was very inspiring at the same time. And you'll see that people are just people. You know what I'm saying? People are people. Don't expect anything from people. They're liable to do anything at any time. Anybody. Just expect from the creator who created you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what was my experience with in Hajj and Mecca. And people are people. And it's not about people, it's about you. How you deal with people. Not how people deal with you. You understand? How you deal with people. This is why I can be successful dealing with the Africans here, because I'm dealing with me. I'm not mad because he don't smile. Maybe I got to teach him how to smile. That's an opportunity for me to go to. You can smile at me, man. You understand? I mean, to me, that's an opportunity. Whenever I see a teaching opportunity, I take advantage of it. I try to. I don't take it personal because I don't know what they're going through. At 73 years old, I wasted most of my life judging people on their body language. You understand what I'm saying? Only to find out that this is a beautiful person. This is a beautiful brother. But when he walk in the masjid, he's looking like he want to fight somebody. You understand? Only because what he's going through. He don't know that it's okay. You understand that we love each other. You know what I'm saying? So I come from New York. In New York, everybody look mean. And nobody's smiling because it's a no-no. New York, you don't smile. You give them a look like, get the heck away from me. Because we're fighting for space in New York. I moved down to Georgia, we got a lot of space. So I can smile. I don't need to have a body language that would indicate I want you to back off. So alhamdulillah.
So,
You know,
when Malcolm came back from Mecca, he changed. It transformed him. I wanted to know how is it being a Muslim in America? Post 9/11. What did you experience in change?
well, Malcolm was at a time where whew, he had it rough. He had it rough. He was fighting on different fronts, and he was way ahead of his time. Now the Muslims and in America, when they started to open up the borders and allowing the people to come in, we started to see the reality of Africans, that they were just as pitiful as we were. You understand? In reality. You know what I'm saying? They came to try to establish a life. They were caught up in the same diseases that we caught, the disease of materialism, disease of sexism. You understand? All these different diseases. You know what I'm saying? They were caught up the same way. You know what I'm saying? But what they had unity. They would band together and help each other. You know what I'm saying? So, and they were taught not to go near us. So that's
So the Muslim. So while you were a Muslim at the time, the Muslims discriminated against you at the time.
Oh man, I've experienced racism in Islam almost more than I've experienced it in white America. A lot of Muslim racism. Because they're just people calling themselves Muslim. They're just people. I call myself Christian, you call yourself Muslim, I'm a racist, you're a racist. That's who you are. We just wear labels. We're just wearing labels. You are who you are. You know what I'm saying? Hearts gravitate to each other. You understand? Even cultures try to gravitate to each other, but in reality, hearts gravitate to each other. It's like I meet you. You got different experience than me, but our hearts came together, and this is the beauty of it.
So you guys were afraid during 9/11. How, like, what happened?
9/11. Let me tell
How
you
did the
something.
Arabs survive it? Were they afraid? What happened?
Listen, they acted the same way they acted with us. They want to blame somebody for something. You know what I'm saying? See, I was in New York. I could see the smoke from where I was on the World Trade Center, from the World Trade Center. So let me tell you something. They did that for a reason. We know it was game. We know there wasn't no airplane that took that building down. We know that. The world don't know it, but the people in New York know it. You understand? If you really want to know it, you know what I'm saying? Those buildings came down like accordions. They were demolition projects. And we saw it. But everybody else went for the game that the news tell them.
So Muslims were, you know,
Oh, yes, the
how were you
Muslims,
coping as a Muslim during that
the
period?
backlash, there's backlash all over. Oh, let's blame the Muslims. You know how they used to do the Indians, dress up like Indians and and burn down a fort or something, and it be the same people. That's the same game they played with 9/11. Huh? Come on. Everybody knew that it was a setup. You know what I'm saying? That's and we react. You know what I'm saying?
What was the reason for the setup? If you believe it's a setup, what was achieved?
Oh, a lot of things were achieved financially. The finances that were gained, and this is how you know it was set up. They said that what happened to the Jewish, the Israeli, you understand, population that should have been in that building? What happened to a lot of the things? Why is it that so many insurance policies were created right before billions of dollars were made? You know what I'm saying? We need reasons in order to start conflicts around the world. We need reasons for that. So they set it up and blame it on somebody and give you a reason to go into Iraq, go into the different parts of the world. You understand? This is a game they play. This is politics.
Right.
And
we are going to bring in our friends who want to come in and join this conversation. But before we do that, I want to get your view on what's happening in Gaza today, the conflict between Hamas and Israel. What is your take on that?
Everybody knows it's genocide. Everybody knows it's genocide. Everybody knows that Israel and America is like the Long Ranger and Tonto. Israel cannot do what they wanted to do unless they got the sanction to do it by America. You see, we're complicit in this. America is complicit in this. It's America is causing this. You know, this is the reality. You got these Zionists, these ex-Nazis. You got to remember these ex-Nazis. And they set it up way during World War II, after World War II. They had to do something with these Nazis. And hey, how can, America's just exposing itself to be who she is. You understand? They don't care. Look at the mass murder and America could stop it tomorrow. But she won't. Why won't she? Because America, you understand, has interest in that area. Cannot allow it to be controlled by anybody but themselves. That's my take on Gaza. You understand? A bunch of Nazis trying to take over. You know what I'm saying? It's not even the Jewish population. The majority of the Jewish population is against it.
So in November, what will you do? Who will you vote for?
I wouldn't vote.
Trump or Biden?
Who you gonna vote for? Who you gonna vote for? I'll vote for the same man you vote for.
That is in New York, so he may be a Biden.
In New York, it doesn't really matter who I vote for in New York.
You can vote. I take that back then. You can vote? No, hell no. Hey, listen. Malcolm says, you understand? You got a wolf. You got a wolf in the south and a fox in the north. They're the same. They're canines. They're gonna do the same thing. They're gonna kill the chicken. They're gonna eat it. Now, how they kill it and how they eat it is different. So, which one you want to choose? You're gonna die and be eaten anyway.
Did you vote for Obama? Let me just.
No.
You didn't.
No.
How come you saw through him by that time? How come?
Obama?
I supported him.
Okay. Again, I will say it again. The president is not elected. He
I
is
know,
selected.
but I believed in Obama up until after he won the Democratic primaries. That's when I dropped him. But up until that point, I was like, oh, it's a black man, just that black, association.
Yeah. Oh, he went for the black thing.
Up until after the primary, the minute he defeated Hillary Clinton, and I just saw him jump like this, I was like, oh my gosh, oh no. And then I quit Obama's side. But,
all right. So let's we have our friends joining us. If you want to be brought into the studio, please turn on your camera. We'll bring you on. Ovia, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Yeah, Ovia, just explain. Can you?
Oh, okay, the background is okay. I have to come back. Let me take care of that. So, Paul, go ahead now.
Okay, Paul, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you, and good morning.
Yeah. So, you have a question for our guest?
Yes, let me just also follow up with the question you asked about the Israel and the Hamas war. I'm just wondering what the Arab world, the Muslim world, what are they doing towards this Hamas thing, at least to make a bigger statement, even though if it is to punish, even with their power, the gas, the crude, and every other thing. What are they doing? They can't just let the West keep going, because I see the West like they're playing some type of game. One side of the West to support their mass, but they can't do nothing. And the other side will go against it because of their world power. So at the end of the day, they are winning. So what is the Arab world doing to make a statement?
Very good.
If I can take that question. So recently this is my shirt, The Purpose of Life, right? So recently I've been doing some, I just recently did some study on the purpose of life. So there's the purpose of creation and there's the purpose of life. So according to the religious story, now I know a lot of people are not, I'm interested in that conversation, but according to the religious story, the story in heaven, but the minute God is sending us down, God says, the angels complain. They say, he's going to cause corruption on earth. He's going to fight. So that's the nature of man. We came here and God says, you guys are going to do that. So it's not about Arab or anybody. It's who are you? There are certain people who are our duty. Part of what our purpose of existence is to be peacemakers, reformers. That's the real worship. So part of that's the duty. So this is the utmost challenge. It's not about whether it's Arabs, Muslims, it could be anybody. You choose who you are. Are you a peacemaker, reformer, or are you not? The Arabs are just like anybody else. The Muslims are just like anybody else out there. They are not peacemakers. They are not reformers. They are the people the angels complained about, that these are the people you're going to put on earth who are going to support. So they are looking for finances. They want to get America's support. In Senegal, a 99% Muslim country, they banned any kind of protest on behalf of Gaza. So you look at that. In Saudi Arabia, they banned you from even just saying, God help the people of Gaza. In America, we can pray. I can go on the street tomorrow and pray and say, God help the people of Gaza. It's banned in Saudi Arabia. So forget about waiting for them. That's a joke.
Do you have anything to add, Brother Nassar?
We only know what they're telling us. We only know what we're seeing. And a lot of things we're seeing, we're not sure of. But like he said, if you want to take it on a much higher level, being a Muslim, I have to first go to what does Allah say? What does God say? You understand? And my relationship with God would determine how I see things. If I know God is the controller of all things, I know God is the just. I know God sees everything. He hears everything. I know God is El Khabir. He's totally aware of everything. And I have faith in God. What do I do? What part do I play in this? Can I play a part? My part starts with me. I have no control over Gaza or what's happening in that area. And I dare go and say I don't know anything about what the Arabs are doing because I'm not in their situation. You understand? They could be doing a lot of things because they have a lot at stake. I have very little at stake here in the Israeli and Gaza issue. You know, so the only thing I do is pray to God to relieve my brothers and my sisters from the trial and the tribulation that God is responsible for. To God, because he could stop it if he wanted to. You understand? So it goes into your faith. Do you believe? Do you believe in the one God? And you believe that nothing happens by mistake. And you have to go to what part can I play in this? If I can't change it with my heart, with my hands, I try to change it with my mouth. If I can't change it with my mouth, I at least hate it in my heart. That's how we deal with that. We're not going to sit around and talk about something I have no control over. You know, at this point in my life. Mm-hmm. All I know that God is the controller of things. He knows, he sees, he's aware. You understand? And he can stop it if he chooses to. So now I have to go back to myself and say, what part do you play, Nassar? Do you pray for those people? Do you talk against the oppressor? And if you're doing that, alhamdulillah. Are you sending money? Alhamdulillah, send money. Do whatever you can do. But don't let it knock you off because you really don't know what's going on over there. You understand who's causing what?
All right. Thank you.
Brother Abdul, sorry, Doctor. My second question. Are you in support with what Dr. Umar Johnson said about black men shouldn't date white women or marry black women? Are you in support of that?
Listen, I'm in America. At this point, if you get you a good wife, you lucky. If you get a God-fearing wife that's going to support you, going to help you, and is going to raise your children the way you want them to raise, I don't care what color they are. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you just marry because she's black, that's no reason. Because you could get a black monster. You understand? And I've had some of them. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, hey, at this point, you want success. You want success in your family. You want children that are balanced and are God-fearing and morally upright. So whoever can fulfill that obligation to raise your babies the way you want them to raise, jump on her.
All right. Thank you. Henry.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rudolph. Good evening, the guests, Mr. Nassar, Rahmaan, and Dr. Perry. My question is like this. If first of all I go to Mr. Nassar, you said in your statement, you said you were having a racist during your Muslim world. You have racist a lot. Why you don't think it's not time for you to just say, let me just believe in God without any religion? It's not right.
No, yes, you see, that's the whole key. There's one common denominator in all religions. You understand? One God. That's the common denominator. God, the creator, the sustainer, the giver, the taker, the maker, the breaker. That one common denominator. I'm not saying you got to be Muslim. I'm not saying you got to be Christian. I'm saying understand that there's the one common denominator from Abraham to Muhammad, from Jesus to Moses to Abraham to Isaac, to all of them and those before them. One God. You understand what I'm saying? And be sincere in your worship. You understand?
Yeah, sure.
That's all I'm saying. You don't have to be no Muslim.
Rudolph, let me just put questions all once, please. 1 minute, please. My question is, we Africans, I mean the Africans in general, they should stop playing this game, blaming the colonial people, the outside forces that making Africa not to develop. But we are free people. Like I mean, we free, born free people in Africans. We are ruling ourselves right now, like Nigeria. Let me call Nigeria right now. We are the black people ruling in Africa till tomorrow. Since the colonial master left that country, there was nothing, no good development there, no common electricity. They don't have it. Are we still have to be blaming the colonial masters? Are we still going to be blaming them for our own government failures? Why we don't take a challenge to say, okay, let's do it ourselves? I know we can do it. Why do Africans leaders don't have that patriotic, like the Americans have, like other countries have for their country, the future for their country? Why we don't have these Africans? And second question is, what are the Saudi Arabians doing? Where all Muslims go every year? What are they doing in this issue in Gaza? What are they doing? What are the Muslim world doing? Why the Egypt are not allowing the Gaza to go to their countries? Why are they stopping Gaza to go on from there? Why they are not doing more? Why are they not speaking out? That is my question. Thank you.
Oh,
You asking,
yeah, go ahead.
you asking me why they're not doing it?
Yeah.
I don't know. You understand? You see, it's not a black and white situation. They're dealing with a lot of issues that we don't even have, we can't fathom. You understand what they have to deal with? You know what I'm saying? What they can do and what they can't do. It's like you ask a billionaire, right? You ask a billionaire, how come you're not doing so and so? Okay, you ask that billionaire. Do you know what? That billionaire is more of a slave than you. You see these black billionaires in America? They can't do nothing with their money but spend it on themselves. If they try to do something that would interfere with the status quo, they will shut them down. In Saudi Arabia, you think those billionaires can just send money all over the world? No, they can't. The government won't let them because you would interfere with the status quo. You understand what I'm saying? You know, you can't send money to the Congo because you would interfere with Belgium. They won't let you do these things. You think you just have the freedom to do what you want to do because you got what you got? No, the status quo won't let you. You try to do it. Look what they did to Bill Cosby. He tried to buy NBC. They told him leave that alone. And he still tried to buy it. He had the money, and look what they did to him. They had 50 women say that he tried to rape them. 50, not one, not two, but 50? He don't even know 50 women. Nevertheless, try to rape them. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of things, we ask the question, what are they doing? We don't know what they're doing. We don't know what they can do. We don't know, behind the scenes. There are a lot of things happening behind the scenes that we know nothing of.
Just to comment on that, Epstein Island, that's part of the backstory of Epstein Island. They said, there's some intelligence agencies behind it, probably Zionists, and there are recordings of all America's politicians who've gone to the islands. So it's like, if you don't play the game we tell you to play, if you don't sing the song we tell you to sing, and that's one of the backstories behind Epstein Island.
Yeah, Brother Nassar, let me say something one more time. But you didn't get my hand questions. Why Africans cannot develop their countries? Why Africans still stealing their money to the Western countries? That's my questions.
Right, Nassar, the first question is, should we at this point still be blaming the colonialists? That's what he said.
Yeah.
No,
we are stealing Africans' money and sending back to the Western country. Why are we doing ourselves this? That's the question.
Because let me tell you something. Few people will die for their country, and less will live for their country. Do you understand? If I gave you $100 million right now, right? You think it wouldn't change you? You think that you would be the same loving brother that cares about his people? It's you know what I'm saying? When you're with the people, you care about them. The average African come here, get money, they go live with white man. Soon as they get money, they go live with the white man. Because the white man represents something else. You see, so all these are tests for you.
That is
Why
self-hate.
Africa is going
Africans,
through something.
that is self-hate. They hate themselves. Africa hate themselves. That is why they're doing that.
Right. Okay,
Yes, that's the
beautiful.
question. That's the answer. That's it.
That's it. The same thing with us. You see, that's how they messed us up. We hate ourselves.
That's it.
All
You
right.
know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Niger is a scam. You're welcome.
Excuse me?
Niger is a scam. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good day, Dr. Rudolph. Good day, guest. Am I coming out clearly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I just want to ask one question and a comment. So first of all, I want to ask Nassar Rahmaan a question. Sir, are you aware of the first people that enslaved the black men?
That slavery existed as long as we existed.
Yeah,
so
who
it's not a
started it?
new thing. It's not a new thing. Black people enslaved black people. White people enslaved white people. Slavery was always there. Okay? Now, the way the European introduced slavery was different. They introduced slavery as the people aren't human. They relegated the slaves as non-human. They were animals. That's the slavery over here in America. Never before did they do that about slavery. Slavery it was part of the culture. It was a natural part of the culture. They did it for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? But only over here did they had to justify white supremacy, so they made the black man lower than man. Even in our Constitution, do you know what it says? That the black man's four-fifths man. He's not a man. He's not human. And it's still in the Constitution. They just did amendments to amend it. They didn't take it out. Okay? To justify their white racist attitude and mentality, they made us lower than human.
Okay, sir, but I don't think you answered my question, because what I read is that the Arabs were the first people to enslave the black men. Okay, so yeah, that's what I read. So
yeah, but listen, you can't believe everything you read. Listen to what you're saying. All you have to do is listen to what you're saying. Before there were Arabs, there were black people. Arabs came from black people. Arabs are a product of black people. Okay? So how could the Arabs be the first one to enslave black people when the black people had slaves from the beginning? That was a part of it was an institution that people, tribes would go to war with other tribes and they would take prisoners and make them slaves. You know what I'm saying? So the Arabs are just one of many people who enslaved black people. You understand? Just like black people enslaved other people. You understand? But because of who we are and our nature, we did things differently. We did things differently. And you can't even, I like to sit down and explain to you, even the natures of people are different. And it's not unusual that the Western or the European who finally came up and was exposed to civilization, they brought their nature with them. And when they enslaved us based on their nature. You know what I'm saying? They were remember.
You're missing his point. He's trying to say, I believe Muslims are bad, like that.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah. No. It's not what I was talking about. What I was talking about is that, I was born a Christian, and most of us were born as Christians, right? Yeah. I believe that Islam and Christianity is a weapon of slavery. That's why I asked you, do you know the people who started enslaving the black people? What I read said the Arabs were the first people to enslave the black people. Okay, so I don't know when that happened, but I believe that Islam and Christianity is not a Christian It's not a religion for black people.
Okay.
That's my own opinion. That's
yeah,
what I
but
read.
that's everybody got their opinion, my brother.
Yeah.
You
So
know what I'm saying?
another comment I want to make is that, you know, you said something about when we come to America, we should come with a smile. We shouldn't come like, you know, you guys did something wrong to us. But everybody have their own experiences, you know, in America. When I got here, the first job I got here, the African Americans asked me, why did you come over here? I said, well, I came here to see my brothers. They said, who are your brothers? I said, you guys are my brothers. They said, no, your brothers are in Africa, you know. And here in America, they treat Africans like, I don't want to use some kind of words. They don't treat us like we are, you know, the same people. Okay.
Right.
In our jobs, even here in America, you don't just greet people like that. You don't say hi to who you don't know.
You know what?
You might be greeting the wrong person.
In America, if you go out in America, some of the worst racists in America, white racists, will smile at you and say good morning. They will hang you in the afternoon, but they will smile at you and say good morning. Do you understand? So what I was trying to say is this. We were taught to look down on the African. And a lot of Africans were taught to look down on us. They knew that you were coming. They knew they had to brainwash you to think that you were separate. Just like they had to brainwash us to think that we were separate. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of us came out of that. And we came looking for the African. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's not about African or Afro-American. It's about the same rights. Your heart. You got to come here smiling so that you can it's just a gesture. I'm just giving you a gesture. You know, to let people know I'm approachable. Because believe me, Aki, I look at some Africans and they are, wow. You can see the strength in them. You can see that, like I said, that Mandingo warrior in them. Look like they could pick up a bus. You understand what I'm saying? Now, here you got a man like that walking in a place and he's not smiling. Everybody want to walk her out of the place because they don't know what you might do. But if you come in that place smiling, your body language is saying to them, I'm approachable. I'm just like you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's just something I'm telling you as your brother. We're mirrors of each other. And I'm showing you this is how you look to the average, you understand, Black American or even white American. They see strength. They see something that's, whoa. So if they see that, neutralize their thoughts by just smiling. A little smile, and they will, they you know what I'm saying? They won't fear you. You understand what? They won't fear you. So that's just a little, counsel, a little advice. Aki, I look at you and I see a Mandingo warrior. But if you smile, I see my brother. You see? If you don't smile, I see a warrior. If you smile, I see my brother. So learn your body language. Learn to, learn to greet people in an inviting way. You know what I'm saying? And believe me, they'll melt in your hands. You understand? Because they say, oh, I got this, my brother here. This strong young warrior is my brother. They will gravitate towards you. You know what I'm saying? They will gravitate.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, Dr. Damages. I want to just say, I know my time is up. Please, I just want to say something. Like what he said right now. The first time I came to Wisconsin, I was at the bus booth waiting for bus. So the school bus just came around. You know, I think grade 1 students or 2 were in the bus. These boys saw me. The bus just stopped. They said, hey, are you from Africa? I said, yeah. They were all happy in the bus. Hey, you're my brother. You're my brother. I was like, wow. You know, yes. That's what I expected when I came over here. But when I saw the, aged man at my job, it was different, story altogether. So everybody is my brother. It doesn't matter where you come from. If you treat me as a brother, I treat you as a brother.
But do
it's
you
not
come
about
in
the skin
smiling?
color or whatever, you know?
Do you come in smiling? Come in. You take the initiative to smile at them first.
All right. Thank you.
And then
Thank
you
you,
got
Dr.
it.
Rudolph. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you. Master Prince, the next.
Dr. Rudolph, good morning. Nassar Rahmaan, good morning. And then good morning, Dr. Perry. Good morning, every other person on the panel. Dr. Nassar, I could call you Dr. Nassar. After all, you know, you're educating us. So we have just given you an award. If you're not one, then you are one today. Or I could call you a professor. I think you get it right when you talk about smiling. That's true. But the problem, just like the other speaker said, sometimes there's this misconception about Africans and African American. It takes us some time whenever you go to any workplace to be able to establish yourself and educate them. Some of them feel that when you get into that office, when you guys are, definitely if it's a white boss, then that you're gonna be promoted rather than them being promoted. When I came into America, I dabbled into retail. I managed a lot of the stores, and it's owned by a Pakistani and all that stuff. I found favor in him because he kind of like expanded my horizon in promoting me faster than the other ones I met there. They didn't like it. They didn't like it, and it was all about, oh, you just can't. You Africans, that's what you guys do. Especially you Nigerian, and that. It really took me a while in order to adapt. Explain to them it got nothing to do if I'm from Africa or from we all want. You understand? So what I'm saying in essence is I'm in support of what you say. Smile really helps. And when a woman says you got that mamba, you know what it means. So that there right that there is also a problem that we're having with them. They feel that we're coming to take all the women. It's not our fault that we've been loved by the women. We love them too. I love the sisters. So
we
that's just
got enough of them. If you want, please take some of them. I mean, please. I got a couple of daughters. Dad, are you kidding? There's very few men. So the women, you know what I'm saying? Just know who you are and know that people are people and they're liable to say anything or do anything at any time. So be prepared not to react to people, but to respond to people. That's what you want to do. Respond to them. And to respond, you have to know, you have to have some knowledge of what you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Or you're just going to react to them. And then it's going to be ill feelings because you didn't do it. You didn't open the door for me, or you let the door go and you wouldn't even open. These are little foolish things. Alhamdulillah.
All right. Man of prestige, Eunice.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Mr. Abudu Rahmaan. Yeah, Dr. Perry, I greet you and the panelists. I greet everybody. So I have two questions. One of them is going to be, because I didn't listen to the whole of when you first came in, I just started listening, but I did gather some points. So I'm trying to differentiate between the Muslim during your time and the Christians. So this has to do with Malcolm X and the leader of the Christians, what's his name, Martin Luther King. What's the difference? Which area do you really perceive is better, for the struggle of America? Is that from Martin Luther King narrative or from Malcolm X narrative? That's one question.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I want to catch it.
He was asking the question that we addressed earlier.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
the Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, where you said, you know, we can't all have one attitude. Both attitudes worked.
Yes. So, okay, when you approach, okay, Dr. Perry. Dr. Perry was trained in Western medicine, right? But if you go to China, they're trained in Eastern medicine. There's certain things that Eastern medicine can solve this issue. But Dr. Perry's orientation would look at it and say, what the hell are you doing? You're sticking pins in the man. You understand what I'm saying? He's saying, no. Give him this pill. They're both doctors. They're both approaching the same problem different ways.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So one don't condemn the other. If anything, you should appreciate the other. Because if one don't work, the other one might. But they both got the same they got the same they're dealing with the same problem. And they're trying to solve the same problem. You know, so Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, same problem, different ways to solve it. You know, and it's such a blessing that you have more than one way. And there are other people that had other ways to try to solve the same problem. The liberation of the black man. Do you understand? Of America. Equal rights, human rights. There were a lot of different people doing it a lot of different ways. And that's what helped get most of it done.
All right.
You know?
Okay, one more question. Last question. I heard you say something about which I consider to be a conspiracy theory. You said the 9/11 was orchestrated. It wasn't real. Is it a widely believed among the Muslim community or the Black Americans here that, you know, it was orchestrated, you know, it didn't really happen? Why would you make such a statement?
No, okay, you misunderstood me. It happened. Okay. It happened. I watched the smoke.
Yeah, but you said it was orchestrated. It wasn't real.
No,
it was deliberate.
What wasn't real was the fact that Arabs did it, and you know that wasn't real. You understand? The government was behind this. If you look at it, listen. You know how many firemen died in the World Trade? How many firemen? Right?
I mean, it's a lot. I've visited the World Trade. I've visited that that place so many times.
But check this out. So many hundreds and hundreds of firemen died in that World Trade. Now in New York, I was born in New York. The firemen in New York was like grandfathered in. Very few blacks at that time, from when I was young. If you were a black fireman, that was a big thing. So they kept that real close. A few tokens here and there. But because of 9/11 and those white boys running in that building and they're all dying, it opened up the books for black firemen, for Chinese firemen. You understand what I'm saying? And the firemen knew that this was a demolition. It wasn't because some plane melted everything and it fell down. They knew because they were there. They watched their buddies die on this demolition. It came down like an accordion. And they watched the explosives on every other floor and let it drop. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we knew that this was a demolition job. We knew that wasn't about no airplane hitting the top. You understand what I'm? Now the whole world, they were telling them something else. But the people that were right there saw it. You understand?
Brother Nassar, let me ask you along that line. Do you believe that America went to the moon?
I don't know. I leave that alone. I don't know. I don't know. I leave that alone.
What about Kennedy? How was Kennedy killed? Who killed Kennedy?
He was shot. Kennedy, he was shot. What did Malcolm say? The chicken come home to roost. They're killing each other. You understand? They're killing each other.
All right. All right. Let's go
He
to.
wants to put a stamp for you. Conspiracy theory.
Janaba, go ahead.
Thank you so very much for coming to Dr. Rudolph's shows, and thank you for what you have done as a black man for the black community, your voice and all the sacrifice you are making, and also go to Dr. Perry, and of course our greatest town hall chairman, Dr. Rudy. And Paul, Harry, and Mazi, man of prestige, and of course my boy Ove, and the Indian chairman. So thank you all for being there. Uh, I think I don't have so much question. I've been listening. I was in church. I've been listening from the very beginning. Your word is very inspirational. Look forward to come and have dinner with you in Atlanta one day. And I think so what you talk about the black people being against each other is a setup. I completely believe what you said. Other thing I cannot question you. You may have your own understanding in terms of the World Trade Center. I was there. I think I got my head caught here sometime, but I believe you. Take your word for whatever you know. But in another word, thank you so very much for being here, and thank you for your word of wisdom. And I hope you visit Nigeria before our time runs out.
Inshallah. Thank you. Thank
you. All right. Thank you. Mazi Ovie, you're next.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum, brethren. Let me start with you, Doctor. Two options for you. You either allow me ask 5 questions, or you facilitate him coming to my platform for me to have this kind of section too with him. The choice is yours.
Okay, I will facilitate that to happen.
Okay. Dr. Perry, I salute you. Thanks for coming back, even after the last hour was very, very, very interesting. And our guest, Brother Nassar, I don't know where to start. Because when Dr. Rudolph put up the topic, I was pumped. I was right in the middle of things that the topic is actually centered on. Then I said, okay, who is Dr. Nassar Rahmaan? I try as much as I can to get more information about you, but I wasn't successful. But listening to you talk today, I don't know anything I can say other than say thank you. It is coming from a special place. Thank you very much for this educative moment. You talked a lot about the things that I'm actually working on. Started from the works of Marcus Garvey, talking about the Delaney, up to the present movement of what is going on. But most important, what stood out for me was when you were talking about what transpired in the 60s. You're talking about the disconnect between I call them home base and the foreign base, to use the track and field terminology. We that are in Africa and those that were kidnapped and decided to trade inhuman. When you are talking about that in terms of disconnect, I can't help but to also notice between that era, for me, the greatest era in Black history period, other than the slavery era, when we have brave men and women who refuse to conform to what they're passing through, the jump through ship and end their life and all that. But the 60s was very important in the sense that is when the consciousness, despite the divide among the Africans, there's this level of consciousness that's arisen between the young people. I'm talking about Fred Hampton, talking about the ex himself, Martin Luther King. Go back to the Congos, to Ghana. Pretty much that was the era. And these guys are in their 20s and in their 30s. Despite the disconnect, they were able to make impact. I think it's 60 that led to the movement. Is the greatest achievement of any movement in human history. But at the same time, we saw pretty much all these men also wiped out between that 1960 to early 70s. They were all killed from Lumumba to Fred Hampton to X, all of it from 61 to 64 to 60. At the same time, they were all eliminated. Now, where I'm going is, what do you think is missing today that we are integrated, even though there was no integration rather than just disintegration that took place during the Martin Luther King era? Kudos to him. But what do you think is missing at this point? That level of consciousness is no longer there, even though now that we are more connected than ever. We are talking about the Africans in diaspora and those back home. We have so much in common. We are doing a lot, but that level of consciousness is not there. Because they say it. I think you are saying. Oh no, I heard it from Paul brought it up. That's Umar, right? That said, evolution is what led to revolution, right? Take a little bit of evolution there and there, the little bit. That's what happened in the 60s when you have so many organizations coming on. Even after they killed the Black Panther, the Liberation Army took over in the 70s. So what is missing now? And then, even though despite the kind of relationship that we are having, sorry, another one is the another
too strong.
about
I'm happy the internet helped us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll leave that one there. Before I come back to the second one there.
Okay. So, you want to answer, Brother Nassar?
Well, he says, what is missing? What is missing is we got what we asked for. That's what destroyed us. We got what we asked for. The brother's drinking coffee. You understand? How do you dilute coffee? Coffee is a strong beverage. You have to pour what? Milk in it. It weakens it. It weakens it. Right? When we got integration, right? And we thought we arrived. We thought we arrived. And the ones that didn't go for the integration, what they did was they plagued our community with drugs. You understand? They made us, they put the drugs on us real bad. And then what they destroyed the Black family. They paid off the Black woman by making her independent of the Black man. When you destroy a family, you destroy the community. You will have no power if you don't have no family. Do you understand what I'm saying? Look at the men marrying men now. Look at the women marrying women now. As long as we had a family, even during slavery, we had a family, we were strong. Soon as you destroyed the family, you understand? That's it. That's it. You're not a threat to us anymore. Because they put our women in charge of us here in America. I live in a city where women control everything. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's the whole deal. You have to stand up and protect your family. It says, save yourself and your family. Save yourself and your family. It's not about money. It's about you saving your family from corruption of the mind and the soul. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. They buying us. They buying us. Huh? I come to Nigeria. Nobody's gonna be at the airport looking for me. But let one of those little stupid little sissified rapists come to Nigeria. The whole airport's full of people waiting for him. You see what I'm saying? So they dictate our appetite, what we want. I want Lil Jon. I want Lil Wayne. I want to dance and you understand, a ball player. I don't want anybody that would come and tell me to meet them in the university and we'll sit down and talk about something serious. No, I want to be entertained. This is our appetite now. That same appetite is in Nigeria, in America. We through, man. You know what I'm saying? There's only a couple of us that it's the living dead. America is the living dead. the majority of the population are mentally and spiritually dead, living a life of a dead man. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make Africa the same way. They're turning y'all got little homos now, little homosexuals running around in Africa now. That's unheard of before, huh? And y'all going for it. I mean, not saying y'all, excuse me, but the leaders are going for it. Some of them, but a lot of them are fighting back. They're showing Africa's growing, man. Africa getting good. Yeah, they'll fight back. They tell America, no. You understand? Nope, we're not going for that. And that's what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? And be careful, the ones that over here don't go back being an agent for America. You understand? Wearing tight pants and got your private parts all out because it's so tight. You know what I'm saying? This is America. Don't contaminate Africa with this foolishness over here. You know what I'm saying? Come here, get some finance to go back there and build something. We got money, and what we do is waste it. You understand? That's, so, hey, we got what we wanted. We integrated and they turned us and they killed us.
All right, thank you.
Sir, you said the era of dying for your people because it's over. It's now the era of living for your people and living for the cause. That hit me and take me back. But for me, I see it from this angle. I've seen that the leaders that we have, especially in Africa, they are visionless. But you went further by actually elaborate what you mean by that statement, by saying that you live so that you can do the work by influencing other people, by building community, by building. So what part of that statement do you think, let me narrow it down to African leaders that they are missing? That yes, they are living longer than their predecessor, but they are worthless compared to those people who came before them. Right. I mean, what's it that they don't understand here?
Well, I think that you're taking on the Western mentality. You know what Putin said? Putin said, it says Africa is a burial ground for Africans. Do you remember when he said that?
Yes.
Putin, the head of Russia. He said, all Africa is a burial ground for Africans. Because when they get money, they send the kids to Switzerland, they send the kids to Europe or America, and they spend their money. When they die, they send the body back to Africa to be buried. That's you understand what I'm saying? So it's like we want what we want, man. You know what I'm saying? We want America. We want Super Bowl. We want Beyonce. You understand? Cut off that daggone TV. Start, tell them this is ugly. Don't take on the culture. They're selling, they're buying our culture. Our culture killed us. You're looking at dead people on TV. But the Africans don't know they're dead. They think they're living and they're living the life. But these people are dead here. You understand? They're dead. All they do is make money. And do what with it? Ask them where their children are. You don't see families no more. You know what I'm saying? I see, oh, brother, I can tell you some stories, but alhamdulillah, Allah is merciful. Just call on God and ask God to guide you. Ya Hadi, guide me, because I need guidance. Ya Qawi, I need to be strong. I need to be mighty against my nafs, my desires. Because we know what to do now that we don't have money. But give a man $100 million and see what he does with it. You know what I'm saying? And we can't blame the Arabs and the Japanese and all that, because they're doing things. They're looking for world power. They're investing in their future. You know what I'm saying? And we're investing in cars and pretty houses. You understand? That's what we're investing in.
All right, let's go to Eagles Air. Let's hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rudolph. Thank you so much for this teaching moment that we are having until this day. And also, good morning to every panelist that is here. Our special guest, I salute you. Thank you so much for educating us more. Thank you for educating us more on the knowledge we Africa need to follow in life. But there's something I want to understand because I've been listening to this program from backstage, and most of the time we talk about Africans. They're supposed to give a smile face when they find themselves in America and other things for easy communication. And when we are saying such a thing, I was looking at my face because I know that my face always finds it so difficult to smile. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Yes,
so, not intentionally, but naturally. Except when I see you smiling at my face, I just give you a little smile. But if my face is there naturally, it does not mean that my heart is very dangerous. It does not mean that I have evil motive in my heart. But it just had nature made me to be. But I want to ask you, there's two questions I want to ask you because what we are discussing, what I found that we are discussing here, we are talking how to redeem Africa, the image of Africa, and sensitize our understanding so that we'll be able to belong and fit in a society of this day and liberate ourselves from the slavery of the white man. I believe that's what we are trying to get ourselves out of it. Now, when we talk about sensitizing ourselves, delivering ourselves, then we talk about salvation. We talk about salvation. We are looking into salvation, how to save Africa from the knowledge and the directions where white is putting us. When you talk about homosexual and all rest of them, that we need to change our understanding and know that these people are trying to destroy us. Now, as a Muslim, what is a salvation in Islam? That's number one question. Number two question I want to ask, if you look at a European nation, Western nation, you find that when blacks are doing well, Africans are doing well, whether you are African American or whatever, Britannic African or rest of them, you find that when they are doing well, along the line, there's a problem that occur in their life. For instance, when you look at the life of Mark Tyson, as a hero, he made a lot of money. At the time, he used to have problems with government. They would level an allegation on him, and some of these allegations are not true. No, but what they're trying to do is to make sure that they store the money they made in America away from them. Then the second example, if you look at Man City defender called Mendy from France, they level allegation on him that he raped a young girl in the club or in his house. And because of that, he lost his job in Man City and he went to prison for it. Now, you people in the America or Black America in Europe, what are you doing to make sure that this kind of incidents are no longer happening? For instance, this young man from Senegal, I respect so much, a musician I respect so much in Senegal called Akon. If you watch Akon, there's kind of life that he lived. He made money in America, but he invested back in Africa, in Senegal. So you people over there, African American community in America, what are you doing to make sure that this kind of events will no longer occur again? What are you using to do what to sanitize the understanding of Africa who are doing well in America? Thank you so much.
All right.
So the first question is, what is salvation in Islam? And the second question is, what are blacks in America doing as a community to protect blacks from the system? If I may just
thank you. Yeah, you understand it clearly.
Oh, okay. Salvation in Islam is connecting with the Creator and following his messenger, his guide from Abraham to Muhammad. That's salvation. Salvation is your connection with the Creator. We call Allah in Arabic, Allah, to connect with him and to submit to him and to obey him. Okay? So that's the same salvation of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses. You understand? From Adam. So there's only one salvation. Okay.
If I may continue on that on that topic. So from what Brother Nassar said, salvation to me, except where it's a little bit different in Christianity, across from, so if you just take Jesus, what Christianity understands with Jesus out of it, if you look at Moses, Abraham, and everybody, any prophet or any, great person across to Muhammad, it's the same idea of salvation. And if you look at their lives, what do? They submit to the Creator, one God. And that's the same thing salvation is. If you look at Moses or David or Solomon, you submit to one God. You believe in his, instruments of operation, angels. Okay. So this is the definition of salvation. You believe that he controls what happens, that he's in charge. You submit to him. And Islam just means submission. So you submit to him just like everybody else did. You have to do certain righteous actions. Okay. And those actions.
Okay, sorry. I want to, because this question is coming based on the explanation being given to me. Now, if we are talking about, because when you talk about salvation, talk about a redemption, connection with the America, then what is it the African community in America, in Europe are doing to do what? To connect the community together to avoid slavery. And that's what we are doing. What are they doing right now?
What is missing in a lot of people, even Muslims, is missing, is that a lot of Muslims don't understand the purpose of life. This is the Shatamware. If you translate it directly, it says worship. But when you convert it to English, you lose the essence of what the purpose is. And if you see the purpose of life in the Bible is to glorify God. But the purpose of life is more than this. The purpose of life includes serving God. There's something I read, a hadith. They said, you will not believe until you love the people. And then the people came to the Prophet of Islam and said, we love each other. He says, not just each other in general. So people miss it. We were not, if God didn't want, he would have put us one person on one planet. Why did he put us together as a community? Because serving God includes serving the people. And a lot of Muslims and other people, this is the true salvation. He sent us here as what? Vicegerents on earth, caretakers of the earth. It's a test for us, but you have a community purpose. You have to be involved at the community level as a peacemaker. In Islam, we call it muslihun. Mufsidun are the corruptors. The angel said, they are going to be corruptors. They're going to corrupt the earth. And God said, I know what you don't know. There will be some peacemakers. We are sent here to serve God, and you cannot serve God if you do not serve man. So we all have an active role that we are supposed to play as salvation, towards salvation, to prove that we are not the ones the angels said are going to go and kill each other and cause trouble. We are the ones who are going to create peace on earth. That's part of connecting with God and serving God. And that's the missing purpose that a lot of people in religions, Islam and outside, don't realize, that we're put together as a community, and you have a responsibility from yourself to your family and to your community. You have a responsibility. You have to. The poor have a right on your wealth. The wealth diffuses through you. They have a right. You have to give them. You owe them. You don't give them and say, I helped you out here. No. Take what belongs to you. It passed through me. You have a right to give mercy to the community. It's your right. It's your obligation. You have to promote peace. You have to be involved personally. And that's true worship.
All right, we're rounding up. I will take Foley B and
me.
All right.
Good evening, everyone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'm very happy to be here this evening. I don't know if Dr. Rahmaan can actually give me can answer two questions I want to ask him. I've been seeing your program. I've been coming here, but most time I didn't show up. But today I just decided to show up. But I have something that is in my mind, which I've been trying to ask you questions. I have been following somebody in Nigerian politics, which lately I noticed that you and the person have been together a very long time. So I have never seen you either condemning him or praising him. So I'm wondering, is there anything you know that we, the followers, don't know? That's why I said, okay, let me just come up today to ask you the questions. And the person in question is Showore. I don't know if there is anything you know about him that is making you not to talk about him that we don't know. Because I don't want to follow somebody blindly. I just want to know if there is any secret or there is anything you think this guy don't have and we think that he has. So I don't know if you can just clear me on this question. Sorry.
My inclination is to say, let's finish this conversation and then we can talk about it at the other end. Let's finish guest system. Yeah. So let's.
Doctor, please 30 seconds. Let me just respond to him. Like you say, you follow. Let me just respond. Just 30 seconds. I'm not wasting time. Just to let you know, Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo has bring Omoyile Sowore to this panel twice. That's it.
I have a question.
No, hold on. So, Foley, thank you. Let's final question, Ovie. Just
okay. All right. Brother Nassar, the book by Carter Woodson, which is The Miseducation of the Black Negro. How do you think that book is more relevant now than when it was written? Because at the beginning of this program, you were describing how the system lied to the African Americans who are here, but at the same time doing the same thing to with the Africans who are back on lying to us. We speak to the art of that book, The Miseducation of the Black Negro. Do you think it's more relevant now? How far do you think we should start promoting it? Because if not me coming to America, I'll meet some people. I've never known that such a book existed. And two, what's your take on Dick Gregory, the one and only Dick Gregory?
Dick Gregory, okay. In regards to the miseducation of the black man, it was a timely book. It was a very timely book, but at this point, we're in 2024. It's the miseducation of mankind. This is bigger than us now. They're miseducating everybody. Now they got AI. You understand? They're miseducating the white people, the black people, the red people, the yellow people. You understand what I'm saying? They're miseducating everybody now. So it's all about the heart and what you're willing to do to save yourself and your family. Keep on. We're talking about world events. What about personal events? If you're trying hard to do what is right, to enjoy what is right, forbid what is wrong. You understand? God gives you leaders based on who you are. You want righteous leaders, you have to be righteous. If you understand what I'm saying? So basically, you have corrupt leaders because you're corrupt. The people are corrupt. So God's not going to give you a righteous leader and you corrupt. Start with yourself. Start with your own, like we said, we talked about body language. Start with your own body language. You start smiling and other people will smile at you. You start giving and other people will give. It all starts and ends with you. It says in the Kitab, in the Quran, it says, save yourself and your family from a fire which is fueling men and stone. This is real. Start with you. You can't do nothing about Gaza.
I just watched Albert Einstein's movie, and Albert Einstein was very upset with the war with Hitler. And at a point he said, and he's a mathematician, he said, if just 2% of the soldiers say we are not going to do this, that's what it takes for the tyrant to collapse. Now, I'm not sure of the math of it. I was like, that looks like a small number, but that's Albert Einstein. He said it takes just 2%. So there's an impact of what we do.
Right. You're not insignificant. Start with you. Start with you. You know what I'm saying? And you will deserve what you get. If you're righteous, you deserve a righteous leader. But if you're other than that, you'll get other than that.
All right.
Okay.
The Gregory, sir. You're talking about the Gregory.
I don't know. Dick Gregory, I like Dick Gregory. I like Dick Gregory. I don't know. I have nothing to say about Dick Gregory. Dick Gregory came up with a lot of stuff that I can't substantiate, but I know he was on it. He was pretty good. He was pretty good. You
All right.
know, I enjoyed Dick Gregory. So
All
I
right.
can't really say anything. Can't say anything negative about him.
Okay, the flagship, I will let you ask a question. I know I say we're rounding up, and just after you, then I'll say the final words, and then he
So
will.
please, you will give me one courtesy, just one courtesy, please, Doctor.
Yeah, let Paul talk.
No, let the black sheep go first.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and a very, very big thank you to our guest today. I have enjoyed you speaking, and trust me, I know there are more of you out there, but I wish we could hear all of them speak and educate us as much as you have done today. I think it will help the African American race, and I would like to use the word the brown skin race, to do better and be able to come out of where we are. Here's my question. It's going to be, I want to speak briefly. I won't take time, Rudolph, please. I know it's the last question. Labeling the race, the African race here and globally, we are referred to as Black. And the Caucasian race is referred to as white. Since I've been in this country a little over 23 years ago, I've always questioned that label. Why are we accepting the color Black when we know we are not Black? My job involves a lot of travel. So I'm on the plane pretty much every day of the week, and I meet all sorts of people. I talk to different race, educated, non-educated, and so on. And I had a conversation with a gentleman once at the airport. We were talking while waiting to board, and he made reference to race. And I asked him, what color is your race? He's Caucasian, by the way. What color is your race? He said, white. I said, no, you're not. And he tried to defend it, and I asked him, what race am I? What color is my race? He said, you're Black. And I pulled up my boarding pass, which was printed on a white paper. And I'll show you this. And I asked him, what color is this? He said, white. Now, if you look at the shade, the color spectrum shade, do you think you're anywhere close? He couldn't answer me. What color is this? He said, it's Black. Am I close to this? He said, no. Why do we as Africans in this part of the world accept that color, Black, when we know we are not Black? And lastly, part of my job involves a lot of data gathering in the medical field and analysis. And I'm really very not happy at the way the African race has been subjected to this medical interpretation of being susceptible to almost every disease that is known to mankind. The African American race, and allow me to use the word, which I probably do use, the brown skin race is classed as most susceptible to every disease known. And we seem to accept it. Don't you think it's time we begin to change this narrative? Perhaps maybe that will enable us to rethink and rechange our mind and our culture totally.
All right. So, Brother Nassar, you can answer if you.
Well, you use the word race, right? Would indicate to me we're racing to something. We're trying to get someplace. The race is where we're racing to. Where are we racing to? We're racing to death. All these are just words people use to separate each other. The Black race, the white race. You know what I'm saying? We're all gonna live and die. You understand? So take advantage of the time we have, because that's the race, the time we have. Don't worry about, that's for lightweights. We're heavier than that now. Believe me, we're heavier than that. Understand? Because where's the blackness in you? We're one soul. We got to look at each other as individual souls. Some corrupt souls, some righteous souls. You understand? Not races no more. You know what I'm saying? So keep that out your mind about the black race and the white race and all that. Go to the soul. You understand? And try to purify the soul. You understand? So when ultimately this body goes and your black skin goes back into the ground, the only thing left is what? Your soul, who will live on. And then you will be questioned. What did you do? You understand? They're not going to say, what did you do with your black skin? What did you do with the time I gave you? What did you do? Was you respectful to your parents? Did you help your neighbor? Did you do whatever you could do? That's what it's all about. Use the time to do what you can do. You can't do everything. You can't take up arms against the Israelis, but you can help the lady across the street. You can teach your children, spend time with your babies. You can stop the foolishness, because we all participate in foolishness some portion of the day.
I have to chip in.
Hey,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yeah, really quickly. So as far as the complexion goes, myself in particular, sometimes I fill the forms and I choose any color I want, and I say, give me the job or don't give me the job. I'm not ascribing to the colors. But that aside, the second question you asked, I think in particular, is my duty to answer on disparity, because I'm a health disparity researcher. So, back in New York at a certain conference we had, we're presenting all this data, everything, high blood pressure, blacks more susceptible, diabetes more susceptible, anything you name it, we're supposed. And I was like, guys, I asked in the whole conference, I'm like, but we know the root cause is our diet and our habits. And that's why I'm like, because it's a kind of cheat sheet. It's a kind of cheat sheet. For us minority health disparity researchers, every day we're throwing out new articles. Just pick a topic, look at blacks, and we'll be able to prove that blacks are worse than whites. Pick any topic. Anxiety. It was a win-win. We were just pushing out papers like this. And I'm like, guys, we are cheating here because we know what's going on. It's our habits. It's not as if we are worse in everything. And we're like, yes, the boss of my department, in another college, he was like, that's what he said, that the reality is the McDonald's and the foods in black neighborhoods. And based on that, we are going to have the worst indices. But that worst indices we need to know it's in America. It's not blacks in Nigeria. Blacks in Nigeria and blacks in Africa are not having this worst indices that is in our medical textbooks based on the data from research in America, where blacks are obese and blacks are eating fast food.
Well, thank you for that. Again, the data that I'm looking at is different. It says otherwise. When you compute what's been collected from both races, geographically here in the U.S. and outside the U.S., those of the brown skin race seem to be disenfranchised mostly. And it's beginning to gear this century to manufacture medicines for that race. Think of anything for that race. It's different. It's almost looking like there are two of everything that is out there now based on this, in my opinion, biased data that has been extrapolated and put out there for everybody to see. So I still challenge it. Yes, lifestyle, food we eat, and all of that contribute to a great extent. And in my opinion, education is one factor that if we get a good grip on, will change the narrative. So I haven't seen it different where to say for all that's been collected and analyzed, we are always, for everything, name it, education, health, finance, we are always labeled or put at the bottom of the list. So that's what I'm asking. Like you challenged it at your conference, I've also challenged it everywhere that I go. I'm looking at the data, it's telling me otherwise. But your interpretation and publication is saying the opposite. That needs to be corrected.
All right. Thank you, the flagship.
It's a deep topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Doctor.
Okay, Paul.
Yeah. So, Brother Abdul, I have this question that I want to ask you. Let me just talk a bit about, it's kind of two questions. So now, talking about the white and the Arab, they'll be fighting for God knows when. See, France and England fought war for 100 years. It's just in their nature to fight. And when they bring us into this thing, whenever you see these people around us in Africa, we keep fighting. I think we need more sensitization about that, how that can help. I don't know how you guys can preach this thing, because slowly, I see Black people started thinking in that direction, where we want to fighting can solve any problem in mankind. Then talking about Black people, when you see like in the 60s, after the Jim Crow thing, Black people own a lot of properties. I once lived in Newark. I live in Linden. Black people owns most of these properties in Newark. Somewhere along the line, the white people live in the suburb. Black people live in the city. Gentrification came and they started kicking Black people out of there. The Jewish people is acquiring the same thing in DC. Nearly all the properties, Black people own these properties. And the people who own these properties, these are not educated Black men. These are men who had just trade, plumbers, electrician and the likes. These people own a lot of property for their kids. Today, their sons are losing it, they are in jail and the likes. What do you think we can do to better off all these things? I know Clinton brought this funny thing that you got to go to school to get trade certificate, and so many of them couldn't have basic knowledge, so they are not certified. This is how they lose all those things. What are you doing to educate the young Black man that is not interested in racking up all this student loan just to get some funny degree that will not take him anywhere?
Thank you, Paul. Brother Nassar, you want to respond?
Well, there's a big problem, and they got all kind of organizations. My grandson go to a school with boys, all boys school, and a brother graduated. He started an institute, and they're teaching them, they're mentoring them, they're using the traditional way of teaching men. They're eliminating the female, right, from the classroom, and teaching men how to be men. Okay, they're mentoring them, they're guiding them. See, we have to start on that level. We can't. This is not something that we can do right now in America. We got to start to teach our babies. We got to start taking the young men from the women at a certain age and take them on the side and teach them. You understand what I'm saying? They can be men. Men will take on the responsibility of a family, of a wife. You understand? So we have to get serious in that respect. We got to start. We can't start globally. We got to start locally now. You understand? Because we're rank and file. We're the neighborhood guys. We gotta clean our communities first. Then we'll broaden our hands to the rest of the society. But right now, you gotta worry about your own son, your own daughter. You gotta get your daughter a husband, or she'll get a girlfriend. This thing is serious. This thing is not a global thing. We're not worrying about the water in the Sudan, and you live in. No, you got to start with yourself. You got to start to protect your own babies.
So what he's
you
saying,
understand what I'm saying? They're feminizing your son right as we speak.
Community breaks down when you remove the man from it. The sense of responsibility, on the home. And for some reason, if you look at the statistics, the data, African Americans have a disproportionately high population of same-sex relations than other communities. So, whereas when you look at the mean, let's say maybe white people, maybe it's at 6%, The African American community, it's like 25%. Why? This is we are talking about. Why do we have the highest amount of same-sex relationships? And if that sector of men is weakened, where they are, where they are same-sex, then the rest of the people are also diluted. So that's when Nassar said you put milk in the coffee. You destroy the system.
See, so listen, and believe me, Nigeria is gonna follow us. Nigeria, if we turn all our men into little sissies, you're gonna be full of sissies in Nigeria also. You
100%.
understand? Because we export this thing now. We have billboards, and you looking at them, and pretty soon you'll be acceptable to it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, in the meantime, you better protect your own family. Know what your children are doing. Take away that machine if that's all they're doing. You can't even see black kids with their head up anymore because they're always down looking at some machine, some little phone. You understand? Protect yourself. They're coming for you, and they're using us to destroy you with our movies and our music, because they have murdered the black community here. And it's the living dead. There's only a few of us alive here. You understand what I'm saying? Our women are our enemies here. That's why the black man is going around looking for other women other places, because they did a job on us. So I'm warning you. You understand what I'm saying? If you're going to come here, help by giving your heart out to these dead people. Smile, start to organize yourself with them. Find anybody that is willing to do something and join forces with them, starting on a small level.
And I think if you look at the population of Nigerians here, because we have a different culture that we brought, I think it's our duty to integrate with African Americans.
Right.
Get some friends, roll with them, interact with their kids, invite their kids over. If all African families here integrated with one Black American family, we'll repair we'll strengthen ourselves and repair the cracks in the system.
And believe me,
I'm doing my part.
But we're also damaged now. Damaged people cannot fix damaged people. I think that's what Brother Nassar is trying to preach to us, that it's pretty much global now.
So some of us, we use Islam to heal that other damage. And that's what we use as a bulletproof. It can't let us become same-sex. No, we don't. In Islam, we don't like mince it. We don't joke with it. We don't joke with certain things. No, that's not happening.
In the public or in the secret?
Use that
in public or in the secret.
Something else again to build you, and that's what's the manual. Because I believe every creation has a manual. There's a manual for human beings. God created us. He gave us food, right? Water. He also gave us a manual for our brain, and we use the holy books as that manual. So you have to heal those problems in your system with the manual, and that's where we use Islam and the Quran as our operation manual.
All right.
Because you're right, we are damaged.
We have to go. I want to thank Brother Nassar for joining us, and Dr. Perry for joining us today. We're almost 3 hours, and we didn't agree to that. But I want to ask final question while you give us your final thoughts. Is you have this advocacy for attitude of gratitude. What is that?
In the Holy Quran, it says, Allah says to Bani Adam, children of Adam, if you are grateful, I will increase you. These are the words of God. He's telling Bani Adam, he's telling all of us, if you are grateful to me, I will increase you. So that's the first thing we have to start to do. The key to success is being grateful to God first. And then being grateful for whatever, if he uses you as a vessel, I should be grateful to you. You understand? So you should develop the attitude of gratitude. If you're grateful for sweet and bitter. You're grateful for pain and pleasure. You're grateful because you know it comes from the Creator. You don't deny discomfort. You embrace it. You understand? You want comfort, but you embrace discomfort also because it's part of life. This is what life is. Life is up, life is down, life is square, and life is round. Whatever comes in life, embrace it. Don't blame the white man. Deal with the white man. Do you understand what I'm saying? Don't blame, I can't get along with my neighbor. Well, you never even knocked on the door to try to get along with your neighbor. Okay? For those of you who live in America, do you know your neighbor? Are you friends with your neighbor? Half of us don't even know our neighbor. Half of us don't even talk to our neighbor. That's how bad it's gotten in America. You understand? You don't even know if your neighbor's eating or not. You understand what I'm saying? So no, we have to change. The individual has to change. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at you brothers right now. I say, look how strong and, man, mighty they look. Boy, if I had a crew like y'all, I would, oh, boy. But how are we going to get together if we don't, you understand, take the initiative to know each other? Do you understand? To know each other. Practice. If you want to be good at something, practice. If you know your body language doesn't depict to the people that I'm approachable, practice. Change your body language. Walk out the house smiling, saying hello. They may look at you like you're crazy, but so what? You won't look threatening. They already see the muscles coming out your fingers and everything else. You understand what I'm saying? But you're letting them know I'm available. And then start with your family, man. And take charge of your community. That's all. Alhamdulillah.
All right. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, God bless y'all.
And hopefully we'll bring it.
I wrote a book independently of him, Gratitude, the Silver Bullet, because I came to this understanding on my own that it's the ultimate power, and it changed my life when I understood gratitude.
You know what? That book, every time I put it, somebody come in my house and take it. You understand? That's a very good book about being grateful. Gratitude, developing the attitude of gratitude. You understand? You'll be surprised how far it will take you. You know, so alhamdulillah. May Allah bless you and your families. May Allah bless those who are having problems and need his help. May Allah bless us to come together in the spirit of truth and the spirit of the one God. And I thank you, brothers. Assalamu alaikum.
All right.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much.
And Jagun, sorry, you're late. We finished.
I'll just greet him, not to speak.
Okay. We'll take a break. When we come back, we do a review. Go ahead, Jagun. Yeah, thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody. Dr. Perry, thank you. And Nassar.
Okay, I'm done.
When your mazolo bio, akwa mazolo bio, Max, if you have unye go kwanu mo no fube nazo olaga ni biazugo, mma olaga do ni biazugo, akwa wilo chiyo biko rapuzo, kona bazia. When your master because Abama water the sorry. If you are gonna move, Lagadoni Piazigo, Lagadoni Piazigo, Abama will china, bigger up. Mazi weko odogu no queries nka onyo mani gadele mo mazi ni mazi ibu go with melody Odogu na Chalanoka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olagado ni pesigono. Mo olagado ni pesigono. Mama wilo chilo. Nikora muzoro. Anabazi. Say, Onyamazoro. Mama wazoro. Sorry. Ibya muyano kwa namo. Ofube naro. Olaga. Olaga doni piasugo. Nasaboy. Olaga doni piasugo. Mama wilo chilo. Nikora muzoro. Anabazi. Ice. Odogu kenero bikechofo. Ama kwa mnika kugogia. Waligwe kwelo. Ikejomo bele bege. Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene. Omogo ninso. Chukwe mekalumo. Ikechukwu negaji. Esi nwanne mekene mi. Ịlapụlụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa. Ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom ga-adị. Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu. Isili mmaksi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a. Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ. Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọkụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme. Wisdom onume ekene gị. Bama iyo iyo biko lapụ. Nabasị ya. Zoro, 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 zoro.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging in here. And we had a wonderful guest, something different. I think we are going to expand this conversation on Sundays. Once every month, we bring Africans who've been in the diaspora longer than us to join us and have a conversation about the fate of the Black world. I'm looking forward. So if you know any guests that would be interesting, let me know. We'll try to get him. I've been trying to get
Dr. Umar.
Umar
Doctor, I strongly believe he's going to be willing to come.
No, he will come, yes. He will come. He can stay all day, sir. He will ready to stay all day. You get him at the right time. And he will not be a dumb moment, trust me.
At the right time, yeah. We're reaching out to him and other people like that. But if you know anybody who is an interesting guest that will join us.
There's Kenyatta. There's another guy called Kenyatta too.
Okay.
He's in Chicago.
Okay.
Doctor, if you don't mind too, are you willing to bring somebody like Jake Yuga?
Who?
Jake Yuga, the TYT.
No, I don't know. I don't know. TYT.
TYT.
No.
He worked with MSNBC previously. Oh. No, he's not black. You know him.
Okay. Okay. Just send me. Yeah, you can send anybody. Really, there's no limit. Anybody who will be interesting guests. That's what we want. Oh, the talks. I know. Young. Okay, I go. You call it TYT. Yeah. I don't know. The young. If you said the young, I will.
The young talks. Yeah. The young talks. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah,
I like that.
I just like it because it's balanced when it comes to American politics. It's not on the far right or far left.
Yeah. So let's listen to Jagon first before he didn't get a chance to.
Then, sorry. Also, Doctor, one thing again. I know almost 2 years ago, you said something about like a town hall thing. You planned it for Dallas or Houston. It came back again. Even Flagship is willing to host us in Atlanta.
I know that.
Doctor, you just press pause.
I know that. We're not stopping. It's going to happen. But you guys,
Let it happen, please.
You guys have to help me. I'm only one person.
No, when you kickstart it, we'll follow it up. When you say Flagship on his own willingly, he said he's willing to host us in Atlanta.
I know.
Flagship, the invitation must come with a red heat goat.
Don't worry about that. We'll figure that one out when we get there. Paul, were you added to the WhatsApp group? Did you get the messages?
I get that message that I just said now, that you're willing to host us.
Oh, okay. Because I put in there a list for those who are wanting to be a part of it and attend, to add their name, and we build a list up so I can.
How come I'm just hearing of this?
All right, let's get back.
I thought I'm the secretary of this platform.
Hold on, guys. Let's get back to.
I thought I was the PRO of this platform. How come I'm just hearing of this? This is not acceptable. Are you behind it? I don't trust you like that. Are you the one working against me?
You're a funny guy. You're a funny guy.
When we're done with the feedback, and then we can discuss it. Go ahead. And there's a question for me. Where is that guy, Foley, that asked me a question? Where is he?
He don't go.
Oh, he don't go.
Doctor, just educate him, even if he's hearing, in terms of his sitting down. Doctor, give him your guidelines so that he will understand, because I know the way you keep taking him off, he might think it to be something else.
Yeah, no.
You understand? The way he's staying on the bed, lying on the floor, and every other thing.
Yeah,
I was
you might want to
actually
stay so that he will understand.
I don't know if Dr. Damage in the ask. Is he new to this platform? The show where they don't come here now. So
twice.
I thought he was asking the girl. I didn't know that Dr. Damage in the serious special question.
All right. Jagun, are you busy?
No, I'm very much here.
Okay, go ahead.
Very interesting, very, very interesting. These kinds of guests, for me, they're very productive and progressive in the way that we as Nigerians are thinking. I didn't watch everything, but I was actually quite excited yesterday when you said that you're going to be bringing him on. And I wanted to watch it from the whole, but I was a little bit busy, so I didn't catch everything. And I was excited to be a part of the show. However, what I enjoy is the communication between the Caribbean, Afro-American, different Black people engaging with Nigerians. I think it's so important. And Nigerians especially, to do with the psyche that we have, which is rather frayed in many ways in terms of the way forward. So when you have people who have a very strong historical content on their sort of mindset, it does lend to us kind of rejigging the way we think in order to go forward. So I really do enjoy that kind of thing. If you were to bring somebody like Umar Johnson on board, who I know very well, but I'm not necessarily a fan of his, but nobody can argue with a lot of the points he makes as a Black person. He's very strong. I feel sometimes Black people, we get a bit of an ego boost that goes a bit far. He calls himself the Prince of Pan-Africanism. Nobody gave him that title. He just put that title on his own head. So these kind of things I object to a little bit. But he would be a good guest for us as Nigerians to pepper him as to his knowledge. Because what's happening, where I look at the global Black people and what we've been able to achieve in the geographies that we've been setting, I find the Caribbean to be very strong in keeping their dignity, keeping their culture, keeping their mindset, and being able to speak truth to the white authority. We have this at different levels. In America, they've done their part, no doubt. I still feel strongly, though, as many as we've had from Africa who have been strong, it seems that we don't reach the levels of a kind of global conditioning that lends to us knowing that we are players in this game. So many from the continent don't seem like players, even though that they're the head of state, even though they have a very strong position. So I'm very glad for people like the ex ambassador to America for the African Union, Dr. Nkwame Kora, I believe, Kwai. I'm very grateful for people like Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, who has recently come on board from Kenya, a very erudite and specifically minded individual who points a direction, at least, to where our minds should be. And I am disappointed by so many of our African politicians who seem to have nothing to do with this Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanist thought, Pan-Africanist understanding, to the fact that we have a foot on our neck, and that foot on our neck has a specific orientation in terms of race. So, you know, I'm very glad that you are bringing these kinds of people on board. Thank you. I just want to say that.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagan. So, Paul, let's start with you. Yeah, feedback. Take away.
Oh, Doctor, I really have my last question, but I really appreciate his balance. Just like I told you about Jake, Yuga, and Young Talks. I like people who are very, very balanced. Then I also embrace that he's very, very family-oriented person. You know, it's trying to make us understand that word that our parents tell us back home, that charity begins at home. You know, when you do anything, you remember the home you come from. You understand? It may be very, very easy for me to smoke if my parents had smoked. It may be very, very easy for me to smoke if my elder brother had smoked. But for the fact that my father is not smoking, my elder brother is not smoking, man, my beating will come from 2 sides, if not 3 sides. So it's so tough. That's the type of thing that I'm seeing that is coming from him. And the things I see in my community that everybody do, I also want to do that thing. So if we have the right vibes, the right family, the right community, we can grow in strength. So I see that coming from him a lot. And I really, really appreciate both of them.
All right. Master Prince.
Dr. Rudolph, yeah, I actually enjoyed the two guests. However, one of the things I wanted to ask Dr. Brimah, when he said something about in Islam, they do not have this homo of a thing, you know, I wanted to laugh, but then at the same time, I kind of had to pinch myself. Why do I say so? In Nigeria, for instance, the people who even brought the homo thing to limelight, you know, allergies. Until today, it still happens. As a matter of fact, I heard that, I think, is it in Kano or some state, that there is a hotel where you go, they do that. They, you know, it's kind of like no questions. But they pretend to be holy and all that stuff. You know, me, I always tell people I'm religious but not religious. What do I mean religious and not religious? But Islam, but Christianity, whatever it is, they are all foreign to our continent. There was, before all those things, Africans had their way of living. I'm not in support of the Juju people or whatever it is. No, I'm not in support of that. My thing is, I appreciate the fact that in Africa, the first thing that you are being taught by your parents is how to respect everyone. Everyone. I told a friend of mine that, as old as I am, having been in on this earth for about 5 decades, my sister, who is older than me with about 10, whatever, will still slap me and I do nothing because it's called respect. And the thing is this, some of us, when we come here, we think in African American perspective, they have been taught a lot of things, both in school and at home. An African American woman told me that we actually sold them, their forefathers. By selling their forefathers, we sold them. And I told her, I said, these things you are saying, I, Prince, did not know about it. I wasn't the one that sold you. I don't even know if my great grandparent participated in it. But you are bringing the blame to me right now, and you are using it to judge me. It just has to do with education. So
Master
when they say smile,
Prince,
let people smile.
Master Prince, hold on. So if you are going to remove yourself from responsibility, how do you then agree that Jesus died for your sin?
Jesus Christ.
Because you were not there when the sin happened.
You don't be carrying me to go where I don't know. You don't be carrying me to go where I don't know.
Foundation of your Christianity, Jesus died.
So, well, there's even closer. There's even closer question for you. If I may put this to you, just like Rudolph did. Excuse me. The fact that you are taking yourself away from that responsibility means that you cannot blame the white man for all he has done to Africans through slavery or colonialism. You can't do it. So, if you understand the history at all, if you have any understanding of the history, you have to understand that you are responsible. It's very simple.
Jagun, let me come in.
Not on the back and forth. I don't start again.
Starting from doctor. Okay, let me put everything in a nutshell. My own kind of Christianity is believing, yes, there is God, there is God's Son, which is Jesus, and there is the Holy Spirit, which is the Comforter. And when I try to explain these three things, first, Holy Ghost, you see those things. I don't believe in when you go to certain church, they start shouting fire, 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 fire. That was not what the Holy Ghost is meant to do. It's supposed to be a comforter, something to rely on in the absence of Jesus. Yes, I believe that Jesus came. How it all happened, they said it was documented in the Bible, which is fine. And there is God. Whoever says there is no God, then that person is ignorant. There is God. Definitely we are being created by something and all that stuff. So that's that by the side. Jagun, I never said I don't blame.
Bros, maybe only you there. Can't spend 2 hours listening to you now.
You don't say they like to interrupt me. You don't start now. When you ask that your long
we are
episode of
getting
questions,
bored. It's not fair to the rest of us.
Your episode question.
Hold on. I'm still controlling.
Those your episode questions. I didn't say anything to you. Okay, so Jagun, I'm not saying I didn't blame white men. They have their faults, but I'm not gonna take what happened in the past to judge the present. I've moved on, and that is how my life is. I just move on. I see no color. I see no. That's me. I just move on, and that's me personally. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to Via.
You can only believe what you don't know. That's as simple as that. You only believe what you don't know. You cannot say, oh, you believe this is your father, this is your mother. You know they are. If you say, I believe in that, I believe in God, I believe in Christ, because you don't know, which is fine. Now I guess I really thanks, special thanks to Dr. Damiji. I think we need this kind of education from time to time, if not for any reason, to actually spur more conversation or to actually make us engage with facts and a little bit of context. This is a man who actually lived through history, going by his age and his his life history. And I didn't know anything about him. I tried to Google him, tried to see him. I thought he's a young guy that is coming, just like his teammates who came as a young guy. Not that I don't have anything against young scholar, but I don't think they have the resources to actually go down that memory lane to get some kind of information. It's financially draining. So I appreciate that. What I take from him is that he was able to actually summarize. I was actually going through the work of Martin Delany. A lot of people don't know about Martin Delany. To me, I think he's the father of Pan-Africanism. It came before Garvey and all that. And our guest actually started his conversation from the 60s, which is centered around Martin Luther King and the rest. So hopefully you get us a guest that will go beyond 60s, what transpired in the 50s, in the 30s, 17th century, 14th century, we got all this in time. And I will recommend a book by our own brother, the former Minister of Finance, Heather brother. Dele Ogun. He wrote a book called The Fatherless People. It's about Nigerian history. It talks about what actually transpired. If you read that book, you can actually deduce exactly what the man is is talking about. So I came with a very open mind just to learn, to actually match some of his points with what I know or what I've heard from people, and I think it's pretty much possible. I appreciate every at least every moment of the guest and everything. I mean, it's not that I totally agree with everything you say, but it's as I said, I came as a student to learn, to try to see if I will see any contradiction from people that are in that lane. I mean, Paul brought out what's his name, Dr. Ifatunde. There's a lot of people like that who they have different approach, even though all of them they fight the same cause. So once again, Rudolph, kudos.
All right, thank you, Obi.
Well done yourself. But we need Africans with such view of actually what happened to the Black history. I apart from Lumumba, once in a while I touch on that. I never really see read Nigerians or other other African countries in terms of history. But currently, I know there are actually see people who specialize in trying to merge the past now and pretty much where we are headed. So I think it's very good at doing that.
All right, thank you. The flagship.
Thank you once again, Rudolph. I appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for bringing that guest to come speak to us and throw some light and education into the African culture on this side of the globe. It was a great conversation. It was really enlightening and educational. And I think a lot of people need to hear this and many more to come out. The height of it for me was his clarion call to those of us here on the screen and those who are listening online at home, to the awareness that we need to do something to either stop or change the perception that the African race is heading towards, most especially with reference to our country, Nigeria, which in Africa seems to be the standard for many African nations. They look up to Nigeria for almost everything that happens. And there's a narrative out there that says, if Nigeria fails, then the entire African continent may go down. We have to pay attention to his passionate call for us to begin to step in and fill in gaps within our African community, to educate, most especially, to mentor, to begin to speak into the minds of the young generation, those that are behind us, including ourselves as well, to begin to highlight what we need to know with reference to who we are, number one, and what the game is out there, the agenda is out there. There's a huge concern about the African race, so to say. In my reading and my studies, research so far, this is the only race that has not been conquered here in the West. When I say the West, I mean America. It still stands for over centuries that we have been here, we were brought here as slaves. or however we found our way here. Many other races have been conquered, subjected, or either pushed to one corner where they make a habitation for themselves. But it's still very difficult to overrun the African race. We have to keep that fire burning to make sure that the next century from now, we are still standing. And it's concerning because when he referenced Nigeria by saying that it's on its way there now, the people are being changed to begin to think like the West. He's actually correct. They don't need to come here now as it is before they start imbibing the culture or the style of life in the West. Social media gives that to them free of charge. And they seem to assimilate it at a very fast rate. That if you go to Nigeria today, there are many young adults who have not stepped outside the shores of Nigeria, but they tend to speak the way the Western people do. They have the language, they're having the behavioral patterns. They are trying to imbibe the culture. I use that word rather in quotes. And it's a concerning phenomenon that we really need to address. We seem to be the only race that the moment we escape out of our country, we dish our culture and tradition, the good parts of it, and we go straight on for the Western culture and act like we were never from Africa. It's very concerning. I think if we can get more people that understand this trend and can speak more on it to educate us and get us back on track so that even while on the white man's land, I use that word not seriously, we still know who we are and we can hold our own, our culture and our tradition. Lastly, I work with a lot of people from other race. It shocks me to see how strong they hold their tradition and cultures and never let go. Why they take that of the white man is like a pick and choose. What they think will enhance their culture and tradition and make it better. They pick, put it to it and move on with it. They don't seem to drop theirs. But ours is different. And I don't totally blame our people. Maybe it's because of the way the country back home or the continent back home has treated them. There's been so much oppression that when they get out of there, they don't seem to want to go back. They want to ditch everything they know about the place and just imbibe the culture, lifestyle, and tradition of wherever they find themselves. So again, thank you for this great guest today. We need more of these. Education and knowledge is something that we can never have enough of. And the more we get, the more we begin to change our minds. And as we change our minds, we change our culture and head in the right direction. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. Eagles Air, you're next.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rudolph. I'm very happy for this night guest that we have today. And if I'm to say, this impartation of knowledge that we receive today is very great. That's why sometimes when I don't have time to join this platform, it's as if that I have lost a lot of things because sometimes I used to get a lot of knowledge. I learn from a lot of people and a lot of things being said here. But what I'm trying to say, based on the word of our guest, special guest here, change begins from you and I. You can't give out what you don't have. That's why you're talking about body language. The body language you demonstrate, you showcase today, determine how people will react to you. That's the most important thing. If you have a wrong body language, people will react wrongly to you. If you have a positive body language, people will react positive to you. That's why I talk about putting a smile in your face. But that smile of a thing, sometimes it's a difficult thing to me. Based on my face, I don't know whether I will see somebody that began to put a smile on face.
Eagles Air, can you try the smile? Let's see whether it works. Okay.
I'm smiling now. As I'm talking to you, I'm smiling now.
We can see it. You have it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. So what I'm trying to say in effect that as we have gotten the knowledge this hour, can we put it in practice within people that is around us? That's the most important thing. Not to get in knowledge is the problem, but to impart it in other people. is the most important thing in life. Because when you showcase the knowledge you have and impart it into others, you make a difference in a society. It touch life in a society. But when you receive it, because guys, when you talk about computer, you talk about garbage in, garbage out. When you keep on garbage in and without garbaging out, before you could know it, you will run off of the space. But the most important thing is that let us start within our environment with a good body language to make a difference. But what I want to talk about is that, God created heaven and earth and man, especially man, and gave us one law. That's one law God gave to us. What is that law? Choice. Lot of choice. It's you and I. We decide whether we choose wrong thing or the right thing to do. But if we choose the right thing to do, then we bring positive in our society. For instance, what is happening in Abia State today? The governor of Abia State choose to do the right thing in Abia State. That's why there is changes in Abia State. People are laughing, people are rejoicing. But when we make a wrong choice by the people within around us and the kind of life we live, people cry. For instance, the choice that the cabals in Nigeria did with Tinubu, now people are crying. Even people that were celebrating him yesterday, today they are crying. They're the one on the streets demonstrating. So the wrong choice we make today determine how far we go in life. Now you talk about dealing of the head of the family. When a man lost it all, the family has lost it all. Then what makes a man to lose it all? When you copy the wrong thing. You make a reference of Nigeria, that Nigeria is next place, that this atrocity or this immorality that's coming down to Nigeria. You found out that Nigeria, the problem we have, we copy, we don't copy well. We are fast in copying the wrong thing. We are not fast to copy the good thing. That's the problem we have. And as long as we are fast in copying the wrong thing will keep on happening to us. That's why has Nigeria happened to you. If Nigeria happened to you, understand what I mean by that. So please, I will applaud you that this time around you look for better people that will part of this knowledge, because when we have a change in our side, then we change the society. There's one narrative I used to say. And what is that narrative? When you educate a woman, you educate a nation. But when you educate a man, you educate a single entity. That's how it is. But as we have the knowledge, we're able to impart it in people that within around us, both our wife, our children are within around us. Then when they go out, they showcase what they have from inside. And people will do what? We cling to it. So I thank you so much for this better knowledge and this guest that you brought to us this hour, and expecting more of this knowledge so that we'll be able to impart it to others and make a difference. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Agus. Jagan, you've had your chance.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Bob. You see, listening to everybody and taking the fact that they were all able to see important points in which the guests made today, I think this is quite fundamental, because as it was said, these things sometimes things of change don't always happen from the top. They can do, but they're not always real. They're rather manipulated changes that we are somewhat coerced into. But the whole idea that I underlined from the gentleman who was speaking, forgive me, I don't know his name.
Nassar Rahmaan.
Nassar Rahmaan. Thank you.
Rahmaan, yeah, Abdul Rahman.
Abdul Rahman, very good. The gentleman, he said that change can happen locally and not necessarily globally. Now, this is real, and I think it needs to be really paid attention to. There's something I always speak on, and I say that we're supposed to be looking in the mirror, because if we are glad to be pointing the finger of judgment, of criticism, of blame, if we are able to do this, then we have to accept our own doing. This is why I underline to our guy, Mazi in California, that responsibility is what we have to tackle. We have to tackle our role. We have to tackle what it is that we are doing as individuals. It's too easy to complain, to blame. You know, we all know that Nigeria, our country, is a sham. But there's something about Nigeria that has actually followed my own trajectory in life, where sometimes I'm doing extremely well and sometimes I'm doing so poorly. It's terrible. This is just me. And if I don't tackle these things that are happening to me, the negative things that happen and why these negative things are taking place, if I don't tackle that, then they don't change. You have to tackle the ills that are within yourself, and you have to know what they are. You have to, because people can only advise you so far. People can only tell you so much. You know the term, look after yourself, when people are saying goodbye. Look after yourself. How are you? These terms that we put to each other, they can be kind of terms that we just say, but don't do, because we don't really engage with it. But the term look after yourself is so deep. It is so deep. You have to understand what it means when people tell you look after yourself. It's because nobody else can. Nobody else can look after you. You have to look after yourself to become some level of product within the community, within the society. So I put to everybody that these things that we are looking for in terms of change of our society, in terms of not just swallowing, full scale, the edicts of the West and their culture, and imbibing that, we have to look after ourselves in such a way that we are progressive for the greater community. Now, these are the essences, I believe, of the kinds of individuals like Abdul, who came on today. These are the depth of what we need to be taking from what they are saying. There's a historical content to it. There is a contemporary content, and then there is the future content, and all have to make a straight line. All are relatable. I thank you.
Thank you, Jagan. Janaba.
Thank you, Rudy. Thank you so much. Dr. Ramani?
Abdul Rahmaan.
Abdul Rahman. He made my day. He's honest about whatever he's putting out there. He focused one thing about family, that we should make ourselves, that the change start with us and from the family level. And in that case, he emphasized that we should turn the mirror on ourselves. If we want to see a better society, we should see the better of ourselves. And he also talked so much about the family value, and he also talked about the unity and the seed of discord or disunity sown among the African American and the Africans. And he touched about the difference between this Islam and the Arab Islam, that they have their own Islam and all of that. And the deep I was not surprised, but it was interesting. He said that Barack Obama is no go area. He don't like Obama way. He believes Obama is a stooge to accomplish whatever the white people want to do to the black people. He was deep. He was very deep. It was a little controversial, but if you remember, as a journalist, I'm talking to Dr. Rudy. There's a guy called Van Jones. He was Obama's senior advisor. he believed that 9/11 also they believe, and that's why he resigned from being advisor to Obama. He made the same statement. They call him Van Jones. He's a CNN contributor right now. So that is what resonates with some people. I don't know the knowledge, the access that I do not, but he believed 9/11 was arranged. He's deep. Um, the only thing when I see our brothers and sisters in 21st century, it bugged me personally as a black man that we're all going to have our differences, even if you are twins from the same mother. But we must look at for I will borrow forefathers' language, say for the greater good. We have to look something sometimes for the greater good of our society and our race to make some decision or make some comment. So when I look down to Nigeria and I see some of the rhetoric on this platform, I'm not exempting any tribe in particular from the controversy, but then it amazes me in 21st century, even when there is this opportunity for us to be united using media, like you are in New York now, and I'm somewhere else in part of America, and my brother from India, we all can come together and talk our differences and respect it. I don't have to agree with you 100%, but when I see us, especially on this town square, it amazes me how far we are that we cannot respect each other's differences because we are not always at the same level of knowledge on particular issue. There are some topics you can treat very well, you can talk about it very well. I may not, because that may not be my major. I'm not be a major on it. Maybe you are an engineer, I'm not. So, but then with flat of African the seed of discord, whether it's by religion or by something, is rooted in us. And that is a concern to me. I do not have to be a Christian. I do not have to be a Muslim. I can be who I am and be just a decent human being. And I believe that in a philosophy that when you raise your voice, you are losing the argument because you are making no sense, too much sense like it should. So I want us to take it back home. And that's why last time I commented that in diaspora, to whom much is given, much is expected, that we are doing more damage to the continent of Africa. Because if our eyes have seen and we have experienced the bad and the good of other nations, and the only thing we have to live with is to be ourselves and improve on ourselves, improve on our value, and move the continent and the people towards a progressive society. But oftentimes, we do not respect each other's view. Maybe you may have a deeper, like my brother here, the flagship. He treated the topic so well. I thought he was a medical doctor, but to find out that all that he gathered, he was not a medical doctor. But he's a very intelligent guy. so, but that is intelligent of Nigeria. We are very gifted people, and forefathers' last name could not make us have a meeting. Somebody say he must talk like you give him a job. So we have to calm down and respect each other's view and move on to the next level. And to brother Paul as a roundup, Uve is the one holding Dr. Rudy here. We have been to several places trying to book appointment towards June this year. I don't know, it's still possible, but he's around. After taking his Igbo, maybe his brain will be okay. And it's a therapy for him. I did not allow him to come to the church because he's looking for a woman and I don't want to be part of it. The Bible says he's ever look for the woman, find a good thing. He should go and find his own wife. If you want to remain like forefathers, it's okay. Thank you.
All right.
Jonaba, now I know you're a Republican.
Oh, yeah. He is. Jonaba, okay, well, let me leave it. I don't want you to respond to me. Forefathers, what's your view? Did you watch? Did you?
Thank you for having me, Rudolph. Thank you. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. I saw a bit of it at first, and yeah, he talked about some of the struggles. I think for me, it's quite familiar in terms of, because I do speak to African Americans quite a bit. And as a matter of fact, most of some of the stuff that I got to realize was because of some things going on in that's the US. Yeah, I think he sounds like somebody that, even with Islam too, you see, that's something that one has to observe. Even Islam didn't cloud his view of things. He still understands that we are in a situation that we need to get ourselves out of. And I think he also said something about the mind. I think somebody was trying to tell me that he heard what he said, that he said something about the mind. And I think he's beginning to come down to that. What has been affecting us is a mental problem, and whereby we have not a kind of extricated ourselves from the recent past, 60, 70 years ago, and most of our leaders still behave that way. I must say, I was shocked the other day when I saw Fani Kayode from Nigeria. I think that he's associated with this government, if I'm not mistaken. And he showed up on this, I think, ROT channel, which is supposed to be more on the left in the West. He sounded so different, so anti-Israel, that I was shocked. Like he began to sound, he began to sound like anti-Semitic. Really, he was so strident against Israel and what America is doing. I was like, but when you're in Nigeria, you don't say this. He was so aggressive, far more aggressive than the guy that just came on. And yet, when he's in Nigeria, everybody pretend as if nothing is going on, and pretend as if everything is okay with our state. It tells you that for some reason they feel like they need to keep the people asleep that way. But this is why I think what you are doing here is very important, because we need to start bridging this gap. And the one of the greatest gifts the African Americans and the diaspora have for us on the continent is to get us to realize that we are actually, how the Yoruba this thing tag name took on its own life because of the transatlantic slave trade, and because something forges a people, some event will occur, suddenly you realize that you are a people, you are not just a rabble just hanging together. And what African Americans have to offer us, and those groups, the greater diaspora have to offer us, is to get us to realize that we are a people that are under attack, especially that we don't know it. When we are on the continent, the way we behave, we act as if everybody's our friend. Even till yesterday, somebody was telling me we don't have enemies. Nobody's threatening Nigeria. But from their point of view, they know. They understand it 100% that there is a war going on, and somehow the continentals are not participating in it at all. And that is the gift that they are, the greatest gift they will offer us, I would say. And there's this British guy though, Akala, isn't it? That's his name. And he's quite articulate about the what has happened in the past. He knows a lot about this. If you can get him, I think he's going to be like a very, very valuable addition. He speaks to a lot of people. Akala is his name. He's been to Cambridge universities, and he's done a lot of work on this thing. You can get a hold of him. I hear these days he seems to be hanging around Angelina Jolie quite a bit. People are suspecting something, but who knows what he's up to now? For all you know, he's becoming some views are beginning to change. But
It's
he's
a great
very, very
choice,
good.
though. Akala is somebody I know
Yeah.
directly, and that's a big choice.
Yeah,
Right.
highly intelligent. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, that's what I think. I think what you are doing here is a big thing. That move of bringing people from there to Nigeria to talk to Nigerians is a big one, because sometimes they need to hear it that from people that have lived it. They are not just saying it. Their parents, their grandparents, they've lived the hardship. So you hear some of the things they will testify. Nigerians will not. Some of them, they don't even understand how bad it can get. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you for that. KJ, I know you've been waiting. Sorry, I wanted to make sure you were not driving.
Sorry, thank you so much. Somehow I had to go to church, so I didn't hear. I had bits and bits here and there, but the last speaker I had, his last closing remarks, and I was quite impressed with it. There was, in fact, coincidentally, I had a video of Dr. Umar I wanted to send to you, where he was asking that Nigerian home Nollywood should invite him. He wants to be part of the Nollywood industry in Nigeria, and that he's waiting for an invitation. Anybody who is a producer in Nigeria should invite him. I'd be so glad to be part of the movie industry in Nigeria. And he's only going to play the good parts. He doesn't want to play any bad parts. He doesn't want to play the drug baron. Doesn't want to play. He just want to play good parts. And I thought that was interesting for a big, commentator like him to want to feature in the Nigerian movie industry. And probably also talk shows like this one. So, but as well also invite him to start from here. Yeah, I agree with majority of what, especially when he talked about the color of one's wife and all that. The truth of the matter is that to be African is not being rude. To be African or to show that you are liberated, not being rude, it's not being some people present themselves as the fact that the more rude you are, the more unruly you are, the more then that makes you are fighting against the system. No, we should be more what, how do I put it now? We should be more wise than that. We should put more things in place. If I want to fight against the system, it's not by physically doing, showing action. It's by mentally taking over the system, bit by bit. And so for us as, people outside of Nigeria and those also who are in diaspora, I mean the Black Americans who are here, we should now go from where we are, which is what I quite agree with the last speaker, to a new place, a new ground, where we can now be the go-to person. Where we can now be just like many years ago when they built the Black Wall Street, where everything in the States at that point was gotten from the Black Wall Street until there was a setup. I don't want to go into that now because I'll be digressing myself. But all I'm trying to say is that once we are able to establish as a people who have the, who are the go-to person, then the world will have will find it difficult not to deal with us. But what happens is that sometimes we as a people also help to sabotage our own people. Some time ago I was reading about Dr. Ezekiel, who was the first guy who designed the first made in Africa car in Nigeria. Okay, and how he suffered and eventually died without achieving that, as far back as 1977. So it's 1997. This has been a dream that we as a people have nurtured. We have the technology, doctor. I keep saying we have the ability. If we have the leadership who will support us and give us a new sight, I keep saying this. We as the biggest Black nation on earth, we need a new sight. We need someone to point us to. Israel had a leader called Moses, who pointed them across the sea and said, "This is the way we are going. This is where we are going." And so we need at this point in time of our development, we need a Moses who will point to us the promised land. Okay, we need a Joshua who will be ready to fight through to get to the promised land. It's not all about sharing national cake, which we have been sharing since Nigeria became independent till today. Nobody has been able to eat even a good cake from the pie they've been sharing. So maybe if we get someone who has the mental capacity to draw us back, to rewrite the history. It's difficult to sometimes I think about what I read, in primary school. Why would I be reading about Mungo Park? And I was shocked when I went to Niger State and I discovered that some people have been living there before Mungo Park ever came. And we accepted that these things will be taught our children. that Mungo Park founded River Niger. Okay, so we the leadership of of the black race, especially in Nigeria, and I say that because we are more in number, should come take into cognizance what they are allowed to be educational foundation of that people. I come to culture. I came to, like I said here some time ago in this meeting, I came to the US and I discovered that they are doing Halloween. For all this is witchcraft. But the churches celebrate Halloween. They make big sales in Halloween. They do all that. Am I saying we should go back to that practice? No. But I'm saying that if this is the culture that they are practicing, they are even doing this, they don't even know itself. Because the Hmong cultural dance pass this one when they do now. But we should go back now and tell our people, come on, being a Christian is not living your culture. I'm not saying, listen to me carefully before I'm misquoted, because I can see Mazi Prince. Where you are going is not where I'm going. Okay? Oh yes, I'm particularly calling you because I heard what you said, about the Holy Spirit. No, that's not where I'm going. I am, a Bible carrying, tongue speaking, hand laying, okay, demon casting Christian. I don't have any this thing about that. I'm saying that we should go back now and package our own tourism. Package it very well, okay? Our Momo festivals, our Ekpe festivals, all of them, package them and make them a tourist attraction. Publish, they put the paper so that the whole world knows when to come to Imo State, go to Calabar, go to Lagos.
Hold on, KJ.
Yes.
So you have to first talk to your church people to stop burning our shrines, because how can we do this festival and get tourists when your people are destroying we have to start from there.
No, you see, and when I'm talking about church now, I'm not talking about Odumoje kind of church. You understand? Those are the ones who are going to fight.
Daddy, the Lord. That's my daddy, the Lord.
Come on. Those are the ones who are going there to go and fight the shrines. We have shrines in my community. We have churches in my community. Nobody has gone to, because the shrines are on their own. Leave the shrines. Nobody's even worshiping the shrines now. People are going to where they get results. So the church should exist. The shrines, or the now I don't want to take the word shrine because I don't want Mazi Prince to quote me again.
But you send the fire to go and burn it, a magical fire to go and burn it.
No, listen. You talk something about fire. You see, there's something the Bible says. Say the things you don't understand, you disdain. I don't want to go there, but these are things that you need to learn differently from this platform. And so, what I want to simply say is this. In my community, if you go to watch the Hmong festival, you don't have to be a member of the Hmong festival. These are tourist attractions that the Igbo are using to bring money to their country. We can go to Lagos and watch the Eyo festival. That festival is there. Anybody can go pay money, come to the city of Lagos when it's being held, and after that you can go to Calabar to go and watch the what is this? The Afofuna festival. These are things that can generate resources for Nigeria. We should not, throw them away. And I don't have any problem. Anybody who wants to worship the idol, you can take your idol if that's what's giving you result and that's what you believe in. It's okay. It's okay, because they are crafters in America. They are crafters. Are they not crafters? They even have Church of Devil and the Church of Satan. It's everywhere. Okay, they have those who worship technology. It's everywhere. So what I'm simply saying is that we as Africans haven't discovered this thing now. That is some form of deception in it. Remember, I do not subscribe to those who say religion is the thing of the white man. No, not at all. Okay, and so the thing I'm saying is that we also should package our own. We should be more wiser than the people of the West, and repackage ourselves also, and then introduce this and make it a yearly or monthly or whatever festival we want, but let it be on the calendar, on the world calendar of it as a tourist attraction. Okay, 2 days ago I was watching a documentary of a man, the river, the cleanest river in Africa, somewhere in River State. Okay, where King Jaja of Opobo used to take his bath. These are tourists. These are things who can package them, make get the best of Nollywood or Hollywood to design these things and make them, I know Jaja of Opobo have some of his grandparents. They can set up these things, set a place where you can go. They tell you stories. You think the Israel will go to those places where Jesus was born? No, They tell you all kinds of stories. This was where Mary match leg. How do you know that was where Mary was standing? You know, so all this we can repackage our own and tell our own story the way we want it, and also publish it and make sure that we stand by it and make our money. I'm serious. So that's what I think, and I think we should come to a place of changing our mindset. Thank you.
KJ, I like you.
There is hope. Doctor, I think it's my turn now.
Oh, I thought you spoke. No, we're gone round.
Look, everybody has spoken. Everybody has spoken.
Yeah, but I want to go, but I want to say some things.
Okay.
I want to answer Foley, who was talking about on Moyole show, right? So if he's watching, you know, I don't know what he meant, but my role here is not to support anybody, especially people in the political arena. My role is not to support whoever, whether the person is my friend. I happen to know most of them, you know, some of these people who are running for whatever position. My goal is to make sure that this place is a place that anybody can come in and air their view, sell their product. If they're a politician, I invited all the presidential candidates to come here to talk, you know, so I'm not going to be out there promoting anybody, whether the person is my friend or not. So I wanted to say that. And also, just for the purpose of making it clear, he's been here several times. Since he was freed, I've called him and invited him to come back. You know, he will come back when he wants to come back, when the time is right. So it's not, I don't think I don't invite the Tinubu people to come. I do that every week, almost every week. And, you know, whenever we see anybody, we see them. But I'm not going to be promoting any particular candidate for any particular position. No, that's not the job. All right. That's it. I will thank you guys for coming today and for joining us. Next week, we're going to bring another interesting guest. And I got some names that you guys shared on the comment section, like Dr. Ray Higgins. I know Dr. Uma, I've been trying to reach him, and then Kala and many others. So I will continue to reach out to different people and anybody who can help. Who, you know, most of the time it's about assets. You know, there are some people that you reach, they may not be familiar with you and they'll be wondering, but if you have that connection, you know, in this business, they have a team. If you go to NBC or CNN, they have a team that book guests, a team, not one person, not even, you know, it's a major aspect of what we do here. The better your team is prepared, the more they can drag people and bring people to the show. But we're doing our best and we'll continue to do our best. Thank you guys, and I appreciate everybody.
Doctor, don't run. You said you're going to talk about the town hall thing.
Oh, the town hall. Okay, no. What we are doing, I mean, all right, we set up different groups. I mean, we had, oh, you are there. I think you are in that message. If you are not, I'm sorry, but you should be there.
Yeah. I was in the message all through to the group message, just missing team air. But I was there.
I know what.
I just don't want to go comment as things that is not so relevant and everything.
What we're doing now is that we're breaking it down into 3 different groups, different interest groups, because it appears as if a lot of people were in that particular group. Some people are not interested in some things, some people are interested in other things. So we're going to do that, and then we'll go from there. But it's going to happen, I trust, at the flagship. We've talked about it, and we'll make, as we continue the planning, we'll make it public. You know. So, but give us more time to put things together. But I'll add you, Paul. I'll add you to that group. But you have to lead. You don't just come and observe. You lead.
I just want to come and eat free food.
Oh, Flashing, you want to say something?
Yeah. I wanted to add that for that group, I sent a message, and I'm going to resend it again today. And I started a list. Okay. If you know you're interested and you want to attend, please just add your name and open the next number up. It's going to help me plan. I need at least 3 months to get this rolling, to get a place, and to make sure I work around catering for those who are planning to eat food goat and so on. So I need a name, a head count that will help me plan. And also I want to chip this in, please, for those that would want to attend. Beyond us, if you have teenagers that are up to age that understand you think should know and understand the things about Nigeria. Please include them and bring them. I think it would be proper for us to not only have this discussion amongst ourselves, we're going to get our children in on it so they too can get a grasp of what is going on. Who knows, someday they may decide to go back and want to help to keep the fight going and make a better Nigeria, whatever it becomes. So please, add your name to the list, send it out. If you get it and if you're added, if you're interested in coming, add your name and let's keep it going.
Where will this be holding?
It's going to be in Atlanta. It will be in Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I get up to 30 names, I would kick off the reservation process and start working on things. So it's out there. Thanks.
All right.
Kudos to you for that.
Flagship, kudos. Sometimes you never can tell. People may want to come outside the country, and
Oh yeah, it's open. It's open to anybody who wants to come, as long as
So you might also want to update us on time so that the cost of hotel and tickets.
In the message, I also included that information. I proposed June this year, the summer. But as it is now, Rudolph would you and I will talk later more on that. But I did propose June to have that meeting done. But if it's going to be beyond June, that's fine. Whatever time it is, once Rudolph decides, I'll take it up from there myself. And I'll start the communication on preparation, hotels, flights, recommendation. All of that I want to put together in one package and send all the recommendations to also you make a choice on which one you choose to use. But my plan is to have it within the central district of downtown Atlanta, have the venue and the hotel, same property that can accommodate 50 or more people, depending on the number that decides to come, so that we can have everything within the same center of event in Atlanta. And if we choose to take it a day beyond the meeting, we can do a little bit of sightseeing and tour for those who have not been to Atlanta before. All of these I'm planning to work together and put in a package. So like I said, 50 and above will give me a good place to start from. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. We'll connect after this sometime today or tomorrow. All right.
That's a good one. And I'm going to be in Atlanta for 4 days, May 3rd to the 4th. I regret.
You chop banga soup now, Paul, Abi?
Yeah, the chop banga soup. I'm coming for graduation on May the 3rd to 4th.
If you have time, just give me a ring and we'll plan to connect.
Oh, I like free food. I'll definitely let you know.
Well, if you come house, come chop then.
Thank you, guys. Forefathers, over to you. See you guys next week.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, man. It would be great to be getting some of all these Umar, Dr. Okala, all these people here to come and have these discussions. I think Niger man is a scam. Who is next? Is he okay? It's Janaba, isn't it?
No, give to Niger man.
It's Paul.
No, it's not
Niger man just come now.
Paul, greedy man. Just want to chop
let
everything.
Niger man. He just came so that he just followed the.
He just want to chop everything, my man. I don't know what happened to Paul.
Okay. Niger man, are you in Nigeria?
No, Niger is a scam, not Niger man.
Okay, Niger is a scam. Okay,
no,
are you in Nigeria?
I'm not in Nigeria. I'm in US. I'm in Wisconsin.
Welcome.
I already spoke before when the guests were here. So
yeah, Papa, you would have started from the beginning to make it easier than we go.
No, this guy is the last guy to speak now. He just come, make him speak
for a long time. He won't be able to speak for a long
time. What's the confusion?
I don't have much to say anyway. I don't have much to say. Why I came in here is just to ask KJ a question. Because when I see Africans and Black people trying to protect Christianity and religion, I feel some kind of way. I want to ask KJ a question. Do you know how your ancestors became Christians?
Before you guys continue, I'm sorry to just bump in this way. Can you put me in the backstage? I'll be back in a few minutes, please.
Okay. Niger is a scam. I'm Igbo. And my Igbo name is Okechukwu. It was not an English. It was not an name invented by a Christianity. It was given, and the name beared that the Igbos have been bearing before the coming of Christianity. And if you know the meaning of Okechukwu, you know that it's not coined after religion of the whites. It's coined. I'm just going to take you. I don't want to go beyond this point. It's coined after my tribe, the people who I am. So if you go by this postulation, you find out that the Igbos were already practicing what is being put in the Bible now, before even the Bible was invented.
No,
Because
KJ, hold on. KJ, hold on 1 second.
That is a dodge there.
KJ, hold on 1
You
second.
didn't even name yourself.
KJ, hold on 1 second. Forefathers.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, forefathers.
you see, forefather, you keep making those. That's why sometimes when you are this class, because you have, excuse me, you have the platform as a moderator, and you just jump in. I don't have that right. Okay, so why don't you just? No, I don't have it because you shut me down. You normally will put off the mic. Now let us go back to the assumption I created. My forefather didn't create the name of Okechukwu. My great-grandfather didn't create the name of Okechukwu. The name of Okechukwu has been in existence as long as the Igbo race has been in existence. Did the white man also create the Igbo race?
No, but you use your name as an argument. Please energize this scam. Go ahead.
Okay, forefathers. KJ, you didn't answer my question. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you about your name. My name is Kelechi, right? Means thank God, right? What I'm asking you is, did you know how your ancestors became Christians?
I don't understand it. Did I tell that my ancestors were Christians? Did I say that anytime?
Okay. If your ancestors were not Christians, why are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian not because I was born into a Christian home. I decided to read about religion.
You are lying.
I decided to do my research.
He's not lying. You can't tell him he's lying.
No, you can't say he's lying, but the question is different.
You became a Christian because someone taught you about Christianity. You don't just
my brother, Naja, look, I'm a full-grown man. I have the right to make a decision. If you wanted to go that way, you would ask me what was the brand of Christianity I took first. I was a Catholic. I almost became a priest. Let me tell you, if you want to know my history. Okay? So, but I went out of my way to do my own research about religion and how it all began. So I have a full and in-depth knowledge of how religion started. You can't teach me that one. Okay? So my brother, no verse. Just like I told you, the simplest way is each and every one of us here who sometimes we mistake to say that Christianity is a white man religion. Maybe what is being practiced now, probably have been introduced by the white man, does not mean that whatever we are practicing now came from Oyibo man. It didn't come from Oyibo man. Oyibo man didn't come to teach us shifting cultivation in Igbo land. Obama didn't come to tell us how to do certain things which are being practiced now in Igbo land, which is what some of them are that are written in the Bible. They're not that. So don't say that, please. It's not a very
please,
I don't know.
KJ, with all due respect, okay. With all sorry,
I'm
please,
okay.
I just have a little minutes to be here. KJ.
Okay, sir. I want to say something, please. I want to say something. What I'm trying to say, based on what KJ was saying, when you read the book of Old Testament and check the culture and tradition of Igbos, you'll find out almost the same thing is written in Old Testament.
That is inaccurate, I must say.
I don't think it's inaccurate. I don't think it's inaccurate at all.
People say things. Old Testament is very, very different from what we practice in Nigeria.
I'm telling you the truth.
I don't know if it's
That's the same for Yorubas.
I don't know.
If you look at the Old Testament and you look at the Yoruba tradition, the deep tradition, they're accurate. They just fit on top of each other. So all these things that Nigerians are coming out with newly. Christianity this or you bought that. You are just coming across that way of thinking. The rest of the world was there in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. That's where they were in that period. So, there's nothing new about what you're saying. It's just new to you. So the people have basically understood that there are separations in culture where religion is concerned. So the religion of Christianity that came out of Europe was a Europeanized way of Christianity. It was quite different from the Coptic of Egypt and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and the Armenian Church in the Middle East. So these traditions of Christianity were all different, and there are even more differences. However, when we're looking at history and we see how history fits with religious texts, this is where we get to know who is who. Nigerians, by testimony of their culture, are the highest circumcised men in the world. And this didn't start yesterday. It's been like that from time immemorial. We are more circumcised than anyone in the Arab world, anyone in the Jewish world, anyone in the European world. So when you come with this idiotic new brand way of, oh, do you know where Christianity is this time? Do you know where it? Wait, let me land.
Hold on. It's not idiotic for one. And what they are saying,
well, wait,
hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. What you are calling idiotic, they are saying about the new brand. It's not about, okay, they have this is circumcision is not religion.
No, circumcision religion, but it is spoken. It is spoken.
Some customs. See,
no, wait,
Big Boss. It's not religion.
No, but you see, you have to take on board.
Forefathers, please.
You can't mix it up like that, forefather.
Hold on, Jago.
You can't do that, man.
Hold on. The question Nigerian man asked is a very specific question.
Once again,
it's a very specific question. The question Niger, this man, Niger is a scam asked was that where did your current Christian religion come from? That's what.
And I think KJ. Wait, let me answer that.
Hold on now. Even the Ethiopian Orthodox.
That wasn't my question either. That wasn't
my question. What was the question? Ask the question again.
Question, I asked KJ, did you know how your ancestors became Christians? Because you took Christianity from your ancestors.
Okay, that specific question, I think, was answered very well by KJ. He spoke completely about what as he really underlined and mentioned, he's a grown man. He can think. So he spoke about the term Okechukwu and what it means and how long that has been within his culture of people. And then he spoke specifically about his own Christianity, where it began from a Catholic point of view, but then he studied. He went into it. He wanted to prove certain things to himself. And as such, he came out with the fact that this is the type of Christianity that I, myself, as an individual, am going to practice. And that's legitimate. There's nothing you can post.
I agree with you. He has the right to answer that, but that is not answer to the question where
exactly.
It's an answer to the question.
Exactly. No, it's not. Listen.
Then you have to answer that question for your own family.
Are you seriously trying to make it controversial that we don't know where the modern Christianity that we practice in Nigeria came from? Are you trying to?
No. There is. I beg to put this to you, forefather, that there are differences because I'm speaking from my own point of view. Wait, my brother.
Let's hear him. Let's just hear what he's saying, please.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Jago.
Thank you. When you put that question to us, I put it to you that it is controversial. Where Christianity and how Christianity spread around the world is a controversy, and where it is in Europe, it's a deep controversy. Deep. So unless you can decipher this controversy, you can't say necessarily that I don't use the term Christianity for myself, but I follow the book and I follow Christ, and that's how clean I am. I'm away from Christianity. You don't tell me that I'm a Christian. You understand? I'm not good enough to be a Christian, or I'm not bad enough to be a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I'm somebody who follows the Bible, and I'm somebody who knows the royalty of who Christ is. So with that, that's how I do my Christianity. Nobody taught me that. No one on the planet. I came to that with myself from my own understanding and how I grapple with the news that comes out to me from a faith point of view. So the way the book, the oldest Bible in this planet is an Ethiopian Bible. And it depicts everything that they call the Apocrypha inside that Bible. So what was separated at the time of Constantine for European Christianity, where they took out Jubilees, they took out the Book of Enoch, they took out all these books. They took them out and separated it. And in that separation, then they created their Christianity. This is quite different from the Coptic Church of Greece. It's quite different from the Coptic Church of Egypt, which was 500 years before Constantine, and it's quite different from the Orthodox Ethiopian.
And
So if you
where
don't,
did
if you as
the
an
Ethiopians
individual,
get it from?
just
Where did the
because,
Ethiopians get it from? Do you know?
sorry, once again,
Where did the Ethiopians get their Christianity from?
well, the Ethiopians have a very long history in terms of where they are situated in the Horn of Africa and where Israel
They
is.
got it. They
And that
got it
and
from a Greek.
wait, no, and that part of the world. So they have been following Judaism. If you understand the Aksum Empire,
Oh my
then you
God.
know that they've been following Judaism for a long time. And the Aksum was the first Christian city in the world, if you want to put it in that way. I know this history.
Okay, let me
It's you
read it
people
now.
that are just coming across these things. And that's why you're finding it very confusing.
Just to share information, let me just read. It says Christianity first came to the Aksum Empire in the 4th century AD, which is before Constantinople, when the Greek-speaking missionary named Frumentius converted King Ezana. So this is what we are talking about. That's a similar question. Nigeria is a scam. He says he's trying to understand. He ask you, where did this stuff come from? Just like the Greek person was able to convert one king and the king converted the entire nation, where did ours come from? That's what he's trying to ascertain from this in KJ. And I'm sure KJ, come on, man, you're just dodging the question. You know what the answer is. It's obvious. So we just
you see my challenge with you. This is what I said earlier. You are hogging the mic. You are the one who is the moderator, and you jump in. We are not allowed to jump in that way because you shut us down.
You jumped in
So
just now.
no, I don't want to jump in because I think I want to give myself some level of respect. So now what I have answered is my own answer. If it does not align what you're thinking is, it's okay. But don't tell me what I'm telling you is wrong. And you have the right to say what you have said. You don't. What I've said, you don't believe it. You don't. But don't tell me it's wrong.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. It's your answer. So I can decide that maybe I don't agree with it. It's okay.
Okay,
That's your view.
Yeah.
Father, can I come in now?
I think Jonamba wanted to say something. Let him just say then. You can say then.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Anyway. I'll be very brief as usual. I think the question the guy was asking was that what was KJ religion, or what is their forefather religion? It's not a difficult thing. We all know in Africa we have other religion before the Christianity and Islam. Islam comes from the north and Christianity comes from mostly the west. And the answer to what Jaguan was saying is that even though those things were not our original religion, is rooted. When you read it, we can find what we practice, like in the Bible, that those things are there. And KJ is that, okay, I'm grown up enough. When I look at all this religion, I was a Catholic, and now I'm a Christian, which is amazing because the Bible was written by the Catholic anyway. So the Bible we are using comes from Catholic. So and that is what brought the Luther and all of the. If you look at the Bible history, because the Bible was subject to only priests to interpret it, and forgiveness of sin is done by the priest, and Luther fought it and become public for everybody to access the Bible. So the whole thing is that I think it's because of where we are today. We never leave history for our next generation. And when people grow, whatever is available that challenge them to be better in their own opinion is what they're going to follow. I don't think there's any book in African right now that can tell you about paganism or tell you about the image of our forefathers and the way we worship. But we all understand that pagan was invoking of your ancestors or prayers and all of that. So I don't think anybody, to me, as from a look from open-minded individual or a progressive person, whatever you find, I always tell my children when they ask me some questions, is that life will become so boring when you don't reference to anything that is bigger than yourself. That's all I can say.
Oh, please
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think Nigerian scam is taking us to somewhere that is so deep and everything. We don't want to go to this history, and because when you dig deep with history, you just find similarity. For example, living here in the US, you see people, the Americans, maybe white, maybe black, African American, they have the flu, they're sick. They also go take pepper soup. Guess what? That pepper soup is different from our own type of pepper soup. They call it pepper soup. They call it spicy. It's not anywhere near spicy from where you and I may be coming from. But guess what? It's just about the same thing. You understand? So it's not in my place to argue with that person that what kind of pepper soup is this one? It's not their place to argue. This is how things work. But if you want to go history memorily, like you went to Greek and everything, when you dig deep again from Greek again, they'll make you understand so many of the things that they take from the archive again, that they do what they do in Greek. They find so many of these things due to education and the likes from Egypt and maybe Turkey. You understand? But they are the one they use education and put all these things down, like the way you see some of our artifacts. You understand? Today in London Museum, you see these things in New York, you see it in California. You know, so the man who starts from there probably would think, oh, I saw these things here. But it go beyond that. But when you talk about religion, all I just want to say about religion, I've never agreed with KJ like I will agree with KJ today from his previous comment and this one that he said. I just really agree with KJ because the so-called white people, before they also embraced religion, religion was tough. That's why you see the Irish in America today. You see the Italians in America today. The people who refused religion back in the days, these are the people who fled to America because they punished them, they killed many of them for it. And it's even embedded in American Constitution. That's why they say you have the right to practice any religion and you have the right to practice no religion. It is because of the Irish and the Italians. So why am I saying all these things? So when you juxtapose all these things together, so before that religion came, that places like in the Roman Empire, the first people, when this Catholic thing comes, before that time, the white people also have their own tradition. They have God or the Son, the Jesus. They have different gods. Today, those things are museum. We travel to Europe, watch those things. You understand? So I want to blame my Christian folks more than I often blame my Muslim people. The Muslim also do it, but the Christian do it more. The way we condemn this traditional, laugh. There are powers there. There are our cultures there. They put all these things together. You know, it kind of makes me laugh. We shouldn't condemn them. We now have options. So if I have options to be a Christian or option to be a Muslim or option to be a free thinker or to serve those things that is there, I don't see anything wrong. We can fight this race. That is what the guest also said. He made mention about Martin Luther King and he made mention about the other, my brain is a little bit freeze now, the other Muslim guy, I forgot his name now. You know, it's a just cause. Let's fight it from different way and achieve a common answer that will be positive for us. We cannot continue to criticize our own. The white people who are very big when it comes to Europe, who are very big with Christianity, I never see any one of them preach and condemn God or the Sons, God or the Son. I never see any one of them preach everywhere and condemn the schools, condemn some of these things. I don't see them. Why do we quick to condemn everything about us? Because we found new one. Yeah, I can find new one, but not to condemn my old one. You know, this is not how we do with our gadgets. We use our laptop, computers, and everything. If we upgrade, we probably want to keep those things nice, neat, and maybe even give it to our loved ones. It's not for us to condemn those things. So I think we should stop from that aspect of condemning it. Neither we have the privilege to even help to improve our own. I went to my king, the king in my place. I went to his palace. I told the king something. The king said, God, what your father have been doing, that's exactly what you. The king told me, he said, I am right. but it's hard for him, the king, to even implement some of those things because it will look like sacrilege. And what is the question that I asked my king? There are bushes in our place that they will call evil forest. Nobody enter there. Festival is coming. Few people who enter there, they'll kill all type of animal. They do some ritual before these people enter. But guess what? One white man will just come from Canada, enter this place and come back, nothing happened. And my great-great-grandfather, to my father, to myself, we can't enter there. And I asked, what is so special? Why did this person enter and come back, nothing happened? So don't you just think that it's just fear that you put in us and every other thing? Why not sell some of these things? And it was funny. So it's time for us to refine our own certain place that they say, oh, you can't enter here, you can't enter here. Make us see reasons in some of those things. That's all I'm just saying. We don't need to condemn our culture. The Blackstone, I'm sorry.
Wait first
and one, hold on. I'll just let you speak now. One tribe that I respect so much, I respect my Edo people. The way they stand tall with their culture and their tradition. Today in Edo, they are very big with Christianity. They are very big with Muslim, but they still stand tall with their culture and their tradition. And I do embrace them for it. That's my take for now.
Very important.
So I was trying to tell you that that evil forest, the gods are afraid of the white people. That's why the man want to go and come back. I was trying to tell you that that evil forest, the gods are afraid of the white people. That's why the man want to go and come back. I was trying to tell you that that evil forest.
What's that?
There's noise.
But Naija, what? You didn't let me finish anyway. You didn't let me finish. You know, you just cut me off. You know.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You know, KJ did not answer my question, you know, because you answer Okechukwu. My name is Kelechi. You know, other Igbo people have same name, which represents God in our names, right? Before Christianity came to Africa, we've been answering these names, you know, all these names, right? But what I'm saying is, if you say or you claim you are a Christian, what happened before these men came with Christianity? Right? So if we answer Okechukwu, Kelechi, Okechukwu or whatever, right? It means our ancestors, we have been worshiping God before Christianity came in. How come are you telling me that you are a Christian? What is Christianity? Christianity came after the death of Christ, right? Let us just be sincere and tell ourselves the truth. Let us forget about sentiment, because most of us here now, we have brothers, cousins who are pastors, who are reverend fathers, right? That is why we don't want to agree that Christianity is a foreign religion that came to Africa. That's my point. You know, why can't we go back to who we are, who we used to be before Christianity came?
Can I ask you a question? Okay. Can I ask you a question? Let me ask him a question, please. Wait now. Wait.
How is this going?
Let's just take time. Let's just take our time. I spoke first.
Can we have an order, please?
No, you hold on, please. I spoke first. Let me just deal with him. My brother, let me ask you about accuracy and about life and death and the fact that we all know that we're going to die. Just you explain to me what within your tradition that you have now done away with Christianity in your head. What is the accuracy that tells you how you where it is you go when you pass on to the next life? Because largely that's what spiritualism is all about. It's about the fact that we are more than just a physical plane that we are existing in. We are a spirit. So you tell me the accuracy between this world and the next and how one gets there. Talk to me, bro.
Oh, okay, Jagun, thank you so much. I respect you, you know, because I see you as an intellectual, right? Okay, what I'm trying to say is, why do you bother about where you go when you die? Why? No, it's a simple question. Why are you bothered?
It is very simple.
Why are you bothered about where
really
you
do
go
like
when
the
you die?
questions that
Because
he's
you don't
putting
even
forth.
know what happens after you are dead.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting. Nigeria is a scam. It's
Love,
crazy that you came with that
I
kind
love
of
that
name
question.
because you are putting some. I like because he's questioning everything. That is the way
Okay,
you
can,
have
can,
to.
can I answer that
From this we
question?
believe.
Wait,
We
Can
wait,
I
let,
believe
let,
answer the
let,
you are
let,
question?
let
questioning.
Forefather finish. Let
See,
Forefather finish with
yeah,
what he's saying in
yeah,
support.
he's questioning everything, and some of the things we believe them without questions. And I think these type of discussions and questions is very important. So we start fleshing it out. And see, KJ, you've had quite a lot of stuff to say. I don't know. The Blackstone is here, Tone is here, and
It's
I'm
true.
sure
Can
Mazi
I just
brings
put a
stuff
little
for
bit
you too.
in before we go on to Tone and whoever, please, just
Okay,
in
then
based on what you're
keep it
saying.
very brief so that I can
It's
go
brief
with.
and it's important because of this. There's something that we shouldn't forget when we speak about these things, and we try to say that we're putting good questions forward. Fair enough. I put it to you that we are all of consciousness. And in consciousness, your mind goes to the place that you didn't point it to go. But where it points you, you begin to wonder. And wonder is magnificent. And we do wonder past our own physical and physiology. Our experience in life as human beings has brought us to areas that are secret, even to us, that we don't even share with the next person. Because of this consciousness, that is how we apply the question as it where it is that we go when we die. So don't miss out your consciousness when you're asking these simple questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The Blackstone, please go ahead. What?
No,
What?
two was there before me. That
Okay, yeah,
two.
Tone. Sorry, Tone. Yeah, Tone.
Tom, sorry, Tom, do you want to
Tone
answer
was
the
giving me the
question?
eye already.
Do you want to answer the questions that he
Okay.
asked, or do you want to go
Okay.
ahead and make another comment? Because he was calling my
Okay.
name, and I don't know why Forefather is refusing for me to address it.
I
Okay.
know it's because
Um,
Tone is also
I
here.
didn't want to. I didn't want to get into this topic because when it comes to spirituality is something that a lot of people that claim they understand spirituality, they don't know jack about spirituality. And if you haven't experienced um, what science we call NDE before, you think life it's all about it's all ends here, or you
Yeah,
dreaming, you
that
think it's
experience.
because
Give them the full meaning
it's
now.
because of the eba you've eaten yesterday. That is why you're seeing your village all the time when you're dreaming, or I mean, all these things are the real life. The spiritual realm is more real than what we see, whether you believe or not. Nigeria is a scam. I'm sure you are in a journey. I don't want to sound disrespectful to you, sir. I'm sure you're now in a journey that you don't even understand what life is about. Because if you understand what life is about, you those two questions you post, you will not put those questions through, especially when you said, why would anybody care about what happens to them when they die? Now, man, as let me just be very brief. We're made of three elements: the soul, the body, and the spirit. Your spirit is the real man. You're talking to someone that has been experienced to see the other side a little bit, and it took the grace of God. Maybe God doesn't want me gone and all that. I came back today, so that is why I just don't. I don't argue with people when it comes to spirituality. Is a personal thing. You talk about the traditional religion and all that. People smirk at you and make a very snide comment. I don't just talk and all that. It's your life, it's your this thing. But you see, ignorance in the realm of the spirit is not an excuse. When you step out of a 10-story building and you say, "Listen, I don't care. Nobody has told me," and all that, when you fall, you're gonna smash into various pieces and you die. So that's just the way we I want us I will put it. But I don't want to get into spirituality because spirituality
Very
is something,
uplifting.
if your mind is not involved, you cannot understand spirituality, you know. Paul was talking about Edo people being very, very traditional. Yes, they are traditional, but yet there are still some Edo people that are, I mean, you've forgotten. I'll mention the late Benson Dahosa and all that. He wasn't into all those juju thing and all that. He believed in his God. He walked with God with power and all that. I was privileged to see him in person and all that, and he did some. So whether you choose to believe or you want to mock modern Christianity, that is your wala. Please, I don't want to talk about this. If we talk about other subject, politics and all that, then maybe I'll contribute more. I know what I saw. I know what I've experienced in my personal life. I know God is real. I know hell is real. I know heaven is there, is real. That's just what I'll just put it. And I know the word of God. The word of God. The word of God is the word of God. The Bible is the Bible and all that. And that's how
Tone,
I
my
live my
brother.
life. That's it.
You see how you speak now. Tell me why it is that you are reluctant to speak about a subject that you care so much about. Why? You began by negative terms, saying,
I
I don't want
will
to get
answer you, my brother. As much as I would love to speak about it, there are a lot of people that are so ignorant and all that. And when they start,
It's not fair for you to say that. If you're
mocking,
speaking about the word, wait. If you're speaking about the word of God and you are professing to be a believer, it is not for you to say that, oh, this person is ignorant. That's rude. That's counterproductive. It's one step forward, two steps back.
Not ignorant in a disrespectful way. It's not. Listen, let me tell you. When your spirit man is dead, your spirit man is not regenerated. No matter the no matter the word of God, the word of God will not make any sense to you. I remember when people used to tell me the word of God when I was in secondary school. I used to think that they are charlatans. I used to mock at them, you know. But over the years, it's series. It's that's another story for that day. It took
But Tone,
series
have
of
you ever
events happening
served
in my
our
life.
local faith, like the way we fondly say traditional belief? Have you ever done it, or you've been raised this way as a Christian?
It is our local faith, whether you like it or not. Our local faith is buried in demonism. My great grandfather,
Okay.
my great
So I
grandfather
can
was a
see
king.
your intellectual
No. See,
skills,
listen. My great
knowledge when it
grandfather.
comes to
Listen. Hold on.
Christianity. That's how you
Listen.
are also
Hold on.
ignorant when it
My
comes to
great
our local
grandfather
faith.
was a king that
So it's
shunned.
just so.
See,
My great
That's how you're
grandfather
also
was a king
ignorant when it comes to our
that
local faith.
shunned
But I will tell you, Francis
traditional
Bacon
worship.
said something.
let's take it one
Bacon
at a
said something.
time
He
now.
said,
One at a
"Blessed
time.
is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed." You see how different he is for you as a Christian, for you that hope for something. But I like your tone because you said it clearly. You said people who don't believe in your faith, they are ignorant. And that's perfectly true because they might be ignorant. You understand? So you yourself that didn't serve the other side too, you're also ignorant. So what I'm saying is that how can we meet an happy end? That's why I said the so-called European, when they found Christianity, they didn't condemn their own. You understand? They even create room for people to go there. You
Actually,
understand?
if you
That's
get
all I'm
please,
saying. I
guys,
didn't
if you look at the
condemn.
comment section,
I didn't condemn. But
Roland
when
Gabriel.
you call the other one demonic, and I'm
You
seeing
guys
this
are digging into
Christianity, I
other
don't see
people's
anything that will
time.
convince
Somebody
Forefather,
me.
said
take
something now,
charge.
which I was
Forefather,
Yeah,
take
okay.
charge, please.
Let's leave because these days we
I
kind
think
of
I think
we kind of
Tone,
use this term interchangeably, religion and spirituality. There's a difference between religion and there's a there's a difference between
Okay, I borrow your
spirituality.
word spirituality. Okay, let's take religion off. I borrow your word
They're not the same
spirituality.
thing. Excuse me?
It's not the same
hold
thing,
on,
but
hold
you've
on.
not done the
Enough
other
of this
side.
now. Come on, Mike Paul, stop it now. Come on. It's not nice now. You have to respect other people's time now and again. I think the extreme position, the tone you are holding is not helping discussion. Sometimes you are dismissing people. You know, there's this statement made by Dostoevsky that your greatest sin is that you've destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing because you think you know, but you don't necessarily know. Please,
Absolutely.
let's see.
Can I now make my comment?
Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead. Try to keep it brief so that he can summarize. You are muted. Nigeria is a scam. You are muted.
Okay.
No, Nigeria is a scam. Hold on. Let KJ say what he wants to say. Try to keep it brief so that I can.
Yeah.
Nigeria is a scam can finish. Then the Blackstone can.
What Tone has said is very correct. You see, I have done interviews of people who have died and come back.
I've done interview or someone have died for 3
guy, you are
days.
lying. It's not true. It's not true. You're lying.
No, you can't do that. You can't call him a liar. Come on, don't do that now. You can't call him a liar now.
Okay.
He's lying.
Well, you see, right now, I am on my phone and I'm in the car. But later on, before this today runs out, I will post a picture on this platform of both the woman and the gravesite. And it's in Benin Republic when I was still shooting and working with the Christian Broadcasting Network. I don't come here to kid around. I must have something to do with my time. Okay? If I have not interviewed people who have died and come back to life, at least I have passed, I must have crossed about 10 that I have heard, seen their testimonies, seen what they've talked about, seeing where they went to. Okay? I have taken part in a movie called More Than Dreams. Go to the internet and search for it. It was shot in Lafia, sorry, in Kefi, Nasarawa State. Okay? Of people around the globe. We did only one guy called Muhammad who met with Christ and who was taught the Bible by Christ himself in his dream and in reality. I'm calling names. I say it's called More Than Dreams, shot by the Christian Broadcasting Network International. You can go to the internet and search for it. If you find it, you'll find out that they have 25 other movies around the world of people who have met with Christ, whether they were Muslims, they were Christians, or they were Hindus, and all that. They are put in a package. Look, man, I don't have time for nonsense. I mean, I want to mind myself not to use the kind of words I've used. So when I'm speaking, I don't come here to kid about whatever you're saying. If you don't believe in Christ, it's okay. That's what when I tell my submission here, I said it's okay if you don't believe in Christ. It's okay if you don't believe in the Bible. Okay, but to say that the religion we are practicing is a white man religion, I refuse. And I only mention my name so that you know how ancient the Igbo tribe has been. And if they have been cognizant of a thing that exists called God, for which they name their children after, for which the Igbo people know that name means a lot, and so they try as much as possible to coin your name to suit the one they fear, which is their creator. They call Chukwu, Chineke. Then you will have something beyond what you are calling. It must not have been called Christianity, but they were worshiping a supreme being, who they refer to as Chukwu. So when you say that it is because the white man came, who started practicing this, it becomes wrong. And I gave an example earlier of a man called Mongo Park who left England, went to see people in Niger State, and said he discovered River Niger. What about the people living around that area? Were they not human beings who were drinking from that stream, who were fishing and fishing in that river? They didn't see the river before he came. So these are the things. He quickly named it and wrote a book about it, and so it is ascribed to his name. But is that the truth? Is that the truth?
The mistake of that one is that we taught our children that they did it for their own children.
No, but just oppose that. Excuse me, don't get me wrong. You are digressing yourself. Just oppose that with somebody now coming and saying Christianity is, I founded Christianity and I brought it to Africa. Why we have been practicing shifting cultivation? Now, while we are practicing, do not move the ancient landmark, and the lands are divided even that way. While we are practicing circumcision, while we are practicing throwing of libration and making all like of incantation.
We are supposed to keep it brief. You are supposed to keep it brief. See,
that's my problem with you, Papa. You can go ahead.
Hold on. No, don't hold on for a second, 15 seconds. I just want to make a quick point because so that you can take it further. The issue, I think I hear what KJ is saying. He is saying that they had a monotheistic religion before Christianity. But what Nigeria is asking is about, what is that noise now? Jeez. Hold on. What this in Nigeria is asking about the Christian faith itself. It's not about monotheism. You see what I mean? We all know that many of our cultures have monotheistic religion. But is it the same as Christianity as we know it now that came from
how would you answer his question, forefather? How would you answer Nigeria Scam's question?
It's obvious now. It came from the British now. It's not rocket.
So you're speaking? Are you speaking about Africa as a whole, or Africa as West Africa, Nigeria particularly?
If I want to speak about Africa,
or Igbo land.
it's mostly Europeans. 90 to 99% of all Christianity came from mostly Europeans. That originally. Sorry, go ahead, Nigeria says come here. Let me unmute you.
I'm not saying that our people does not know God. It's not what I'm saying. We knew God before Christianity came. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Christianity was not the religion of our forefathers. Our forefathers knew God before Christianity came. That's what I'm saying. If you, as a black person, saying that you're a Christian, you are making a mistake. You are not a Christian, but you know God. That's my point. You already know God. Your ancestors know God. They knew who God was. That's my point.
My brother, the word Christianity came from Antioch. It was in Antioch the disciples were called Christians. Another word. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Was your ancestors in existence?
Hold on now. Hold on.
No, KJ, no. I'm not holding on. Was your ancestors in existence before Antioch?
It's my turn.
I think that's the point he's making too.
That's
but
my point.
We are conflating it between that monotheistic religion versus Christianity. There's a slight difference. It's not our forefathers were not calling it Christianity. It wasn't the same. They were not doing Rosemary
God bless you.
and all that stuff.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
We're not doing it.
Forefathers, my turn. Let me talk.
Yes, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Nigeria says come. What is your problem by somebody that can be being a Christian? Is that a problem to you? No, it's a simple question. Is that a problem to you? Anybody has the right to choose his religion. So I cannot question you why you choose your religion. So it is a personal issue. It has got to do with what you believe. It is my belief. And Christianity is a personal relationship with Christ. There's no third party. So if our forefathers believe that one, this is me now. I wasn't in that time. This is my belief. I believe it because I read it and I have an experience of it, and I'm convinced this is the right religion. So that's why I'm following it. So there's no room for that question. You understand me? Because you can't live in the past and expect to have a future. So that is it. So this question do not stand any ground. You can't question anybody. Why is this taking that religion? Or why does he believe in that religion? Or why is it a Christian? It's a personal relationship.
He's an Igbo man. KJ is an Igbo man. And he married from another state. That you are right. Why? It's a choice, man.
I wonder. I make go on that topic.
Maybe if forefather is willing now to move, he may decide to move. But if not, we are still ready for you.
You're waiting for me? Under the Blackstone, have you finished? Has he finished?
Forefathers, can I ask you a question? Forefathers, please. Quick one.
Please, I want to say something. Please, I want to say something for this.
Jesus Christ. Who is this person that wants to say something? Okay, yeah, is the white eagle air. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead. Janaba, we're going to come to you, then we'll go back to Blackstone. Please go ahead. Eagles air.
Please, what I want to say concerning this Christianity we are talking of, and the Nigeria is a scam that as a question to KJ. I want you to understand something that name, Christianity or Christian. KJ tried to bring our knowledge to where the name was originated, called first. That is the book of Acts chapter 11, verse 26 and 27. Now, why did they mention that name? Christianity, Christ-like. That's where the meaning of that name, Christian, Christ-like. Then why did they say Christ-like? That these people, Apostle Paul and all of them, they were doing the same thing that Jesus did. They say, this is a Christ-like. They're living the same life with him. That's where Christianity comes. And Christianity is a life to live, not a religion. It's a life to live.
The life and time of
Isn't that the purpose of religion?
Christianity
what is the difference?
It's a way of life. True, in the way of life, you believe in the Bible. You follow the footsteps of Christ as it's written. That's Christianity.
So what I'm trying
to not believe in the Bible, believe in the life and time of Christ, not believe in the Bible.
Spread the religion. Jesus Christ commanded that people preach his message. And it's a clear religion. He didn't just say, just go and do a hippie, this thing, follow my lifestyle. It's a religion.
Let me summarize. Please, forefathers.
I don't know why people do that. What is the difference? Are you ashamed that it's a religion? I don't understand.
Listen, forefathers, because I hope that we are here to learn from each other and make use of it properly. The place where you mentioned now, you talk about the book of Matthew chapter 28 verse 19. That's where you mentioned now. But I want you to say something. See, I have said something before when we have a special guest here. That what is that thing I say? I say that God created us and gave us choice. That's Lord, I gave us choice to make your own choice where you want to belong, where you want to go, where you want to accept, what you don't want to accept in life. You have your own choice. I have my own choice. Your own choice cannot be my own choice. So if KJ or any of us decided to say that, okay, I want to live a life of Christ, I want to be a Christian, and the other person said that they want to be a Hindu, or somebody want to say that, that is their own choice. And it cannot just begin to condemn me or begin to ask me of any kind of question that where I believe, where I choose my choice. Here in India, there's something that happened here in India. You know, India, they practice Hindu, they practice Christianity, they practice Muslim and the rest of them. But none of them, you see them condemning each other. None of them see them fighting each other. But the problem that this question comes, we are trying to understand, this is why this question is coming from. Because we, Nigeria, we overstretch Christianity. We overstretch it. Because we overstretch it, that's why some questions began to arise. But when we do the normal thing we're supposed to do, live normal life we're supposed to live, you find out that this kind of question will not be arising. Second one is that why do you so conscious of
hold on. It's not your turn. It's not your turn. I don't know why we do this.
I want to
try to keep it brief so that you respect other people's time. No, seriously.
Yes, I want to conclude.
We need to take each other into account whenever we do stuff. Let's do that a bit.
I want to conclude. Because
maybe this is why we are wrecking our country. We don't take other people into account enough. Please
no,
go ahead.
I want to conclude. See what I'm concluding here now. He asked a question: why are you so conscious of where you are going? But you are conscious where you are. When you want to go out of your house, you want to be conscious of where you are going, whether you are safe or not. And bear it in mind, whether you like it or not. There is life after this life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who was next again?
It should be me.
Jonaba wanted to say something quickly.
Take my time again now in this one now.
Jonaba was flagging to say something. So
you see, this is how people wreck our country. You don't consider Mazi Prince. This is how you wreck our country. You see, this kind of character.
We'll go back to Mazi Prince.
So it's not only you can say to people.
KJ, you
just
wreck
after
our country
Jonaba.
in that mentality for your tribalism.
As usual, I have muted me.
It's all about Mazi.
Yes. Because please, Jonaba, say your piece so that Mazi Prince can.
Okay. Mazi Priest, I'm your senior brother, so please, where we come from, we have culture. I beg your pardon, forgive me. After all, it used to be 2 minutes, you are now 15 minutes, so you have to respect me. Okay. All right. Forefather, my question.
I'm not 2 minutes, man.
Mazi Prince, if you are done, Jonaba, please go ahead.
Okay, my question to you as a moderator here today is that did religion matters to what God expects from humanity?
Okay, that's interesting. I think religion is
put it this way. Do you think there are different gods or there are only one God, the creator?
Depends on what you define as God. If you define God as
he doesn't not believe in God as creator self. He thought the warriors came
the Blackstone. If I come to Germany there, if you start with this attitude with me, if you start with this stuff, I'm trying to think about it. I there just try to harass me now. Let me think about it. See, I think if you define God as the creator of all that exists, it doesn't matter. Everything that exists, there is one God. But if you define God as the creator of human beings and our creator, there's a chance that our creator may not be the ultimate creator, because we are also capable of creating stuff. And if we know anything about nature, he has the capacity to create stuff. People can go and create stuff, just like you have children. You can create things. You can actually make things in life. 1,000 years from now, if our civilization carries on, God knows where we are going, what our capability is going to be. So nature seems to have a way of allowing its creation to create too. So you can't necessarily rule out that our creator may not be the ultimate creator of the universe. Even in Christianity, there is the Gnostic belief that a lot of people, their head is going to want to explode here.
Yeah, but my question is that diverting I understand that of a creator. I said, do you believe it's one God? That's what I'm saying.
There is ultimately one God.
Yes. Okay, that's what I want to know.
Thank you. Ultimately there's one God. Okay, so I wanted to go. Okay, let me just. It's irrelevant. I don't want to annoy some Christians.
Father, can you do me a favor? After Maxi, can you just let me speak like 1 minute and I leave? After Maxi,
put me on the
not now.
backstage.
Okay.
So we can bring somebody.
Yeah. Thank you.
Where are you going to?
It's okay. Nigeria is a prince.
Quite a
few people are.
Let
me get OT in. OT is going to come and start interrupting everybody now.
OT is loaded on the comment section. It's loaded.
OT don't come again.
Don't start interrupting everybody now. This is Olumide is waiting to come into, and there's Nigeria is a scam. I think we want to go back up and come back down.
Maxi first.
Maxi Prince, please go ahead.
I was just waiting for you to say that, pretty much for me, like I always say, there's a lot of questions to be asked. But does that mean that I have to impose my belief on anybody? No, I wouldn't. I'm a Catholic, like I said. I'm a Christian, like I said. But my kind of Christianity is not the fanatic kind of it. I know somebody was saying, why is it that we're all, we all are Nigerian Christians or whatever. At the end of the day, when you check around the world, it's Nigerian Christianity, Nigerian pastors that perpetrates the nonsense that we're going through. The same people we go to government and collect money, and then they will come back and preach nonsense to their followers, and the gullible people, the gullible ones, will take it. The same people that will go and sleep with people's wives. I've never heard, as for the time I've spent in America, I've not seen heard much about
talk about your Catholic pedophiles.
I did not interrupt you.
Secret babies
Cool down. I'm waiting for him. I'm waiting. Cool down. I'm waiting for him. I think I told him I was not. Calm down. Calm down. Tone. Calm down. I'm waiting for him. Calm down, Tone. Calm down. I'm waiting for him. Make you finish. Calm down, Tone.
You know what makes me mad? When you were talking over here, I had something to say, but I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing to you. So please, I'm begging you in the name of God, when I'm speaking, allow me to speak. Respect is reciprocal. I will not disrespect you, but please do not do that to me. When I'm speaking, I'm not taking away the Catholic priests that have been sleeping with, whatever. They do that too. What am I saying in essence? Christianity, Islam, and all these things, they all religious. They just want us to believe in them, and then they use that against, they impose that on us to use it against ourselves. The greatest commandment in the Bible, love thy neighbor as thyself. I've said this before here, and I asked most of us in diaspora. We shop in in Chinese stores, and when we go into those Chinese stores, they have shrines. Why don't we say, because we're Christian, we're not gonna buy, and then go somewhere else and die of hunger? But we will not. But we will come and we will preach against those who practice their traditional whatever. I'm not exonerating the traditional ones. They also have their own atrocities. But in a nutshell, what I'm saying is let us tolerate each other. Let us, whatever it is, have that heart that there is that being who created us and wants us to live in love and in happiness and in unity. That's all I can say for. That's it. I'm not gonna argue with anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Ego, please.
For Father, what about me?
I thought, okay, please.
No, I
Paul, go
beg,
ahead.
but I said let Maxi go first.
Okay,
I
I
bet
thought you
Paul the
gave it to
hungry.
me.
Paul the hungry.
Paul, please go ahead, Paul.
Go.
You take no. I really don't agree. You're right. I only just drink coffee since morning. I've not drinking anything. Nothing. Yeah.
I don't see your belly be empty.
Hey, empty. So many people promise me food. I remember when I come London, the whole UK people, they punish me. They don't even invite me. See the way all my Atlanta people don't promise me good food. Canada people promise me good food. These are all my thoughts. But UK, they fall my hand.
You see how Jack is eating while you are complaining of hunger.
they fall my hand. Yeah, I think
your 1 minute is over. Your 1 minute is over.
I think Maxi Prince spoke my mind, and that's the exactly thing that I said. Christianity really punish people. Precisely the Catholic, they punish people a lot to join this religion. They punish people a lot. You understand? But today, after everything is over, that they pride themselves more with their so-called Christianity today. They don't condemn their other gods. They regret their past, the things that they do. This is all I'm just telling you, that we should respect. Using all this heavy name you call your traditional thing, you call them demon, you call them all type of name. I don't think it's too good. And for something that you don't have knowledge, it's not something that you've been there, you've done that, and you left. Different thing. It's a story where, if I want to use it in a market terms, a marketer as a Christian is preaching to you, you understand, in the congregation and telling you about other things that you don't know anything about, and him himself is not part of those things. What do you expect? That person will market himself, make you understand that his own is the good one. That's all I'm saying. You live and let's live. We don't need all this condemnation, and it will bring us together. Because you take it or you leave it, religion plays a very strong part when it comes to good governance. You understand? And if we keep condemning like that, it brings a lot of segregation. You understand? The North, what we suffer in the North when it comes to Nigeria today, it is because of they almost lost their culture and embraced religion, the Islam religion. And it's telling on them, it's affecting them. And that Islam is causing problems between the so-called Christians and Muslims in the North, all in the name of they throw away most of their culture and embrace this new religion and try to make religion culture. It never works, and it will never work. You understand? So let's learn to embrace people. You have rights to do whatever you want to do, and it's okay. But we don't need to condemn. We don't need to speak all those things. You understand? So talking.
I have a question for you. Question.
I know you have a question, but let me learn so that I take your question.
No,
so when you talk, when we talk all these things, that's why I said I embrace my Edo people. They stand tall with their culture. That person may be a Christian, that person may be a Muslim, but they still stand tall with their culture and their tradition. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Growing up, I never eat with my Muslim people when they are doing their Muslim thing. I never eat with them. Guess what? All the donkey years now that I know more better, that I started eating with them. What has gone wrong with me? The answer is nothing. And since my Muslim people have started also eating with me, celebrate with me, I don't think anything has gone wrong that they regret doing some of those things with me. So you live and let's live. We should stop this condemning. Like my brother said, Maxi Priest said, when you go to all these Chinese place to go buy our African food, you see all these things in the front of the door. You go to the Indian, you go to the Chinese, you go everywhere, you see all these things. And we still patronize what we patronize, like my wife will do. She will use one thing to say, I reject her in the blood of Jesus. I say, why you don't just reject her in the blood of Jesus like this and stop prayer that you pray 6 hours every day? You understand? But you fight me if I'm on the podcast and you stay, you understand? You're praying. So this is just the thing. So my brother, let's find a common ground, like both the rest of us can find a common ground in this platform. We can talk, we can do our ideology may be a little bit different, but let's not demonize it like you are 100% wrong. Go ahead with your small question. Let me so that Olumide will come.
One, did you read the Bible?
I don't read the Bible for donkey years.
But you
look at my name now.
Let me finish.
Look at my name now. That's my real name.
Your name is fake one. Not be real Paul.
No, it's a real name. It's a real name. That tell you that.
Number two question. Wait, number two question. You understand me? I don't know. Is there any other religion or traditional religion that use humans for sacrifice, as we do in Nigeria, African religion? That you just take a baby, they kill the baby. For that is so rampant in Africa. You use human hairs to bury a king.
Okay, it's a good question. So I don't want to take it to myself because Olumide is waiting. It's a good question. I don't want to take it to myself. So I will leave.
Demonic.
But let me answer that question briefly.
No. Wait, KJ, if you can say that is a tradition, and then what about pastors that bury human beings in their
It is simple. It is simple. The American Constitution says you have the right to practice a religion, and you have the same right to practice no religion. America put these things in their constitution because of the Italians in America.
I'm not saying that. I said
if you don't practice Catholic in Rome, they kill you. Is that not ritual?
It's a lie.
Is that not ritual? Because they know better. They are softening it. That is how our tradition too started knowing better. They are softening it. The Italians, they kill people. So no, I just answer your question.
No, you didn't answer my question at all.
They kill people. The evangelical today. You understand? The Christians in America today are the one killing people in a mass. What are you talking about?
You be politician.
Yeah, okay. Paul, are you done?
Thank you, Father. He don't want my answer, but I'm telling you, the people who are pushing to demonize the Hamas today are the evangelical, the Christians in America. You understand? The Christians in America are the ones who invest heavily on weapons and weapons of mass destruction. These things are not toy. You understand? They use these things. These are the Christians. They're not ritualists. But the man who ties something big in his hand are the one killing people. But you say our tradition do sacrifice with human. And the Christians also kill human. You understand? What is the difference?
They do sacrifice.
I am asking you, but all I'm telling you is that the Italians, all I'm telling you is that the Catholic who do some of those things, they will come out, let Pope John Paul, they will come out and apologize and regret, which means this thing, they are facing these things out. And I'm telling you that is the same way with our own culture too. You understand? Where you come from as an Edo, if a king die, they will bury 250 head. This
the Blackstone. Let me answer the Blackstone and that question, because it's interesting, because that is part of the kind of questions that arise when people try to say our traditional religions are backward or somehow really evil. I think what Europeans did was they separated some aspects that are uglier from their religion. They moved it into politics, while ours is almost infused still together when they arrived. So you will see two Christians, one Protestant and one Catholic, and the Protestant will catch the Catholic and burn them at the stake. It may not be tied to their religion directly, but it's because of religion that they are doing it. But it's because they separated religion from politics, is associated with that. For you, to them, they are sacrificing those people for their God. That's what they are doing. But it's now moved into the area of politics. They are the viciousness with which they go after each other, you can't even imagine. They are burning people day in, day out, like burning human beings, fellow human beings. They are Christian, all of them are Christians. They just because they belong to different part of the same Christianity, they were burning each other. So what our people did then too was
Crusaders. The Crusaders.
The Crusader, this in Inquisition period. There's a lot of bloody, even in the UK, bloody periods the hatred that they had for each other in the past is just to make our forefathers look like they are benign, the kind of hatred that they had for each other. So to say that they too didn't have that, they had it, but they moved away from it when just as they are changing us, they too themselves are changing. We forget that.
Forefather, they are not. You see that's where I want to make. Hold on, Blasto, hold on. That's where I want to make my comment from. You see, in the practice of the religion, or rather the Christianity and the traditional religion, there's a good part and there's a bad part. There are traditionalists who go to who use the Bible to conjure their incantations. There are other people who are also purely doing the work of Christ. And you see, let us put a caveat. It's not every Christian group that is called Christian. There are apostolically driven Christians. There are prophetically driven Christians. There are people who follow Christ. They don't even call themselves Christian. They say, we follow Jesus. We are followers of Jesus. There are people who say we follow the book. So let's not bring all this together and begin to mix Eba, Egusi, and the rest together. No, you see. So right from the beginning of the African traditional religion, there are people who practice the good ones, and there are people who practice the bad ones. If you go to the community today, you can go to some people, and those ones who use the herbs to help cure people. When you go to them and you give them some complaint, they say, no, our own this thing is not for this, it's for this. So if you are looking for those who keep people, don't come to me. There are plenty of them. So what we are saying is, let's promote those people who are healing people, who are helping people to live life. And those ones who are being the evil ones, let us condemn, because God does not approve of that. The herbs are given for our healing. That's what the Bible says in Genesis chapter 1. In Genesis. So if the herbs are given for healing, and there are people in our community who can help our community to survive, and who know the herbs, they mix it and cure malaria and all kinds of sicknesses. Those ones do not take human blood. They do not sacrifice people. And if you go to them, I repeat myself, they will tell you that they are not interested in what you are saying, because that is not their own. And in their lineage, they do not put their hands on evil. I give you an example.
Okay, hold on. I think I hear what you are saying, and I think you are actually correct. But I want to ask questions now. So
Father, before you can I ask you just one thing? Okay, KJ, I love the fact that you are saying these things that you are saying, and also in the same Bible, when the king is sick, what heals the king? Virgins, all right? When the king is sick, what would they bring to the king?
Which king?
Which king?
The king in the Bible.
Old Testament.
The king.
No, which king? Hold on, let him come. Which king? Is he David?
Listen now. Jesus said he did not come to condemn the Old Testament.
No, that's what I'm saying. Which king? Hold on, I'm not condemning it. I'm asking which king?
The kings in the Old Testament, those kings, the kings of Israel.
No. You see,
and all those things.
how people turn the Bible upside down.
That's
not correct. That's not correct.
Blackstone. I just asked the question. In the Bible, when the king,
what they don't get for was King David. Not
simple.
Okay. Whether it's King David or not, was there a king? Blackstone, let me talk now. Let me talk. You just shout. A king in the Bible was sick, and they brought virgins to the king.
And he never knew her till he died. He never knew her. That is why he never knew her. It was to keep him warm. He never knew her. So don't cut the Bible. Don't cut it. Don't cut it. Put it the way it is. See, and I have said, I'm still going to repeat myself. Okay, they are traditional beliefs and practice that we accept. You and I know they are true. They are the ones where you go to, and they say if you want to do this, if you want to make money, if you want to do this, do this and do that. We know that is bad.
KJ, sorry, everything is traditional. Everything is traditional. Everything is traditional.
What have I said now? I said there are traditional. There are two kinds. That's what I said.
No,
I said there are two kinds.
All is traditional. All.
There are those. Listen, there are those people who do not know how to use herbs. There are herbs who use herbs to cure people.
They are novice.
There are those who are juju people. You know these ones are juju people. They tell you they are juju people. So they are in two realms.
So it's
Okay.
spiritualist
So
and
what
traditionalist.
what me I am advocating for, or what I have stand to say is that those practices that help the community to live a godly life or their belief life, those practices that help to cure the sick, okay, that those practices are not necessarily evil. They're not evil because they go to collect those leaves, those herbs. You can see them and they will tell you how to mix it. You don't even need to, you don't need a special mixing from them. They will tell you, you know what, just like I'm sitting here now, okay, I know that if I have malaria and I cannot get any treatment, I go behind my backyard, I bring the leaf of a plantain, plantain or banana, I bring the leaf of pawpaw, I bring the leaf of orange or
KJ,
this, and I put them together and I
KJ,
boil them and
it's
I
the
can drink it
spiritualists.
and I'll be healed.
But KJ, hold on. The spiritualists, are they evil? If the traditionalists are not evil, that they are cured, the spiritualists, are they evil?
Now, if you come to a man and you say you want to kill your neighbor, is the person who's going to do for you, is it evil?
I ask a simple question. The spiritualists, are they evil?
I don't know who you are calling spiritualists. I mean, I'm giving you an example of what I understand. I don't know who you are calling spiritualists. I don't know who you are calling this thing.
Everybody is traditionalist. All of them. It's
No,
their tradition.
no,
Listen,
I don't agree.
Listen.
I don't agree.
Hold on. Listen. It is their tradition. Their tradition may not be your own tradition. It's their tradition. So
no, I don't agree.
Just listen. Hold on.
I don't agree. The tradition in my community is not the one that they practice. Those people usually have their own thing. It's their own thing. Not everybody in the community does that.
Hold on. The one in your community is their traditionalists, right? The one you might be seeing now might be spiritualists. And because they are spiritualists, they think they can invoke or conjure powers to hurt people. That makes them evil. But that doesn't mean the ones that are also spiritualists that do not conjure their power to hurt people are not good people. You get my point? So they are spiritualists, you can conjure for negative and positive. It doesn't mean because you are spiritualist that means you are evil.
No, I don't agree with you, Loco. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't agree with you because here I again I put a distinction. There are those you call the herbalists. The herbalists are different from traditional. They are spiritualists. The herbalists are people who use their herbs, their knowledge of herbs. They not necessarily, they don't have anything beyond just knowing the herbs. I give you an example. I used to have an uncle who is late now. He used to be a hunter. Sometimes he will tell you what he sees in the night. He will see animals mixing some leaves, and then he will come and try it and get the reason for that. He used to have leaves he put to stop purging and all that and all the rest. Those are just herbalists. They are not. Exactly. They don't have anything. Okay. Exactly. The traditionalists, those ones who are spiritualists who go to harm people, you know them.
What about those that don't harm people? Wait, listen to yourself. What about those that don't harm people? Ask yourself the question. What about those that don't harm people? Why are you taking the spiritualists? They must harm people. What about those that don't harm people?
That's what I'm saying now. That's why I said there are good ones and there are bad ones. That's not where I started from. That's where I started from. I said those who are good, let's encourage them. Those who are bad, let's discourage them. Simple. Let's not drag it.
That's what I told you. They are all traditionalists. You can decide to go the negative way or the positive way. They are all traditionalists. It's what they've been taught. They made it their culture and they want to grow in that path. They can even turn it to become their religion. You understand? So even being a traditionalist is also your religion.
You know the problem with all of you. A child does not know herbs, he's calling it vegetables. You are saying herbalist is different from traditionally. Not in Africa. You cannot put your herbs together without incantation. What are you guys talking about?
You can
incantation is nothing but prayers.
Exactly.
You can
conjure for good things.
Vegetable. And why are black people arguing about?
Hold on. See, sorry, Ferrari. Hold on. Even the calories that you take and use to do one to conjure, to see some, to clear to see future, to clear vision, to clear a path for you. You understand? It's for good. It doesn't mean because you are spiritualist, you are evil. And that is also your tradition.
It's your tradition. Incantation is nothing but prayers because they believe the spiritual world and the physical world are connected. And you cannot take from the physical world without the permission of the spiritual world. So our elders,
even your Christianity,
the magic. You got to go back into your. That's why I said we need to speak our language. All this English we are speaking, you don't dabaru our sense.
Even in your Christianity, right? In your Bible, before you speak in tongues, you himbo, and you touch somebody and the person heal. What if that one? Not be conjure, you conjure.
Even Christ in the Bible, he mixed sand with speech.
Sand or whatever. You understand?
Christ,
that one are jazz. He carry sand. He put
together and rub it on the man's eye.
Put a person. That jazz be that one too now.
Make the man.
I didn't say that jazz be that.
No, hold on. See. Hold on. So for that, they say you want because you want to condemn something, you give it a bad name to condemn it. You understand? Yeah. But look at the acts. Leave the name. Just look at the acts and what the act did, what the act accomplished. Now you take give and the name. Not look at just because you want to condemn it, you give it a name. You get my point. So all those things are there. It's what we are still doing.
Not just that.
But because you want to condemn it, you give it a name.
Loco, I don't mean to interrupt you. Not just that. Look at all other cultures. They have the same thing. The Red Indians, they do the same thing the Africans do. The Indians, the same thing. Go to any culture. I don't know much about the Chinese, but I'm sure they have the same thing before the political colonization took over. Every human culture has that physical connection with the physical world and the spiritual world. It was when empires rise and fall that some dominates others more than others. So
so right now, I'm not sure we're still addressing the same issue we're talking about, where we have deviated, and the nomenclature does not matter here. So that nobody, no, I don't want to be misunderstood or misquoted. The nomenclature to me does not matter. It depends on how you decide to apply yourself. And simple and short, please. So that I'm not misquoted anywhere.
Even your normal Holy Communion, not ritual, is to be.
That's right. That's right.
Laugh for yourself.
No problem. You understand? I can tell you just like I can tell you.
Please, it's like we're taking this in.
I think
we are not taking this in.
Let me just add something to what Loco is saying. I think that the idea that one side, our own side is the bad side and the other side is good, is the kind of brainwashing that has happened, isn't it? And we have to acknowledge that that's the truth of it. Because if you look at the ugliness of their own, we attach some kind of superiority to theirs because of their technology and all the stuff they have now. We forget that the ugliness that came with it was very much there, and they are responsible for some of the worst atrocities in the world today. So exactly. and we don't seem to understand that. We have to and it's already a proven fact, not even it's a suggestion that most of all this religion, if you look at their base, it originated from us. And so we have to start learning how to value our own and go back to originality. And this is why I like the kind of question that Nigeria is a scam asks, because it doesn't seem to care. He just asks simple questions, but it's very deep at the same time. Like, why are you afraid of dying and stuff like that? Those are questions. It sounds simple, but it goes to the very core of our existence and what people don't often spend a lot of time examining. Because if you examine these things, it's quite empowering because your awareness and scope of the world expands. And that's the importance of this discussion. And Europeans, believe me, they had it. They even gave it a name, the period of enlightenment, when they had a lot of deep discussions about this. They come up with all kinds of crazy ideas, and I've been studying some of them recently. It's crazy, some of the stuff and they are supposed to be Christians. They come up with all this.
What are you eating there?
See the Blackstone. You are looking for my trouble. So
you and they pray, may God change, may God touch your heart, make you change.
You're a Christian now. You're a Christian. See, the thing is, I'm trying to still understand at the core of religion how it started, and I believe that it started from our forefathers trying to understand their surrounding. If you are born today, you don't have any guide. How do you survive in this world? The way you survive is try to understand what can kill you, what cannot kill you, and how to pass it to your children. You have to have ways of passing information, and religion will grow from there, superstition will grow from there, all kinds of stuff get mixed up together. If you, even in your own life, if you have your own life now, you're doing something, you'll be surprised. You can do something today, some other person will go and tell your story and they will embellish it. They will add more information to it. They'll say, if let's say you were able to lift a car, they'll say this person was able to lift a mountain. And before you know it, is that not what they call the Chinese whisper or something? The information will pass on and it get corrupted. You don't necessarily, what you got from the beginning is not what we got now. So the idea that we think what the Igbo people have now is the best and what we have now is the best, it's not true. Maybe our forefathers, their own religion got corrupted too, just like the European one got corrupted. But they changed. You see, that's the beauty of it all. They changed. What they are practicing now is not what the US used to do 500, 600 years ago. They've changed a lot.
Mr. Moderator, can I contribute?
Yeah, of course. But let me just summarize what I'm saying. Let me just summarize. I think you've said Olumide hasn't said anything all day.
I mean, you've been talking all day now.
Olumide hasn't said anything all day. Olumide hasn't said anything all day, so it's only like fair that we allow him to say something. So to summarize, we have to go back to fundamentals. We have to ask serious questions about these things, and hence why it's always welcome when people ask these. Shake the what they call it, shake the table, throw it upside down if you need to, because where we are right now, it's not a good place. Olumide, please go ahead. So where we are right now.
Okay. Thank you, forefathers. Good day to all the parents.
Somebody should mute
you are echoing badly. You are echoing badly.
No. Mute the TV. Mute the TV.
Can you reduce the volume, Tosin?
See, Olumide, you
reduce the volume.
You go down before you come.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you, everybody. I just want to pick up from the angle that Paul left off. I want to relate it to the country, because religion without any reflection on the country itself, on how we reflect in the country, on the country itself, to me, I think it's just meaningless. Regardless of whatever religion or faith you subscribe to, Christianity, traditional, Islamic, whatever you subscribe to. I mean, for the spirit and the soul of a country, the most important document is the Constitution that binds each of us together, regardless of our culture, our tradition, and religion. Once we go outside of that, it is going to break every fabric of the society. The reason why today you find some pastors taking advantage of the congregation is because the laws of the land are lax. In a place where the country is properly run and the laws are obeyed, you won't find them doing such a thing. They will pay their taxes. They have to declare their income. If they are found wanting, they will be held responsible according to the laws of the land, not according to the laws of the Bible or Quran. So it's very important that that document. See, I didn't listen all through when the guest was speaking, but he is from an Islamic background. You understand? He's an African American from an Islamic background. So, but in their own country, society where he is, no matter what he does, if his faith contravenes the laws of the American land, he will be held responsible and liable. See, anything outside of that will come to whatever faith you subscribe to. I'm sorry to say, will come. So it's going to be BS at the end of the day. The laws of the land should be held supreme. It doesn't mean that you don't honor God. It doesn't mean that you don't follow God. If your religion doesn't reflect, if you claim to follow a religion, and with that religion you're going to break the laws of the land, defraud the people of their money, of their resources, and you think it's okay, and you go to church to pay tithes with that money or give contributions to church with that money, breaking the laws of the land, that money that should have bought hospital equipment that will save lives, dialysis machine that will save lives, Name so many projects are never ending. Even as America is developed, you will hear the leaders of the country telling you that, oh, we need to build more infrastructure. We need what else do they want to build with all the advancements they already have? Because they know that it is always continuous. So there's no room to play around with the people's resources or somebody to feel that you can take advantage. See, anything outside of, if your faith in this modern day and age, see, every religion, every faith has its own negative aspect of it. Christianity, we have, they have past that they would not be proud of today. Even up until this present time, there'll be actions that they would not be proud of. Islamic faith there are actions that they would not be proud of. Even the traditional religion, we should. I respect the culture of my people, where they are from. I am a Christian, but I don't practice any of the traditional religion. But those who practice it, I have those who practice it in my family. That is what they have decided for their life, and I'm not going to hold it against them. But if that person in my family is going to use his religion or his faith, if his faith is going to teach him to harm another fellow human being, another fellow person because of another faith, I'm not going to be a supporter of that. So that is why we have that document to bind us all of us together, direct our conduct in the society, how we deal with one another, how we conduct our businesses and all the rest of it. Your faith is your own personal belief, your own, how you deal with your own creator, how it motivates you in your everyday life. Some will claim that Islam healed them of any illness, healed them of addiction or dependence on something. Christianity, they encountered a miracle. Some will say they went to this Buddhist temple and they got their healing. China today is Nigeria. We claim to be religious and we're going to China. Only God knows how much trillions of naira or millions or billions of dollars we borrow from China. That is supposed to be a godless society according to us. We have countries in Asia that are much more advanced than that, our own part of the world that is religion, that we think we are the first, we are the progenitors of the human race, of the first human beings created by God. Call it what you want. How we treat ourselves is what is most important in life.
Yeah.
We all go to the US, we go to UK, we go to all these countries. Look at the way they even treat us. But the way we treat ourselves in our own country is just unbelievable. We can't hold a free and fair election. We can't.
Does everything always have to lead to free and fair election, Mister?
I'm going to see. I'm going to make comments as to what affect us directly in our society.
Olumide, read comment section. Read comment section. Read comment section.
They've already predicted that they are going to end up with this thing, and you have left it in a very I think the point you made about China, people borrowing money from China, what it just shows really is that we have decided to divorce ourselves from this world, and this is something Christianity preaches a lot, which is dangerous. You divorce yourself from this world and think that there is a world out there that you are going to leave.
I mean, we are so religious as a people.
When we don't have any proof of that at all.
We are so religious.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. When we don't have any proof of this thing, afterlife, the idea that there is an afterlife is a kind of how do I put it? It cheapens our current existence.
You want proof? You go wait.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I'm not even
finished what I'm saying. Tired. Don't get proof. You go die.
Why is it that whenever I'm saying something, you have to interrupt all the time?
You can react to my comments.
Let me just finish what I'm saying. You can carry on, but let's not go into it. Okay, I guess it's your right to say whatever you want to say. But let me just say this: we are cheapening our current existence because we think that there's something else out there.
Sorry, I disagree.
I'm not sure that is a very good thing, because we should embrace this life that we are in and treat it the way it's supposed to be. It doesn't mean you should fear this thing, and maybe that's something we should ask next. That why is it that people are afraid of dying? Why do you fear death? What is it?
Forefathers.
Why did
Let
picture,
him
where
learn.
did the picture of
I
death come from?
disagree with you.
It's
Forefather,
okay
I
to
disagree
disagree.
with you 100%. I disagree
No,
with
we
you
have to
100%.
ask questions. Okay, good.
Let
That's
OT
fine.
talk. Let OT
So
talk.
let
Let
me
Olumide conclude.
forefathers, let me
Then you can let me know where you truly disagree.
otherwise I'll
with.
lose my train of thought to forefathers.
Go ahead. Go
So,
ahead.
so like I said, see, we are a Christian will speak from his own Christian perspective. The Catholic, even among the Christian denomination, they have their own perspective. Among the Islamic denomination, they have their own perspective. Traditionalists have their own perspective. But the most important thing is let's respect the other person, their beliefs, their culture, what they want. You understand? People will claim what religion has done for them in their life, the kind of miracles that religion has brought into their lives. I'm not going to disapprove of that. I'm not going to challenge that, but we want that religion to reflect in the way that when we have a document in a country that says, do this, do that, let us do that. That is how we show we love ourselves. Not just by word of mouth, not by going to church every Sunday and clapping, not by going to mosque every Friday, because that has lost its essence. If you claim, if it has lost its essence, if the country is the shithole that it is right now, and we all claim to subscribe to all of that religion that we claim to subscribe to, you understand? When we were doing our regional system in the 60s, I don't think we heard so much of all this religion nonsense that we're hearing today now. But we've drifted towards. There's nothing wrong in finding succor in religion, but the way that we've interpreted it, it is so bizarre, it's so amazing that the ordinary things that we can do in our everyday lives, we want in Jamaica to come and do them for us. So it's just. We need to be honest with ourselves, especially the black race, as the guest said. This religion is supposed to affect our lives in a positive way. If we go back to our traditional cultures, they have, like I said, our traditional cultures are this negative. We as much as we will criticize the Christian missionaries, thank God for Mary Slessor. She's a heroine in our history books and folklore today. If not for the fact that they came, some part of the Calabar culture will still be killing twins, maybe up until today. Do you know how many twins they've saved?
What are you talking about? It doesn't mean that they would have carried on killing. They would
I
have
don't know,
evolved out of
probably,
it.
maybe not, but the shish came and she stopped the killing of the twins. And today there are so many families where these twins have been blessings to them, So that negative part of our culture that we shouldn't embrace too. There are negative part of the Christian religion too. Go like the crusades. We now know the two reasons why those crusades were even fought in the first place. People died needlessly. They crucified people who weren't Christians, who they thought were witches or weren't obeying the Pope, or and today we see modern form of abuse of the Christian faith where pastors take advantage of congregations' money,
Olumide, thank you,
There's a lot. I try to keep it brief, man. There's people out in your
Olumide,
background. Jesus Christ.
thank you.
Religion without the humanity, without that face of humanity, whether it is somebody from your tribe or somebody from your opposite tribe, it doesn't matter. When religion has lost its humanity, then it has lost its soul, because your religion will make you obey the laws of your land. We go to UK, we go to US, we go to Canada, the guys of our religion, we still obey the laws of the land. The document, the constitution that governs the country is the laws of our own land. How much are we doing to preserve it? How much are we doing to making sure that police properly prosecute those who break the law? People
Try
don't
to keep it brief. You have been going on quite a long time. You have to be considerate of other
And it's
people's time.
excessively boring.
Yeah, you need to. Why do we do this thing? We don't even consider other people's time at all.
Okay. So let me round up by saying that it's very important that we
You want to talk? I beg you don't do.
Jesus Christ, man! Come on, man!
Okay.
And your background is very busy. You're not even that focused, and you are just talking anyway.
Mr. Igwe, I beg you, come back and talk. Don't.
Okay, so gentlemen, good evening, everyone. Can I just
Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't take a lot of time, because at least there we can have some common grounds, things we cannot argue about, at least something we can accept. Now, for example, as human beings, we're not just material made of matter. Okay, yes, our bodies, flesh, okay, carbon, but we have another dimension, spiritual. I believe for us you would accept that. Is we have other, okay, maybe the Christians would say soul or spirit, but a spiritual dimension. So we don't have to know precisely what that means or where that goes when the flesh when we're dead, when we die biologically. But at least I think whether you're a Christian, whether you're a religious person or not, I mean the duality of human existence, the body and the soul, or whatever else you want to call it. So if you accept this, and then again, life after death, following on from that, is something we can, depending on your faith, argue about. But at least there's a world beyond this.
But there is no proof of any world beyond, as you
Look,
described.
you don't have to have a proof for that, So I don't know what you mean by proof. Proof is, do you think knowledge is only something that is objective, something that you can subject to a scientific method? Is that the only kind of knowledge you?
I think if you have a population that should believe in something, maybe we should have some proof of it.
Hold on. So that is quite a massive claim. What do you understand by proof?
Proof is evidence of what you are describing as a world beyond. Because yes, you are demanding proof of a world beyond when maybe it is totally something else.
All right. Okay. Let's say, for example, dream. Do you have dreams? Do you dream?
Everybody dreams. So,
that is
not.
Okay. So what when you dream, what is that? What do you have any
let me give you the explanation for that. The explanation for dreams from the point of view of some parts of science is that what our mind does. That's the brain. What it does, it creates narratives whereby let me explain it, because
it's okay.
If you think you already understand it,
let us not go far afield. So where is your mind?
In the brain.
Your mind is your brain. How do you know that?
Mind is not in the brain.
How do you know that?
If you want me to answer it, I will answer it.
So listen. So anyway,
I'm sure you don't want me to answer it. That's why you just asked me.
First of all, mind is not in the brain. Okay.
Let him answer. Let him speak.
Consciousness, that you are conscious.
There's only 6 of us here. We're listening to this conversation. Yeah. It's going in the direction I am enjoying.
Do you want me to answer it?
Yes. Tell me where consciousness is.
Okay. Where is the mind? Okay. See, if you have a machine that you designed to run machine learning program, that application has capacity to make decisions and do stuff, but it is in that computer. And the same can be said for our minds, our brains. It creates narratives, just as it interprets image from light.
Okay. Stop there. Right. So
you can't just interrupt me like that, because the people I'm explaining to is not only you. And just like you get images of light and your brain interprets it and rotates it around so that you can be able to understand it. And when you hear something, your mind does a lot of calculation, and scientists have proven that the mind can easily be deceived based on the biases it has already. So if the mind can do all those calculations, it creates this reality based on the various information that is coming in. It has to do that, otherwise it will never make sense.
Okay.
That's how the mind works.
Okay. Now you talk about the mind. Okay. So for you, the mind, and first of all, and all this is happening in your brain, right? That's where you can. So
that's one part of science believes that there are other thoughts.
So are you saying if you open someone's brain, you'll be able to say this is where this is the mind, or how you can explain how the mind works by looking at the brain, which is a matter, physical matter? You can do that. Science can do that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. If you open a computer, if you open a computer, are you going to see machine learning?
I'm not talking about the computer. We're not computers, okay? But okay,
it's a concept, because when Some,
it's okay. Now don't go on.
Go
It's
ahead,
okay.
go ahead.
I'm talking. I'm just asking questions for clarification. Okay. So now, right. Question of consciousness is something different. Now, but even if, as you say, we are like computers, okay? Is that correct? We are computers, medical, like
kind
computers.
of, yeah.
So therefore, we didn't make ourselves because no computer makes itself. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So an intelligent being, would have, created us.
Yes.
And fitted us with, the capacity,
Yes.
Okay. So that intelligence being, do you think he or she or it has any interest in us for creating us?
He has interest in us because he created us.
Okay. And therefore, do you think we are supposed to, or the sort of interest he, she, or it might have in us, does it include having a relationship or having a connection with the creator?
The connection is already there.
What is it?
By it creating us and we existing.
And therefore, is it not reasonable to assume that when our mortal body died, because our capacity to function is not only limited to our physical body. Is that correct? We have the mind.
Bro. I've got to come in, Oti, because as much as you're trying to get to a point, you're just repeating more questions. Let me assist if I can. Forefather was saying that the mind, it belongs to the brain, and there's no proof that there is life after death. That such a claim is a massive claim. That's where Forefather is coming from. Forefather, can I ask, is that your belief, or is that you playing devil's advocate?
I think my belief is that there are other ways to describe what people generally associate with life after death, but not the way people are thinking about it.
And can you give me that quick difference, please?
That difference is that, like, when a scientist will come out and come with a different concept and say there is no beginning and end of time, that everything has already happened. That is our perception of it that seems to make us think that it is running in one direction. So in other words, you've already existed, you will never die. What you are right now has always existed and it will never go. So, but the way we picture it is that when we die now, we're going to go somewhere, there's going to be a garden, a golden castle. So it's not necessarily that way. It's not necessarily going to be that way. So it depends on our perception of reality. And I think we don't have enough of it for us to just say there's life after death, the way we are describing it.
But okay, for something so ethereal as life after death, which it could be that it is within our culture that this reasoning is given. However, within our consciousness, I don't know how that consciousness is fed necessarily, but my consciousness would tell me that my memory within my consciousness that goes back to my beginnings tells me that I didn't come from here in the first place. So where is it that I'm going is a conscious question because these questions, as much as you want to speculate with Western theology, Western Christianity, Western science, as much as we would like that arena to back.
Your audio seems to have gone. I hope it's not mine.
So,
whether or not we...
You did refer to something permanent.
Forefathers, can I speak, please?
Something permanent, okay? Forefathers, you did
I'm still around.
Your audio is going in and out, Jargon.
Is everybody hearing me?
It's not steady. You may have to go in and come back in again.
Okay.
I think it's not steady.
So, Forefathers, you did refer to something permanent, okay?
Forefathers.
In other words, something
Can
something
I speak?
that is
I think
immortal. Let me okay.
Ferrari, enable your mic and this in camera if you want to come in.
Let me
go
finish.
ahead.
So So something that
Was
is
everybody hearing me? I just wanted.
No, we were not. We were not.
Sorry, I was having a bad line. Sorry, I just wanted to get the aspect of our consciousness, private consciousness, that is our only witness to those things that we cannot see. You understand? That's our only real witness. So I'm not necessarily, as OT was trying to get to, whilst we look for scientific answers in this area, that truly is not the only way that we give ourselves answers to such a question.
Okay. Sorry, by the way, he talked about even referring to science, okay? Something permanent, okay? In other words, a recognition that even when, our flesh dies, which is, it's flesh dies and it's bad, it's rotten, okay? Something permanent, something durable, eternal. So, and what is that thing that is eternal, okay? Whether it doesn't matter. That's not the question we are trying to answer, the form of that existence, okay? But that there is something. In other words, our entire being is not limited to this matter, okay? If you accept that, okay, therefore, it becomes of interest. What religion? Because it's a religion, really, that investigates this question in life after death. Are you with me? You must, you have to agree with that, because if you, even in your science, has acknowledged some, a being, okay, beyond the physical reality, so you cannot ignore or belittle that quest. Okay, so now the question now becomes really, how do we make best of our life in this world to possibly okay, let me put it this way. Now, because you were trying to give the impression that people be focusing or being interested in life after death would have the negative effect of them ignoring in our present existence. It doesn't follow. And as a matter of fact, if one is seriously contemplating life after death, existence, life after death, that even makes it much more necessary for that individual to live here a life that is useful, productive, that has regard for other human beings, that with whom we share this this earth. Does it think so? Because if one really has a serious, a genuine, sincere interest in a life beyond this our earthly existence, I would think that would make that person even live here much more consciously, much more aware, by doing the right thing. Because Jagan talks about, this kind of the ultimate, if like judge, arbiter, which is our conscience. You don't have to know any law. You don't have to be religious to understand, to know good and bad. Everybody knows that. Even in the scripture, Paul talks about, there's a way he refers to the law of conscience. So you don't really have to know the law or receive commandment from God. Every culture, every society, every civilization is aware of this. So our conscience.
I think what you are saying, that because of religious belief, that our behavior in this world will be improved because of the potential of reward after death. You have to also see from the other point of view, because of the belief of that religion, people do a lot of grievous, very evil things on the face of the earth too. Let me finish now. I'll let you finish your own.
Okay.
They do a lot of grievous things on the earth because they anticipate a life that is greater after death. They literally sometimes even see the world as just a carcass that they need to treat anyhow. And my own take is that I think you don't have any proof of the afterlife. For you to treat the only miracle you have, which is your existence, like
Okay.
that, I'm not sure it's not cheapening this existence that we have.
Okay, for us, let me come from an Igbo cosmology. Okay, this is not Christian religion now. Now, because so in Igbo, again, cosmology, our worldview, our religion, and in our culture, right? So people live life, okay, and it's not like we have commandments, but when you live in any community, society, you know the do's and don'ts, you know what is wrong and what is right, what is right. So people live with that awareness of the individual, in other words, the forefathers. So there's a continuum, a continuity of life. Somebody is born, they live and die, and then they join the ancestors. Okay, so do you think when they are living their lives, they are aware of that if like future, that coming alive? They're continuing some, so, and I don't think they needed a proof. And focusing on that, being aware of that, I don't think it made them bad people. And that's why when people do, and they try to live a life that really to a life that is a good life as far as they understand it, within their prevailing moral moral compass. So
let me push in. Let me push in where forefathers kind of stopped. It is thought provoking when people say there is no proof. It does tax us as individuals, but I also find that way of thinking almost provocative in terms of where I know it comes from. Those questions and that line of questioning came in the 40s, largely from people who were becoming atheist and coming with an atheistic point of view. Now, an atheistic point of view is not necessarily a bad thing. Is I think where we all.
Your audio is gone. Your audio is gone. So
the way we are looking at life is almost like an atheist, and then looking for life to prove itself to us. It's a way of reasoning, if I may.
I think
I still need to get to my point. I don't know if you're hearing.
Your audio is going in and out sometimes. That's why.
Are you hearing me?
You could turn your camera off so that I can be able to speak. I don't know. Maybe that will help.
I'm not hearing you guys. If you're hearing me,
I will hear you. So, you're talking about proof. Okay. Do you have a proof for God's existence?
And the proof of God's existence.
Or maybe you don't believe in God. Somehow you made yourself.
I think
the proof of God's existence.
The proof of God's existence is that we exist, and we didn't create ourselves, at least not consciously. For the way I look at it is that whatever is responsible for our being here, it's clear that there is God. You see, these are things you don't even. It's obvious there is evidence because we are
what
here.
Is the proof? No. You ask what is the
because
proof?
we are here.
No, it's not a proof. You're here.
No, the creator. Because whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever. What you don't understand is that whatever is responsible for our existence, if it is us in disguise, we wiped our own memory and created ourselves, is still God.
Okay,
it's still the creator.
So what can't you follow that argument? The fact that we are not only made of matter, okay, right? That when we die, something in us, something of us, continues to exist, and therefore that is life after death.
I think
it's
we
not
never
the same,
truly.
it's
The truth is that we never truly die.
So what is the proof? The proof is that because we are made of matter, we are spiritual, and spirit does not die. Spirit does not die; lives forever. Okay.
Yes, but
and therefore there is a life after death.
See, let me explain this. If there is no time, how do you experience life then? Is there anything? Because in some parlance, if there's no time, it's eternity. Then until you go back into time where time exists, then you start experiencing time, and it appears as if there is a beginning and an end. But when you go into eternity, there is no time. It doesn't exist.
Sorry. Look, you see, I don't know, and you don't know what that form, that life, because none of us has died and has, at least I'm not consciously aware that I've died and then lived before. Okay.
Okay. Now just stop there for a second. You see, why do you think you are not aware of it? Because you could be in eternity then, because there's no time. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
You are not aware of it. Then the moment you come into life, somehow you become aware of it. This is what some of the scientists believe, that the beginning and the end has already happened. It's just because we exist within it, we perceive it. But if you're outside it, it doesn't
what
exist.
do you mean the beginning and the end?
The beginning, that's time, is already happened. As we see it.
Look, we're talking about life after.
Even in the Bible, they even put it that he's aware of the beginning and the end.
Excuse me. We're talking about life after death. Okay. So at least we have to. We're talking about. Okay. Look, my life now. I'm conscious. I'm aware of my life now. Okay. Right. So and just as
you are within a time stream where time exists.
Okay. Yes. But I'm aware. I'm conscious. Right. I can feel pain. Right. I feel pain. At least. Whether you like it, any other thing, any other doubt, any other, you feel pain. Okay. So, if I die, the question is, okay, is there something of me that continues? I don't care. I don't know how, what form that continuity, what shape, it takes.
I think. Okay, you see this question. I think the way we picture this thing is like, something like OT that wears glasses. No, that's not how it works.
Excuse me. That's why I said it. I said I don't know, and it's really unimportant.
Let me just explain. We've talked about this. I think we've talked about it before. Like when you get up in the morning and want to get up, do you understand all the mechanisms in your body that is responsible for getting you to be able to wake up and go and walk? No, hold on, let me finish. You don't necessarily understand those processes, because what makes you is a tiny proportion of what you truly represent. You represent a something that has been passed down thousands or maybe millions of years, maybe even billions of years down the line to where you are right now. Hence why, even from the beginning of time, if you can even put it that way, you see what I mean? If you connect it, passing on is a very tiny bit of you that is adding to what is already existed.
Excuse me. But you see, the question we are trying to answer is, if like the fact or possibility of life after death. Okay, so at least is either we come to an agreement that there is life after death, is quite different from determining or agreeing on the form, the shape of that.
Okay, then there is life after death.
So then,
but not the way people think, and that is the danger. I don't want to come here and tell people that you start thinking that there is a paradise and you're going to go and I don't want that to happen. Please. The Nigeria is a scam. Please, just go ahead and say something. Nigeria is a scam. Please, go ahead.
Fake moderator. Yeah, talk. So you just say not talk now. If you want to see me that
Now the big moderator.
Okay. Yeah.
Please go ahead. Nigeria is a scam.
Yeah. Thank you, Father. So most of the times people live in denial. They don't want to understand the fact of life, like what my brother Mr. Oti is saying. I mean, I'm younger than you people right here. I'm 44 years. I will be 45.
I'm not hearing him.
I know you guys are. I know you guys are older than me. So, but what I'm saying is, like Oti said, when you die, my brother, you can't come back again alive. If you come back again alive, you are not dead. We are in coma. When you are dead, you are dead. My father died. He never came back. I don't know about any other person. If you have somebody who died, they are dead, they are gone, they're not coming back again. So saying that people who died came back again, talking blah, 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 is not possible. You are not dead. When somebody is dead, that person is dead. Secondly, now, when you are dead, okay, you can't know what is happening after that. Because You, as Mr. Oti, speaking right here, you are not speaking because you are Mr. Oti. You are just in the body. You are just in this body. When you die, your soul is gone. Your soul is sleeping. You don't even know what is happening, right? Your soul, that is why we Africans, we believe in reincarnation, right? When you are gone, you are gone. This body is dead. Your soul goes to another body, anywhere else in the world. Your soul might go to somebody who is Congo, somebody who is in Australia, somebody who is in Kenya, right? It's not this your body. What you are speaking and saying right now is not is your soul speaking,
Okay,
not
who
you.
owns the soul?
It's
Does
very
anybody own
interesting.
the soul?
What he's saying
Who
sounds
owns
like
the soul?
consciousness. I think in philosophical people describe it as consciousness. Where there's a okay, please go ahead. I don't
No,
want
it's not
to
consciousness.
monopolize the conversation.
Naja, who owns the soul?
See, forget about who owns the soul. I'm telling you, God, who is the creator, have given you the soul to live in right now.
Right.
But when you close your eyes in death, you don't know what's going on.
Okay, so that God that created me, I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. The creator takes control of the soul he has given to this body.
Okay.
Right?
In other words, the creator.
So you don't even know what's going on, right? Okay. So the soul is right there. You just speaking because you are in Otis' body, wearing eyeglass, living in wherever you are living in, right? So when you are gone, you don't know what's going on. This soul
this Nigeria is a scam, man. You are quite an interesting fella. See, Oti, I think maybe the question should be, what are we truly? Because if we don't know who we are, how can we know what's going to happen after us? What are you? Who is OT? What makes OT?
That's where again, of course, maybe religion and theology comes into play, right? Depending on what you profess. Okay, for Christians, they at least they have a kind of a coherent word, a coherent answers to these questions: who you are and why we're here, and all that. You may not accept it, but at least that is the religion, that is the worldview, that is so that's the thing. Buddhism has its own set of answers to who you are, but the important thing is there is something that lives on, the soul, something immortal. Okay, at least that is the kind of something we've come to. So
but don't you think that something is part of what I just described to you, that you don't even have a clue how you do most of it. How do you breathe? You don't control it. But something put that stuff in place. What do you think put it in place?
Sorry, forefathers. No, is it you're talking about consciousness and how the mechanics, how
yes, because you have to understand the miracle that created you.
No.
And you don't. I think from the way you talk about it, you seem to belittle it.
No. Listen, forefathers. The mistake is this: science cannot explain everything. Okay, because this is called scientific attitude. So you think asking for proof? No, there's
no. It's not for proof. I'm trying to get you to understand the complexity that involves creating you. So that you can understand that.
No. We cannot
forefathers, I'm not even done. Anyway.
Why not? You can't escape it.
No, we cannot go into that.
You guys are interrupting me, though.
Nigeria is scam. I know we are coming to you. Don't worry. Okay, go ahead. Nigeria is scam. Go ahead.
Okay, so because of what Mr. Oti is talking about right here is what Christianity embedded in him. I try to get myself.
I don't deny that.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. That's fine. Listen, let me tell you something, sir. Me right here.
Yes.
I am younger than you guys.
Yes.
I mean, I was a drummer in my church. I was in FAC. I was in every society in the church, right? Okay. But I began to understand and read some certain things and understand that all these things was just a kind of mind colonialism, to make you understand and believe some certain things.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait. I'm interested in what he has to say.
I want to ask him a question. Should change it to a traditional philosopher. No, that name, Naja's scam, is rubbish.
Sorry, Naja,
you should change that name.
Can you tell us? Naja,
doesn't represent you at all.
Can you tell us maybe what you read, maybe one book you read.
Okay,
that
no, forget about
made
what
the
I read.
greatest-
Okay, if you
yes,
want
that
me
made
to
a
tell you what I
change.
read, have you read the book that says how to make a Negro a Christian?
I have.
You have not?
I have not. No.
Please search for that book for you to understand.
Okay.
Now, do you know that the first, when the Christians, what are they called? CMS, when they came to Africa,
Anglican,
to Nigeria,
yes. Church
right?
Missionary Society. That's Anglican Church,
Okay,
right?
when they came to Nigeria, right? Do you know that they supervised every teaching that happened in Africa? The white men sat on a chair and watched the Africans teach the people what they want them to teach them. If you say anything against whatever they told you to teach them,
Nigeria has come. Okay, now, that's okay. Oh, it may well be, okay, but that is, you're talking about colonialism, okay? The missionary.
No, it's different. No, it's different.
Okay, no, it's different. Okay, no, but
colonialism is quite different from Christianity coming to
that's
Africa.
fine, that's fine. No, but they came together, hand in hand.
No,
right?
they did not. No, they did not. No,
okay, it doesn't matter. Okay,
no.
Why, Oti, why are you so defensive? You're being very defensive. Just let the guy speak. He's coming from his point of view. You don't have to feel as though you're being.
I'm not being defensive. I'm trying to ask you a question.
It sounds like you don't want him to land. I'm interested in this discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Saoti. Please understand me, okay? Colonialism did not come with Christianity same time in Africa. No, they never came the same time, right? Slavery and colonialism came before Christianity, right? Now, do you know that the first, that's why I asked, what's his name? KJ, the question before. I asked him, do you know how your ancestors became Christians? He never answers that question. He was telling me about himself, because I already know how my ancestors became Christians, right? These people forced our ancestors to be Christians. Our
some of us convinced, some of us did convert willingly.
They become Christians by force.
See, Nigeria is kind. Some of us converted willingly, like
nobody. Our ancestors. It's not
some of our ancestors did convert.
None of them converted willingly.
No,
for the sake of argument, you can leave that. Let him carry on.
None of them converted willingly.
I remember one of the rulers of Congo that was writing to the Portuguese this thing about they send their children mission to go and learn and come back while he was still king and doing all those things.
It's like this, right?
No, forefathers. I read
this is 1500s we're talking about.
You can
I read an
not
article.
all of them were forced, right? But convincing. They will convince them.
Let this guy land now. Bros, take us to where you're going.
I read an article, right, that says that during that time, right, when Christians, European Christians came to Africa, what they did was bringing gifts to the congregation, where they built a house called church with thatched house, which our ancestors built too. They brought gifts right there. If you want to get these, you have to come to church on Sunday. If you want to get that, you have to come to church on Sunday.
Exactly.
This is to lure people to come there. Right? So when people came there, they received gifts, which they never saw before. Right? So people started evangelizing, telling people, hey, we went there and we got these. If you come next Sunday, you're going to get these. People started coming there. It wasn't all about choice. It was by force.
I think the way. Okay, go ahead.
Not force. It's force.
Coercion. Look, you see, it matter. Coercion.
Maybe all of them are true.
I'm not a physicist. I'm not a physicist student.
Listen,
right?
Niger, have you finished? You see, let me tell you something before I carry on. For me, it doesn't really matter. Okay, even if it is
it matters. It matters.
No,
it doesn't really matter. It matters.
That's why Oti, I believe you're going on the wrong aspect.
No.
Wait. When I say wrong aspect, not that you're wrong, but because I want to understand more as to where this Niger is a scam is actually coming. Wait. because I want to understand more where this Niger is a scam is actually coming from. Because all the points you've made so far, there's nothing new in what you're saying. There's nothing even controversial in what you're saying. There's nothing really to argue about. You speaking about the aspect of Christianity not being traditionally West African. So what? So what?
You see, so
what? I mean, what is your crux? Where are you taking us with this understanding?
Are you interested in truth? In other words, that's the question. Putting it pointedly, it's truth.
And it's about being point. That's why I want to understand from him now.
So yes, that is really. Are you interested in knowing the truth, knowledge, or do you think knowledge is something that is a monopoly of any people?
No.
Oti,
yes.
Please, I want to ask you one more question.
Mm-hmm.
One more question I want to ask you is this.
Okay.
Jesus Christ in the Bible resurrected Lazarus. Did the Bible tell you when Lazarus died again?
Oh, God. So, listen.
Why are you shocked?
Just answer me.
What's the wrong?
I'm not sure.
Just answer me.
No, the question. So look.
No.
So I use.
Najaman, hold on. It might not say it. It might not. The Bible might not say it again.
Why?
Doesn't mean
okay,
that.
Why?
No, why? Okay, let me answer.
The Bible might not say it again. Doesn't mean that Lazarus did not die again.
The Bible.
No, I said why.
The Bible is not like it's
no, because they're just telling a story now, so they don't have to necessarily tell that he died. He just rose up.
You understand?
But is there anything? Is there a point to the question?
Okay, thank you. Now the point. Thank you,
if they didn't tell you how Lazarus was given birth to,
no, hold on,
and they did not tell you how he died later.
If you
who his siblings are,
if you don't understand deceit about Bible, you're never gonna understand anything. Why would the Bible tell you that Jesus resurrected Lazarus, but it wouldn't tell you when Lazarus died again?
Hold on.
You tell us why.
Hold on. Does that take anything away from the resurrection? I don't know. Does it take anything away from the resurrection?
You tell us, because I can't see the mystery that you're seeing. Tell us. Be open. You're saying that you're making all these claims, and then you're saying, wait. This is how you're coming across to me. You're making claims, and you're not backing them. You're suggesting, and you're just leaving in the air. You're asking questions, and you're not answering them. So you're not giving me any understanding of where it is you're coming from. Where are you coming from? Please.
Okay, but Jago, nobody ever asked me any question apart from
no. You're the one asking. You're the one asking questions that we aren't answering. I'm not asking the question, where did Lazarus go, or what was the end of Lazarus? I'm not asking that question. You're answering it. You're asking it. So in you asking it, I want to know why. I want to understand how did it become deceit? Because we don't know when Lazarus died.
Thank you so much.
Hurry up, man.
Thank you. That's why I said I've been asking questions. Nobody ever asked me any question. But you asked the question right now, and I'm gonna answer you, okay? Not everything anyway. Some things in the Bible are not real. These are African stories that was transformed and sold to us as Africans.
Most people know that.
Right? Okay. Lazarus, nobody ever woke nobody up from death. If you are dead, you are dead. You're gone. It's just a myth.
Yeah, but to say that if you are dead, you are gone.
Is that only?
Bruh, honestly, you've not said anything. You've not said anything
I just
to me.
said something right now.
No, bro. I'm telling you what you said and what it amounts to in my mind. In my mind, you've not said anything that gives me any energy to walk away from the Bible's teachings. Nothing. You're just making announcements. You're not making sense. And I have to put that to you. In order for you to make sense, you don't have to ask me any questions. Put forward your narrative. Let me understand what your narrative is. If you're talking from a spiritual, ethical, religious, if you like, point of view that is yours, then you let me know what your religious, spiritual aspect is. Don't tell me that I shouldn't do this and I shouldn't do that and this and that, because you have no backing as to why. So I'm telling you that in order for you to come forward with wherever it is that you're coming from, because I don't understand where you're coming from, one iota. I understand that you're asking questions, but I don't understand how these things affiliate to you and what it is that you're trying to teach us on this platform. I don't get it.
Okay,
So I
see,
want to get
sorry,
it.
Jamu,
Okay,
let me come in
so
here. See, it's for me. My understanding is this from Nigerian, right? He is trying to like come with the narrative, like, yeah, this religion that was sold to us by white people is fake, and that we should embrace more Africanness, more Africanism, more our culture more than these people's own. But the thing is this, right? If you're even talking about Christianity, which of the Christian are you talking about? Is it the one before Constantine, the original one, so to speak, or the one that came after the Constantines, the King James,
okay,
narration, the
okay,
Constantine? Which one are we talking
yeah,
about? Because
Lokopi,
right now,
it's okay.
hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, it's okay. I understand you, and I want
I'm
to
not
answer
asking you.
Jagu right
I'm
now.
not asking you a question. Hold on. What I'm trying to ask is that what I'm trying to say is right. Look, if we're discussing, we should be discussing about which Christianity we're talking about, because the one
I
that
don't
the one
have
that
to.
we see. Hold on first now. The one that we are seeing right now, the one that we were born into, the one that we were taught or seen or heard of, is the
I
one
do
that I
not.
think was. You wait now. Make I talk. Jesus Christ. The one I think that we are all seeing right now is the concocted one, is the adulterated one that is different, if not 100% or somewhat more than 50% from the original one before it got to Rome, before Paul came into translation and all that stuff. You understand? We should be talking about that one because the one we're talking about right now is the one that came after Paul or Constantine or King James or whatever. That is the one we know of. That is the one that has been printed in the Bible. You understand? Nobody is even talking about, okay, why not let us look for the one in Ethiopia and see if it's the same with the one in we know right now, the conventional Bible or Christianity. Why not look for the one in even the Greek or the Hebrew version or the Greek version, the original? Let's compare to see if it's the same thing with this Constantine or Rome or Vatican type of or Catholic type of Christianity. You understand? All we are arguing about now is the new Christianity, which is the one after Rome, the one from Rome, the one from Paul, the one from Constantine, or what's it called? The King James. King James. That's the one we know of right now, and that's the one we are saying is fake. That's the one we are saying it contradicts itself. That's the one we are seeing many loopholes. You understand? But the one that came before that one, we don't even know that one yet.
Okay.
So we may be right and saying this new one is wrong. We may also be wrong and generalizing that Christianity itself is wrong. While meanwhile, the original Christianity is the one before Rome, the one before Paul, the one before Constantine. That might be the one that is right one that we don't even know. We are still yet to discover.
Okay.
So,
okay, Lokopi. Yeah, I'm not talking about Christianity because I don't want to talk about Christianity because I don't even believe in Christianity anymore. Right? My ancestors,
your choice.
my ancestors were forced to be Christians. There was no Christianity in Africa when we had the name Okechukwu, Chukwu Neka, Chukwu, all those Chukwu names, right? Even such names apply to Yoruba, origins. Every other origin in Nigeria, right? Ethnic groups in Nigeria. But what I'm saying is, why would the Bible point out to you that Jesus performed miracles, never gave you the end of that? Why would the Bible tell you that Jesus resurrected Lazarus from death, never told you when Lazarus died again? As we are living in this earth, nobody have ever rose up from death. Nobody. Why should you believe all that?
Nigeria has come, and this, like I said, right? The questions you are asking right now, these are questions, not only the question you're asking, there are too many questions that people are also asking.
He's not asking any question.
No.
I just Bros, let me. I've listened though. I've listened. Wait.
What you say, like you say, why
this
is it
guy
that they didn't tell you
allow the
about
conversation,
this,
local, allow the conversation.
He said something. I'm just counting what he said now. So we are still conversating. But the question is asking up whether he say he doesn't believe Christianity, that is his choice. Now he's asking why they told you about Lazarus' miracle and they did not tell you about the death or whatever. Like I said, there are too many controversial questions in this recent type of Christianity that we're seeing, which is the Bible.
You know, the thing is, my brother.
You understand?
The
So you
question
are right
is,
to conclude, but to see Christianity as a whole, where we don't know the origin
the
of how it came to be.
The question is
You understand?
invalid.
That's where it comes from.
The question is invalid if you begin by saying, I didn't come to talk about Christianity. I don't believe in Christianity anyway. And then you're
It's his
asking
choice.
questions. Then you're asking questions about what's within the book. You've invalidated yourself. If you don't want to talk about Christianity, don't talk about it.
Oh, okay.
What you should talk about is where you are coming from.
Oh, okay.
Because Christianity, there's
Okay.
the people who believe in Christianity that you don't believe in, they will break down to you all the questions you want to answer, that you want to ask. They will tell you in no uncertain terms. They will give it to you, and you'll find it difficult for somebody who's properly noused, properly versed in the Bible, the faith of Christianity, and what they believe. Somebody who's properly versed, they will tear you apart with what you're coming with, because you haven't come with any one solid anything as to where you are coming from and what you believe. All you're coming with as a belief is how to castigate Christianity.
No.
That's not a belief. Is that your belief? That we should just go about castigating Christianity? Bullshit.
No, you're getting me wrong.
It's good enough for the
I just told you something. I said, if you
I'm not getting you wrong, I'm breaking down what you said.
I said, no, you did not. I said, I was a drummer, chief drummer in my church. I was born a Christian, baptized in the church, right?
I heard all of that.
But okay,
you are no longer a Christian.
What I'm saying is this. Hold on. What I'm saying is this. I began to understand that Christianity is a weapon for slavery. Okay, my ancestors were not Christians by choice, but they were Christians by force.
So Nigeria is a scam. So you're saying forget about your ancestors, okay? And
I should not. Why should I forget about them? Why should I forget about them?
Listen to me. You see,
no. Without my ancestors, me and you will not be here.
Let me give you the reason. Let me give you the reason. Okay, if you believe in this principle, but by their fruits you shall know them, right? I'm quoting the Bible anyway. So in other words, it's not where something is coming from that really counts, but the effects, the fruit. Okay. So, and again, there's knowledge and truth. If you're interested in these things, that
where is the fruit gonna come from?
No, I'm trying to make the point that
does fruit come by itself?
No, sorry. Look, I quoted a saying.
Bro, you see, Oti. Yes. The way you're arguing this, you're just going to allow him to attack you. There's no point
I'm
in
not
him
attacking
attacking
nobody.
you. Wait, my friend. There's no point in any attack. It's just to understand where a man is coming from. Why you're trying to break down what you're defending. What do you have to defend? You don't have anything to defend.
I think some of the questions he's asking is when he asks where did the fruit come from. Oti sometimes when he talks, he makes statement about an example like the fruits when because he's making a statement about objective when somebody is describing a process. You see, you can't just jump to objective, then you miss the process. That is what he's coming from. That's why I say, where does the fruit come from?
Say that,
because he said I should forget about my ancestors. I can't forget about my ancestors.
Listen,
I will not be here.
I've been listening all day. Let me address you. Can
I just...
First of all, please, I've been listening and I need to come in. First of all, let me still take on forefathers. Forefathers, earlier you sounded like an atheist questioning the existence of the afterlife. You sounded exactly like what's his name? Go and read Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. Mere Christianity by C.S. Lewis. He was exactly at your state of questioning in 1941 or 1940 something.
That's what I'm saying.
C.S. Lewis. Mere Christianity. He wrote some other very interesting group.
He's a great writer.
So for forefather, I'll show you. Now back to Nigeria's camp. First of all, you keep saying that your authority to castigate Christianity is based on the fact that you've been a church member. first of all, there are multiple facets of Christianity. Which one were you? Pentecostal, CMS? Which one were you? So I know how to start this conversation. Which church were you with?
Alaba, even if it's from anyone, is it well grounded?
No, it matters. It matters.
No, hold on.
Luko, please.
No, the question you ask him. No, the question you ask him is it grounded in anyone, in any denomination?
Yeah. Then I will know how
Yes,
deep
sir.
I go.
Because,
That's why
like
I'm
I said,
asking him.
it's
Because
not
if he
grounded.
belongs to the 20th century
It's not grounded.
churches, the Pentecostal movement, they don't know nothing about Christianity.
No,
Right?
you see,
engage
Ferreira,
with the history of Christianity.
Ferreira, my friend, what we need to be careful of when people are coming with their assertions is not to defend Christianity, because
I'm not
there's
defending
nothing.
Christianity. I want to
No,
get
wait. Not even when I say defend, I don't even mean start giving it all these portions and playing the game. Don't. The way I see this thing is, if you are coming with something to say, then you should come out and say it. If you
He
are
has made
saying
his
it, if you
position
are saying
to be
it, wait.
brainwashed into Christianity.
If you are saying it just for reasons of castigation, then it's useless.
I'm
Because
trying to get him out of the castigation. I want to get. He's arguing that he's not here to castigate Christianity. That's why
that's
I
all he's
want to
done.
engage him.
That's all
to
he's
get him
done.
out of the castigation position.
No, it's not to
That's
try
why
and
I
get him
need to
out.
know his
No, it's
background.
not to try and get him
Jago,
out.
you judged
Wait.
him. Jago, you're judging him. Don't do that yet.
No, wait.
I know
I'm not judging him.
I will eventually, but don't do
Wait.
that yet.
I'm not judging him. What I'm doing is trying to get to the point where he tells me where he is coming from. That's not a judgment.
He hasn't been able to tell you that. You've been questioning
And that's
him
what
on
I'm saying. That's where I am. I'm not judging him.
You're right, Jagu. He has failed on that. He has failed on that.
Hold
That's
on.
why I want to come
Hold on. We can't just shut him down. I think he actually said his own point is that these religions were given to us, and we are trying to dismiss our own ancestral this thing.
But that doesn't make it. His argument was that somebody died. His argument is this. Listen, his argument is that some events in the Bible.
No. That wasn't my
happen.
argument. No, that was lately. That wasn't my argument.
Okay, what's your argument? What's your argument?
Alaba, listen.
Argument that Christianity is not real, or
thank you.
And that's what argument is all about.
You won't be the first to make that argument. Several authors, several historians.
But he's making it now.
Alaba, can I ask you the
question? Let me counter him. Let me counter him a little bit.
Alaba,
hold on. I've heard your point. Hold on.
No, you can't.
You're saying that Christianity was made up. That's your argument, right? It's not real. Now.
No, you are not. You don't understand me.
Take your time. Take your time. It's a deep conversation we're having. Let's take our time.
Use 1 minute to explain so that he can summarize this thing, please.
So the truth, I'm not castigating Christianity. When you say you are castigating something, it means you are against something. No, I said, was our ancestors Christians before Christianity came to Africa?
You're not saying anything new. Jagu already told you
Answer the question. It's not fair. You just do what you do.
I asked you a question. I said, was our ancestors Christians before Christianity came to Africa?
Of course not. Everybody knows the answer to that.
So why can't you, who are defending Christianity right now, go back to what your ancestors were?
We just want to correct errors out there. We're not in for or against, but
he asked a question. So you're listening to him. I don't know why we don't listen to each other. He's asking a specific question. Ask the question again, please.
I said, was your ancestors Christians before Christianity came to Africa?
No, he has a second question.
Second question.
Let me put it to you.
Hold on, Jago, hold on. Ask your second question, please. That's the second question you asked.
Yeah, the second question I asked was that when Lazarus died, and Bible recorded.
No, that wasn't the second question you asked. You asked a question about why.
You went from our ancestors to the time of Jesus, right?
Now, is it because
maybe I forgot. Please refresh my memory.
I think it has something to do with why did you not go back to what your ancestors were worshiping?
Thank you. Exactly. So
that's a matter of choice.
It's a matter of choice.
Exactly.
Question.
That's
don't
that,
even
where
let
you
him
going with that?
ask the
That's a matter of
question again.
choice.
Let him ask the question in his own words. Okay, ask the question again, please.
Okay, now I understand what Father was saying. So if anybody has a choice to worship whatever they want to worship, don't condemn anybody.
Nobody is condemning anybody.
No one condemned anybody.
Maybe he's speaking from the context that Christians in the South attack traditional religions.
Which Christian? Which one? Don't go to which one discover what I'm talking about.
They call them pagans, and they see them as
Christians?
backward. And
exactly.
no, you know, in the South they do that. In the southern part of Nigeria,
which South?
They attack traditional religions.
No, Christians do that too. Christians do that too.
Yeah, where do they do that? I'm hearing that for the first time.
Nigeria.
Look,
let me can I come in very quickly? Just to put this on a balance, so
what's happening there?
The back and forth. Wait, local P, please. What we need to do here is understand ourselves very well, if we can. In that, what forefathers said has relativity in the tradition of Christian faith globally. Says this is the one and only religion. You can only get to the other side through Christ. That is the determination of, if in a snapshot, true Christianity. Now, in this, we have been taught by Europeans who brought Christianity to our shores that our practices were dirty and filthy and full of bedevilment. Now, sorry. So that is a course that is real. So we're going from that aspect, and we are trying to entertain Niger is a scam's point of view as to what he believes and why are we still Christian, I believe is what this contention is about. So if we can go from that kind of aspect, I think we can stop squabbling and put our thoughts forward. So I would like to put this back to Nassar Rahmaan to let us know precisely what his beliefs are and what he believes before talking about Christianity again, if you can do that for us.
But it's his belief, not his personal problem.
Thank you, Jagun. I believe in traditional religion.
That's okay.
Okay.
Your choice, no wala.
I believe in the God of my ancestors.
That's okay.
Your personal rights, no
That's
wala.
all.
Case closed.
Ferrari, let me address the point that you said that I was sounding like an atheist. First of all, I didn't declare that there is a creator, and I think
there were two things wrong with your argument, forefather. One, you believe that science can tell us everything about.
No, I don't believe that.
Science cannot. There are some mysterious things that science defines.
But I never said so.
That's no. You were arguing in that perception.
Yes, he was asking for proof.
I said
you were asking for proof.
Yeah,
of course. Asking for there are things on this earth that you can't find proof for, but yet
if you cannot find proof, then you might as well agree that it's speculation.
That's not true. Love is not speculation. God is not speculation. Several things I can tell you is not speculation, but I don't have proof for it.
There is proof. Of course, there is proof of love. What are you going on about? There's proof of love. But when you say there is life after death, there is no proof.
No.
Prove it in a laboratory. Do you know what proof is?
Yes, we have. You can express it in a lab.
Also, laboratory is a form of life.
You can express it. You can.
I'm not going to go back and forth on this argument because it's not going to go nowhere. Can we move on?
You are making assertions that are just mixed.
No.
You can't say there's no proof of love. There is, but there's no proof of afterlife. Clearly, there is none.
It depends on
what you there is not. For to the Egyptians, yes, there is. To the Hindus, yes, there is. You're just here talking. You don't even haven't gone around the world to see world cultures. To the Christians, yes, there is. You understand? There's so many world cultures that you don't know about.
No, Hindus do not.
Making assertion of a non-existence of something you don't even know about from your own myopic perspective.
My brother, when somebody's dead, they are dead. Nobody's coming back again.
That's your argument. That's your argument. There was a true life movie I watched called The Zombie Powder, Serpents in the Snake. It's a powder produced in Haiti. It's a pharmaceutical powder that
It's a
sends
movie.
somebody to a zombie.
It's
You
a
understand?
movie.
See, now
I said
let me
a
tell you
true
something.
life
Yeah?
story. What part
No,
of that
it's
did
a
you
movie.
hear?
Nigerian has scam. Nigerian has scam. See,
The
yeah?
chemical
Look,
content of that thing was
there are places.
tetrodotoxin. That chemical still exists and is still under research. Let me tell
Nigerian,
you,
Nigerian,
there are cultures and things in this world you guys don't know. So don't
Nigerian
come here.
Are you saying that stuff great zombies or something? I
Hold
don't
on first now.
understand.
Forefathers, listen, that there's things in this life, right? That most we don't even know 1/10 of. We just sit on our internet, look internet and look Facebook. We just feel like when you travel around the world, you see
Around
people's
the world.
culture, people culture that you don't even
They'll
think
give
that
you
can
mysterious
exist.
stories
That
beyond
can
your
That is not
wildest
proof of
imagination.
afterlife. Let's not mix things up.
What did you just say?
I've just told you.
Just because
What's
you see
afterlife?
various culture doesn't mean there's proof of afterlife. You can't mix stuff
No,
up.
hold on.
For
Forefathers,
you, there's none, and you don't know Northern Nigeria and London.
Not proof of
For
afterlife,
you,
right?
the
Look,
world is
the
way
proof
bigger.
the proof that you may need for afterlife, right? Is just
Have you
like,
is there a mermaid? Does a mermaid exist? Forefather.
There's some things you just
There's
see.
no
Does a
proof of it.
mermaid
It
exist?
doesn't exist. It's a
Hold
mythical
on first now.
creation.
No, hold on
And there's
first.
no proof of it.
Forefathers.
In
Okay,
your
now
own
let me
head.
ask you. Let me ask you.
So we're
Hold on,
dinosaurs
wait.
and
Forefathers.
so we're dinosaurs.
You know we have
Forefathers.
crazy people in this life, like
Forefathers. Hold on first now.
schizophrenics and
Wait,
people that
Forefathers.
see things that are not there. And
If you are
maybe
going by
because
that,
they don't know how to diagnose them.
Forefathers,
And they
if you are
come
going
out
by
and start telling you what they see. And some people are saying
We can say that about people who talk about God too and the devil.
Three people are trying to speak at the same time. Come on, guys.
We can say that about God or the devil too.
You know, let's allow Loco to talk. Loco is a
Because there's no proof for God or the devil.
Hold on, let's allow Loco to finish.
I keep quiet most times so that I can say something, but you don't know something. Jago, you just keep pointing it, interrupting me every time. Okay, so I didn't ask you to reply. Don't reply. Don't respond. Don't worry. No, see, in a nutshell, right? What I'm trying to say is like, see, the world is deep, right? Both in stratosphere, undersea, underworld is deep, right? It really takes one to go into different places to get facts out for you to research, see, and study and know and be knowledgeable. You understand? Like talking about the land, traveling to places, there's some culture that you don't even know exist. You understand? And if they tell you about their story, not because it's fiction, the story that the life that they are living, it will still change your psyche. Like, oh, if this is possible, the other things are possible. Then you're talking about afterlife or no afterlife or whatever, or maybe reincarnation or something like that. Those are still subject to 100% proof, but that doesn't mean there's no 20% chances that it can happen or 10% chance that it can happen. All these are based on your own knowledge now that you've done, like the selflessness you put in, like, no, I want to study life. Let me see what it does. You understand? When you see people telling you, oh, I can disappear from here to here, I can take something or eat something or chant something, I can disappear from here to here. You understand? Villages will tell you, yes, it happens, that they can do it. Witch doctors or whatever, they can do it. But because you've not seen it, you understand, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. You can only hold what you see. You cannot hold what you don't see. But that doesn't mean the existence is not there.
Okay, hold on. Oh, okay.
You get my point?
Just because, but don't you think that something you want 8 billion people to believe?
No,
there should be belief. There should be proof.
Why can't you let him finish the question?
Now, where you are wrong is,
excuse me, local P. Let Father finish his question, man. There's more than just you two here. Let Forefather finish his question so we know where he is.
But I was talking and he jumped into
he asked you a question. He'll ask you something.
What I'm trying to tell you is this:
we should be patient for somebody to finish asking question. I think that's the fair point.
Then what about after you land the thought first? What you said about him? Your question first is this: look, it's not a must. It's not possible for 8 billion people to believe one thing.
But we want it.
It's very. No. You listen, local P, please just hear my question. You see, you rush a lot. You rush people. Take your time. The question that came, it didn't necessarily mean 8 billion people. He's saying that for there to be intrinsic knowledge backed with reasonable proof that something is true to one man would be true to every other man, because it's truth that we're looking for. So in order for any hocus pocus to become real,
Believable.
then there should be a way of explaining these things that is transaction, that is believable, that can be taken on board. Otherwise, it's just suspicion, and the whole world is full of suspicion. That is what I believe Paul Father was trying to put to you.
Now, I will say this to you.
Take your time with this subject.
Okay, now I will say this to you. Response in jargon is this: look, it is somehow impossible because the world is too big for everybody to believe one thing, except that thing is common, which is death. That death is everybody believes. Some don't even believe in death. Some tell you they transit. It's transition, not even death, and just there. Some tell you they don't believe in death, that they believe in transition. So even as common as as common as constant, death is constant. Everybody doesn't even believe in death. They will tell you no, they are transiting somewhere else. Some will tell you no, they die and they don't come back, and that's the end of you. Some will tell you no, it's not the end of you. Some will tell you there's afterlife. So as
but you know that there are some things that
everybody don't even believe it.
But is there? But you are sounding as if that there is something that most of the world don't agree to be true. Like when we're talking about most, we're talking about 99% of people believe it is true. You know that there are some things people believe is true that exist. Some people believe that water exists. Are you trying to tell me that 99% of people don't believe that?
No. Hold on. Look, when you say water exists, you are talking about some physical things. Everything you see is what you see. You understand?
So things that are based on speculation. In other words,
science goes through everything. UFO, does UFO exist? I ask you again. Does mermaid exist?
That is based on speculation because it's not repeatable. But water, everybody knows water exists.
That is different. You can only believe what you see first. Bros, that doesn't mean that things you did.
Yes, mermaid doesn't exist, but
things you've not seen
talk about
are not
it
believable.
in different cultures.
Yes, if it's not believable, but you have to you cannot put heavy weight on it when there is no evidence for it.
Yeah, so some things you're like, okay, like I said, now you say man-made, right?
So you're saying the only thing believable are the things science can prove. Is that your position about life?
Something that there is evidence for.
Is it everything that exists on earth that there is evidence for?
You could be crazy to believe that something there is no evidence for, you just believe it for the sake of it. It's a form of this thing, believing in something that you yourself be crazy to an extent. You can't just believe stuff. There has to be reasonableness of this thing, evidence for it.
Exactly. So
let me put this to you. Let me put this to the table so that we have an understanding. Ferreira, I must put this to you particularly, especially when it comes to the word belief. You see, reasonableness is of the highest importance. And when we go into the matters of mystery, that's where things become difficult. And where these things become difficult, there should
Nigerian scam. If you want to drive, you leave the system, please, in case you don't know.
Yeah. He will go back. I'll put him backstage. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Where mystery is involved, and where mystery is involved, that's where the spirit goes deeper in order to touch that mystery, to touch that truth, to have that experience. Now, there are many experiences that human beings have that they ignore. There are many experiences that they won't share. There are many experiences that they are afraid of. And within this paradigm, it is only when two people share the mystery they've been going through that they don't want to believe it themselves. But now when they have shared this experience that they have both had, which is very similar, if not the same, they are able to learn from this experience, and sometimes they are able to defeat this experience. It's something that happens in life. Now, I put that forward to say this. As an adolescent, between the ages of 16 and 19, let's say, I used to have this experience, a spiritual experience. And I said, what the hell's this? Until I exposed it, it was only then that I knew how to tackle this experience. Now, the experience was of me sleeping and noticing a spirit covering me and holding me down. I could not move, even though my full consciousness was there. Could not move an inch. And I had this experience for many, many times. And until I called his name, when I used to call his name, that spirit used to go. Until I actually saw the spirit physically. I saw what it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it was only when I discussed this experience.
Mm-hmm.
It was only when I discussed this experience with a friend who was going through the same thing that he now, because he wouldn't say it out of his mouth. Well, me, I would say anything. He wouldn't say it. But because I was discussing it, he said, oh my God, that happened to me. That's been happening to me for 5 years. And I'm so frightened. I don't know what to do until I told him. And when I told him what to do, the thing ceased from happening to him. Now, this is all happening in the world of invisibility. So in sharing what I'm saying, it's not everybody that might have gone through that. So they may look at me as some kind of sparkle.
Exactly.
But that person,
can it be proved in an experimental lab?
Well,
no.
that
it
person,
can't. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It exists.
Let me land.
Ferrari.
No, no. See, what Jago say happens to me too. I have a skill of doing that. If he holds me, I just move my toe, or just move my toe, and it's gone. I don't even say anything. I just move my toe. Just move my toe.
All I'm saying is that experience, to those who haven't had it, how do they now believe your story or what you're talking about?
Yeah, but it doesn't correlate with what he's saying. He's saying if you can't prove it, it doesn't exist. That's why I'm asking you. Did it happen to you? Yes.
There's different types of proof. It's not just scientific. Two people's
that's
word.
The only one he believes in, and that's an
people's
atheist
word.
position.
No, let's not throw stones. Two people's word is seen as proof in a court of law.
Exactly.
So these are different forms.
Which is why I agree that there exists God. Why? Because I have not seen him physically. I can't hold him. But men of authority that I believe, men who I trust, you understand, have told me he does. So that's shared experience. That's what forefather is against. Oh, if the white man don't put it in a scientific journal, it doesn't exist. Then he doesn't know much about life.
I think some of the stuff that was described, I think there is an experience that people have. I think it's called a form of sleep paralysis.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they call it.
That is what doctors will call it, sleep paralysis. Yeah, Sam.
Yeah.
But the only thing where my own is different is I'm always asleep. But this one that Jago says is awake, and even black people say their eye open. My eye not open. I sleep at the sleep. Where they happen. So when I open eye open, and I witchcraft the press for
I think people. Let's allow Jonaba if you want. Jonaba, you can join at any time if you want to say something. Yeah, please go ahead.
Oh boy.
I think what we argue sometimes is based on not tangible thing, and faith. The world we live in is a world of faith. It is through faith science also exists. Is looking to what you can use your intellectual to bring to reality. It is faith. So the Bible put it in this way, say faith is a substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not yet seen, that you can actually make it seeable is still science, which means like that you imagine something and how to make it a reality is still a force. So faith also can be defined as a living force that you use to capture the image of what you want to see in reality. So when we and like the guy Nigeria's camp, I completely believe completely respect his view, and I have no problem with him whatsoever about whatever he believed. That I think what he's saying in a nutshell is, in my own understanding, is that before Christianity or before Islam in Africa, we have our own belief system, and that you can call it whether it's pagan, whether it's a tradition, you are a traditionalist, whatever you want to call. And he is saying, okay, if we want to become authentic, let us go back to that. And some people will say, okay, the world is in constant move. I have found something more important. I also find that in this belief system of whether you call it of any image, we are all losing aside that all of this is is a humanity looking for something bigger than themselves. And like I always tell my children, is that life will become so boring when you don't believe or have to cry out to something bigger than yourself. You have to look up to something in order for you in your lonely life, when you are in trouble or whatever, when you are looking for something, you must believe in something bigger than yourself. So whatever that can be in your life, whether you call him God, whether you call him in your language, whatever it is, it will help to relieve you. It's just like me coming to one of you to share my issue with you. It's not necessary that you are bigger than me or another human being is bigger than each other, but at least it gives me the opportunity to vent, to at least express myself or share my experience with you. And you may have the same experience, and you can tell me, okay, I've experienced this before. This is the way out. This is the way out. What you are telling me, I'm also struggling with it. In short sharing, we all build ourselves. What was a problem in Africa till today? We don't know how to have our history preserved. We don't have that uh, 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 unanimous of voice to believe in something that we can call our own thing, apart from the Ethiopia early Orthodox. So in the other side of it today, heard you guys talking about Christian in the other part of Nigerians going to home of the pagan, burning down their gods. I don't think they do it forcefully, but maybe they convince them that, okay, give your life to Christ and let's burn this. I think I've seen that in a remote village whereby people can say they're evangelizing, and they go to the house of those that are idol worshippers and told them that, okay, give your life to Christ, and convince them, not forcefully, but just convince them, and they exchange that. And the world is changing. One thing we all should wrap our head around is that there are other languages that were stronger and more popular than English language before. But now English is one of the most popular language in the world right now. And of course we have other languages and all of that, French and other things. But then we all have to believe that this world, immigration is part of life. We all move from one place. As you are moving, you encounter different gods, you encounter different people with different belief systems. And sometimes you can go there and you find peace in those things. You say, you know what? Even I've seen Christian that converted to become a Muslim, and I've seen Muslim that converted to become a Christian. So a faith issue, to be a decent human being, to look at things that what is my worth, and if I have this value to myself, I also want to have that the same respect for somebody else. And that is what have killed the black race around the world. It's not that people have not encountered slavery. All in any part of the world. What make our own so unique and pitiful is that we wrap ourselves in this world of bitterness and anger without channeling those things to be productive and preserve our own originality. And the next generation will come. Are we still going to be like this in 100 years to come? Imagine a world where, by God's grace, you and I are not going to be here. What will be the black race? Where will they be? Will Africa still exist as a continent? Will Nigeria still exist as a country? Or will be invaded or otherwise be colonized? Because the people are not ready to leave anything. If it's not your way, it's no way. No, when you use my all the time, you will fail. When you use we and us, there is tendency we succeed. But that mindset of ego of a black man, if it is not your way, we cannot see truth in another thing. We cannot look at things from another perspective and come with a convincing side of it. Okay, for now we can go with this. Even in science, there's a lot of stuff was done in the lab over and over and over and tested. Well, we see going back and forth with each other. I am better than this person. This person is better. My way is better. My belief is better. Jesus even said it in the book of John. He said, I have a flock that is not of this fold. You see, so so he was telling the Gentiles, say, even now that you believe what I am telling you, there are still people who does not believe what I'm saying, but are still the same my people. If you want to go in that this thing, so it's weird that we think that somebody in a Christian will come and tell you, so Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one come to the Father except through me. But it's the same Jesus told you that I have a flock that is not of this fold. So all of those things, we can be a decent human being by creating a pathway for the next generation to have enough electricity, infrastructure, our own way of life that the world can envy, because the reality is that African land is the most richest land on earth, yet we are the most poorest people on the surface of the earth.
I think I agree with that. There's this thing that the Japanese call kikubari. Is translated to be considerate of others. I think in society, the whole contract of having a society is taking other people into account and division of labor, so that we can be able to progress as a people. And whoever started that invention, it was a great invention, because it's led to the success of human beings being able to exist in this world in this capacity where we can determine the fate of the planet even. So that it tells you that when people work together, is their greatest, they are existing in their greatest self, in their greatest manifestation of life. And we as a people have moved away from that and become too individualistic, and because of that, other people are getting one over us all the time. And until we start returning back to not putting ourselves, our own personal convenience first, then we are still going to not be able to manifest ourselves in our greatest power. That said, though, and go ahead if you want to say something.
Yes, thank you. I like where you put it and how you put it. But I'll take it elsewhere and see if there's any other paradigm that you can bring that is similar. The act of doing for others is a real act of humanity. We do for others, and it gives them pleasure, and there is pleasure for us in giving. In fact, I would argue that there's more pleasure in giving than there is in receiving, as much as it's great to receive. I would also say that it is within the, for want of a better term, Christian tradition, that God initially, or Hebrew tradition, God initially we spoke one language as the human race. And then through Nimrod, our languages were dispersed right across the different languages because we were trying to attack God. So God was laughing at us and made us separate by giving us different languages. Now, in the fact that he gave us different languages, it's not that he wanted to separate us, apart from separating us from being clever enough to join to attack him. What he now put on the earth is Christ. And as he put Christ on the earth, he asks us as humanity to gather under this oneness, come together under this. Now, I only say this not to speak up for Christianity. That's not what I'm doing. But I'm asking, leading from what Forefather has just said, if we understood what he said, which other faith, tradition, culture, people have suggested righteously that we should come under one banner and enter into the promised land, as it were? I don't know of any other faith or humanity that is telling us that. I'll open it there.
Okay, can I just add to what you guys are discussing? It's interesting. Now, yes, because Jagun, you're right. Christianity, and that's the reason why Christ is described as lumen, light of the world.
Wow,
And
yeah.
I mean, with the coming of Christ, of course, we know that's if like the beginning of more or less time, because in the ancient world they didn't see. I mean, they had quite a different concept of time. Okay, but then let me refer also to, since we're talking about paradigm. Okay, now you discovered that in the Aristotle, Plato, they talked about this res publica, public interest. Okay, so even Cicero, okay, the idea of the res publica, public interest, and when you come to Catholic, well, the Catholic, if like theology, we have it as the common good. So this is that is really this idea of what the unity of humanity, and what it requires is self-sacrifice. So this we have to realize that this in the philosophy of individualism, that is everybody is one, this war of everyone against everyone. It's really something that is modern, when you have to think about John Hobbes. Okay, so before then, in the classical period, legal philosophy and political philosophy, society or the police, the political community is about the interest, the common interest, the general interest of everyone. People have to kind of look after each other. It's not all about your interest, your selfish interest, individuality, and all that. So and of course, as Jagun rightly pointed out, Christianity is like with the coming of Christ, this is kind of brought into the modern world, but since history is not something that is straightforward, it's so after that, then of course, and we're still having the struggle. Is our life is never, our existence here is never meant to be, if like perfect. It's never meant. It's not our permanent home. And we're pilgrims. We're on a pilgrimage. So that is the way I look at it.
Let me just add to this. I feel like from the point of view of the way we observe reality is affecting everything else. And maybe that is why the point this in John Abba raised about the way we are individualistic and want to do our own thing, being ourselves. If when it comes to individualism, Nigerians are some of the most individualistic human beings, on especially amongst themselves. It's like that thing about my mine is better than my neighbor, or something like that we do. We are so insular in our way, and it has done us some serious damage. And I think in the past we used to have a bit more cohesion the way we behave, because if you even till today, if you hear some Benin people or Edo people talk about the way they talk about their rulers, like if the king says anything, they're like one with the king or the Oba. That's how they approach it. And if you look at even some part of the north, you can still, even if it's mostly from the Islamic traditions, they tend to, come together when that happens. But it's relatively, those institutions that used to have that power before have been weakened. And the institutions that replace them are the ones that colonial mentality leaders are practicing. And they don't seem to care about galvanizing us as a group of people. If anything, they want to encourage us to be apart and not come together. In other words, not be reach our full potential. And that aspect of it is something I take away from the conversation. And there's this other aspect in terms of traditional religions not necessarily being this thing less immoral in some of their practices than the so-called shiny religions of the West that has emerged. Because if you look at it, they too have been they have been custodians of some of the greatest atrocities in this world. And sometimes when we talk about traditional religions, we talk about them as if it's some kind of backward and bad and immoral thing. But in reality, is it? Is it? Have they committed some of the gravest sins? It's not true. And so that's one I picked out of it. And the idea of which other one? Christianity was brought to us by foreigners. I think that's a conclusion, and it took KJ turned into a controversial question when it's obvious that even the Ethiopians got it from the Greeks. So it's clear that some of those stuff came. It doesn't mean they invented religion. Some of the earliest religion, I really think some people we should practice it. We should study some of the earliest religions. The oldest form of it, from what I don't know what they are called, these people that study these things, they said is the Australian Aboriginals. They still have some of the oldest form of that religion, and from what they discovered, and it's almost science fiction. The way it describes it is almost the way physicists are beginning to come to realize the nature of things. That religion believes that we emerge from nothing. That is crazy stuff. And but he didn't say that there's no God. He still said that that's kind of that nothing. It kind of is God. And some physicists believe that it's true, because if you've done maths, you know that there's negative and positive numbers. And if you've done physics, you know that there's negative and positive charge. And some of the physicists believe that if you have a force that is negative and positive and emerge into existence, it can create what we have now. It can come from nothing, it can have all this stuff, and it can go back to nothing again. And nothing doesn't necessarily, it's not the way we think about it. It's a very, very strange concept, because there's no time. It doesn't exist. Though it will look like things always existed. Every time existence pops into this thing comes into life, it's weird. This thing, I think, is something people need to look into. Let me see if there's anything else that I can pick up. I think that's just about it. Okay, the fear of death and whether there is proof of afterlife. I think we have that conversation. The fear of death and the proof of afterlife. I think the fear of death is the denial of the good things that come from living. There are good things that come from living, and people fear to go into somewhere that will deny them of all that. And this is partly why when somebody feel the same way about that compared to somebody when the person is young, because we feel that that person has lost out on all the good experience that they could have had in life. But the Christian faith, the way they pursue death, I feel like, and not the don't I don't know, I don't want to make it sound as if I'm picking on them. The idea, the way they pursue it, I feel like to an extent, they are belittling the importance of the life that we have now, the world that we actually have proof of. And I also think that we as people, we also devalue what we as human beings represent, and how miraculous and how do I put it, how infinitely complicated the entire thing is. We tend to devalue it to an extent. I believe this world we are living in to an extent is, even if it's all that exists, it's a crazy miracle. It's a crazy stuff that is just as magnificent, and as however you describe the afterlife to be, is just as that. And I think we should be worrying about fixing the one we know of, than worrying too much about the one you don't know of. It's like, why would you do that? It's crazy stuff. You can't. It's extremely reckless. If you have this that is so complicated, so miraculous, and you believe in something else that you don't have any proof of, you are cheapening something so great already. And by doing that, I don't know whether you are heading in the right direction at all. And I think that maybe somewhere between that, we need to start thinking more about these things. And this is why I like what Nigeria's is a scam. Man, that name is weird. But Nigeria is a scam. What he did, he was just asking questions that are is forcing me to go back to some of all these things, all this weird stuff that I went and read about and stuff like that. So it's a dream event for me. It forced me to start talking about it. And I think we should be doing more of it as a people. And I really regret that we don't have a lot of philosophers in Nigeria. All we have is Wole Soyinka, and comes and makes statements. We don't have philosophers that question all these things. We really need it so that it can go back. It will enrich our tradition, it will enrich our culture, and it will expand our horizon. Because so far, the horizon will be limited. Sorry, I think I'm done now with my rambling.
I think it was fair. I think it was fair. I said, you know what I would like to see, and I dream of from time to time, and I actually want to actualize it in some way. It will be the most difficult thing in the world. I want the whole of Nigeria to have a discussion on religion, on faith, on spirituality. And I want that the Christian, the Muslim, the Islamic, the traditionalist, the non-believer, that him with a different aspect, experts, people who really know their stuff, to come and have a full conversation, public conversation in Nigeria that allows.
Can never have a rational discussion.
Wait. I hear you.
It would not be rational.
Wait, bros. I would like to see it happen where it affects friends, families, everybody, to the point that this kind of discussion would be seen that all the questions are not going to be answered, but they're going to be asked. And we are going to allow the freedom of speech to ask real, serious questions, and come to a point where even the Babalawo is given the respect that they deserve. And I think that would assist in people like Nigerian Scam, and those who really have a secondary position on the question of belief, to feel part of the family. I think it would do us a great service. And I think for the large religions of Islam and Christianity, Catholicism, maybe this is a way of taking back power into Africa and away from the Christian Islamic point of view where Africa is concerned. And I personally think that would be a great thing if it was ever supposed to be allowed.
Thank you. Who is next? Janaba, I want to say something.
Yeah, I think we are not a people that really, not everybody that's really open to try something new, or open up to accept a new thing, or even if that thing is old that they tell you about, to say it's okay if I can have a conversation or get to know it better. I think we are afraid so much of everything that we don't try or what we've been told that stick with us. And I understand that change is not that easy. And I also understand that just like we are promised of heaven and glorious in, but nobody want to die even at old age. So I think is and if we find out the percentage of black people who believe in that are much, you see, the most thing you should be afraid of in life is not death. Death is the experience sometimes that people don't want to go through so much of pain, just the experience. But death is inevitable, and you don't attach success to age. That because you live for 100 years, it make you live a fulfilled life than 50 years old person or 40 years old person that died. That is not how it should be. It's a fulfill of life. People like Martin Luther King and so many other people that have died, they will wish to live longer, but they fulfill a purpose in their life, even by giving their life for others. And that is what we lack in our place. Nobody want to go through the pain to bring the general change. And if we continue to live on that edge, between that fence, we will never get to collective promised land. Because when somebody knows that you have determined, even the Bible said that to live is Christ and to die is gain. That is what Paul said.
To die is what?
To live is Christ, to die is gain.
Gain.
Gain, like you gain something, like you gain.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes. So, but oftentimes we've been taught about all of those things. Some people now deny themselves of the pleasure, the good thing. And even if you go by Bible way, it says, let it be on earth as it is in heaven. Let thy kingdom come. But you have seen people who have been taught that to live a wretched life here, I'm hoping for a heaven, is a way of life. So you see that we have a lot of damage have been done, and this thing they pass it to their children. Some of them, if you see their dressing, is a very, very backward dressing just to portray that I'm waiting for heaven. Some of them will say and I think it's also the religious leaders and the politicians in Africa and the elite have used it against the people very well, because you are giving them a hopeless hope that you tame them to live to their own God-given potential, promising them of life after death, but they are not fulfilling even scripturally. As the Bible says that you should prosper even as your soul prospereth. The Bible says we should prosper even as our soul prospereth. So in any time a nation locked up millions of the youth for whatever, for their selfish or manipulation or for bigotry, they will end up reaping what they sow. Because the world you are living, there will be a time that the people will be between the rock and the hard place. And those things that you think you work so hard for your children and your immediate family, they will not enjoy it in a safe, under the safe heaven when millions are suffering. There will be a pushback. And that is what Black people don't see. We don't see that when we created an enablement environment that everybody can strive and nobody can stop each other, then we can have a better and healthy society. Rather, you think that I pass my neighbor is a way of life.
Yeah, there was it's funny, there was this guy that was saying that something about when man discovered hell on earth, when man discovered hell, he's found his heaven on earth. That now he can suffer all the punishments on earth, contemplating the punishment of his tormentor in heaven. And so it's a weird thing. In other words, what that person is trying to say, that you cheapen the value of life now because you are thinking of what comes and that you don't have any proof of. So human beings are strange. Some of the things we are willing to do, and those people endure hardships to get to just because they believe in something out there. And I don't. It's easy. The question you asked about meaning in life, I think in the end, the meaning of what our life is what for the greater good of our people, which technically is also us. What that good, how is it linked to the meaning in terms of religious, the spiritual, divine aspect, and that it's almost as if there's a division in it. For me,
There
I
is a
try to
division.
feel that, I try to think that they are all linked, and this idea
They
that we
are all
divide
linked.
them is not. It's a bit of a. It's not a good
The
idea to
way
do that.
the way I see it, forefather,
Mm,
when I look at this question, because it's deep. You see,
mm,
when you're a child and you're going through, you go your first day at school, and you know because of your older brother or sister that you have to go through the kindergarten, then you go to the infant school, and then you go to the higher infants, and then you go to secondary school, and then possibly you go to university, and then you're in real life. That whole time of our adolescence and childhood that suggested that if we work hard now and be good at school, we should be able to get into a good job and further our lives. Now, if you look at childhood as our existence now on earth, and heaven be the employment that we gain when we reach adulthood. Now, those of us who worked hard at school and did our thing, we know that when we came of age, the world was really our oyster. We could pick and choose. We can go where we want. Alternately, we know that if we didn't do as well at school or if we did poorly at school, when we come out to real life, our choices are limited. And we then have to work really hard in order to make a success of ourselves. Or unfortunately, we're going to be leading a life of crime and all kind of skullduggery. This is a reality that I've thought about many, many times in my life. And, you know, whilst you might say that looking at our futures, death, and what might transpire at that time, is there life after death and all these questions, I put it to you that it's not about treating life after death. There's no human being that just wants to die. Death is not necessarily prescribed to us if we believe in the Bible and we believe in those who are living for 500 years and such. Now, given this paradigm of school and entering into the world, as it were, is the way I see life and death. There are these differences, yet they are connected. And we know that before we are resurrected, if we like, into the afterlife, that is going to be a reckoning. Your exams sheet is going to come out. How well you've done in life is going to come out. You know, I remember at school, in front of the whole school of 500 students, it was a private school, 500 students, everybody's year work was read out. Everybody's exam results were read out publicly in front of us. So if you've been mucking about the whole year, you're going to be riddled because we were a school of articulation. So you will be riddled if you did poorly in your exam. It's the same with life, I believe. Even though we've constructed this thing, it's been constructed from something. So that's how I give it relevance in my mind.
mm. Does death actually hurt us anymore after death? I think that's one question that was put forward. That the submission was that death doesn't hurt you. Is the idea that you lose some good experience in life. You know, as the example I gave before, where people, if somebody's elderly and they pass on, people don't feel too badly about that. But when a young person passes on, because
That's
they
right.
missed out on some good experiences, so that's why people feel sad about it. But death in itself, once it's happened, it doesn't necessarily hurt us. And that from the point of view of how we look at life and that everything stops, it means that even when you not if you don't feel anything, and time doesn't exist for you, when you wake up, when you come back again, from the point of view of consciousness, it's almost as if you just blinked and woke up and you existed again. Like sometimes when you go to sleep and you wake up, in some days when you don't even dream at all, you wake up. When you wake up, you don't realize what happened in between. You just wake up and carry on with the same consciousness that you had. That could be 1 billion years. It doesn't even matter. It's the same thing that will still occur. So I think let me just divert a little bit. That was an argument somebody made about consciousness itself. The person was trying to propose that maybe consciousness is one of those fundamental aspects of the universe itself, that when people pass on, it remains, but just because it doesn't exist, whenever it pops up again within time, then the person or the consciousness emerges again. It just seems as if it's always been there, but in reality, just like we don't know where we came from, it's almost like we didn't exist. That's what happens when we go. Then when we emerge again, we are emerging in the real in the world again, and maybe that's what just happens. Some people interpret it as reincarnation, but some of all these things we are trying to describe something that we don't necessarily have a clear explanation for, and maybe we will never do.
Or the language for.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a deep truth in there. Like even all this religious stuff that people talk about, I don't dismiss them because there is some truth in it. It's just that the explanation is not necessarily accurate. The way people used to think that air exists, but we don't know what it was until we find out what it was. And that is how I think the way religious people interpret religion and their concepts are. They are interpreting it based on the tools they had at the time, and it doesn't necessarily explain it well in terms of the knowledge we have of the world right now. That's why it looks like there is a difference. Maybe in the future they will have a better way of explaining this so that we can get a better idea of what is happening to us. You see what I mean? So that's that's all I got on that one. So yeah, this whole thing, when you are discussing things you don't know, you can't act as if you know it. It's just one of those weird topics.
This is the level where we are all humble.
Yeah. we're all in the dark on this one. Yeah,
we're all humble, man.
Nigeria is scam. What does that one mean? Nigeria is a scam. What do you mean, sir?
No, don't mind him. It's one of those people that has watched so many of these.
Let's mind him. Answer the question, my brother. Hi.
Yeah, Sir John Abba. I mean, why I said that was because everything going on in Nigeria is a scam. You know, when you check it all around, you will understand that everything is just a scam. They are just trying to deceive the citizens, right? But that is, by the way, anyway. I put it up there when Tinubu went to UN to make a speech. So I just put it up there, you know. So, but that is, by the way, anyway. Is it my time to speak?
Is that the summary of your Nigerian scam? In America, it's not a scam?
Everywhere, everything is a scam. Not just Nigeria.
So
why didn't you just put it down? Exactly.
Okay,
that would be a better name. That would be a better name. World is a scam.
I will.
Yeah,
I will.
If you want to be honest to yourself, and just like I was amazed by this guy today. He said election here is not election, but selection. Our guest today. So that should answer some of those questions that you guys believe that it's a number of people. I always tell you that I don't want to go into it deep. That I think because you vote, you're going to get a lunatic. And then I'm not saying the person there is not a lunatic or is a lunatic, but the people that in power, they don't look at you that way. And you can believe, oh, my brother Lamide say any little thing, say they sweet the people out. I said, okay. Now you have somebody that tell you that American election is a selection. And I was amazed. I was amazed by that because I vote even in primary. So I vote in the local, and this guy is telling me right now that my vote doesn't count. So I think if you want to be honest to Nigeria and to the whole world, then you put the word, it says scam, not only Nigeria.
Yeah, sure, for sure. It's not just Nigeria.
Thank you.
Everything happening around the world is a scam.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So because the bourgeoisie, all they care about is what they're gonna get. It's not about the people. I have co-workers. They are from Laos. I mean, from Myanmar. Former Burma. They are not happy either. Nobody's happy in the world. Yeah. So, but let me just. Is it my time to speak?
Go forward.
I guess so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, like forefather said, what you don't know or what you don't know about, you can't argue about that, because people argue about when they die, they're gonna go here or there. You don't even know. You never been there. We all have people, families who have passed, who have died. They never told you nothing. Somebody said, if you are planning to go to heaven, could you imagine if where we are right now is the heaven and we are making a mess of it, and you are hoping to go somewhere else where is better? No place is better. You got to make where you are better for you, to inhabit. You understand? So I don't have much to say right now, but what I have to say is, when you die, you don't know what's happening. You don't know. The body we are living in right now, as in consciousness, is because we are living in this body. When you die, you don't know what your soul is doing. You don't know. You have no idea, right? So that is all I believe in. I just believe that my consciousness is between me and my God. I pray to God whenever I close my eyes in death. Whatever that happens, it's not my business, because I can't even have control over it. Like right now, I can decide to go to the bathroom. I can decide to go out, drive out, do whatever I want to do, But when I sleep in death, I can't do all that. I can't decide. You can't even decide. So why are you bothered about what the pastors, the preachers, the prophets say to you? You don't have to, because you don't even know. The pastors telling you all that, they've not died before. They haven't died before. Nobody have ever died before.
That's it. But you know what? I do
But
like the way
you
you
too,
talk.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but you too
It's they've
have
not
not
died
died
before.
to prove that is not in there. So it's both ways. You don't believe in those people who believe that there is life after there and there is heaven. Whether you are saying now is pastor or is a prophet or any leader out there, but that they are telling them that, of course, some of them follow a Bible or any book that gives them that idea that there's a life after death. But you too have not died to see that there is nothing like that.
Okay, Mr. Jonaba, I want to make you understand that believe, if you look it up in the dictionary, you believe what you don't know. That is belief. But what you know, you don't believe you know. Right?
Let me put it to you, my friend. Do you believe, or do you think belief is stronger than knowledge, or knowledge is stronger than belief? What's your take?
Yeah, knowledge is better than belief.
Why?
An idea is better than knowledge. Yeah, please go ahead.
No, you're talking about idea. I thought he said.
No. I know. I'm just adding to that. I think you are correct with what you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I believe that I know that my father is my father. I don't believe he's my father. I know he is my father, right? I don't have to believe that he's my father. When I say I believe that my father is my father, it means there is a contradiction, right? So when you believe on something, it's just a belief. But when you know something, it's just like a scientist who went to the lab.
It's linked to evidence. Knowing is linked to evidence.
Absolutely.
Hold on,
Absolutely.
No.
No.
Second.
No. You've answered my question. I need to direct you as to why I'm asking these questions. Now, for all the argumentative positions that we could take on what I'm about to say, put the arguments down and focus on the question. It is said that Christopher Columbus discovered the Americas, and he also understood that the world was round at a time when everybody thought the world was flat. Now, there's a lot of controversy about that today, but let's take it from that paradigm. Was it knowledge that took Christopher Columbus to the Americas, or was it belief?
It's knowledge.
No, you're wrong, bro. It was belief. If you know the story that I'm talking about, then you have to understand that it's belief. He said that this is the way. He said that the world was round. Everyone was telling him that the world is flat at the time. He said that there's a way that we can get to India if we travel westwards, that we would arrive all the way round back in India. What that was, sir, was called belief. And belief is always more powerful in our world than knowledge. When we believe, we create. We create from what's in our mind's eye. Nobody knows what's in your head. But when it now comes in, you spoken it, everyone thought that you're crazy. But then you built it in reality based on what you believed and what you knew and what you were able to surmise in your mind. And it came out into fruition, into reality. The people that looked upon your creation were spellbound. They didn't believe what you were saying. In fact, they knew that you couldn't create what you were talking about. Belief is always stronger.
I think
I disagree with you.
Hold on. I'll give you a chance. I think that's an interesting point that you made. I think between what Jagun just said, there's a grain of truth there to an extent. It depends on where the barrier, where the border is, because most of the belief Columbus used was based on knowledge, and so you can, because otherwise you can just believe anything and then all hell will break loose.
Where can you make specifications of that? Because I made specifications. Yes,
I can give you an example. They had a map, they had a compass, and
they didn't have a map to America. They didn't have a map to America.
They had a vague idea. They did draw something of a vague idea of where the location is, and they also had science backing the idea that the world was round. That when that horizon that disappears into nowhereness is not actually disappearing; it's actually round. So that belief came from knowledge, and it's true. The why I'm agree with you to an extent is when you have knowledge, to increase knowledge, you have to use the current knowledge you have and make a kind of postulations, hypothesis, which is a belief,
Absolutely.
a kind of belief,
Absolutely.
to implement them and move forward.
Absolutely.
You see what I mean? So
yes,
they are all linked to that extent. But that said, in terms of function in reality, in the real world, if you want to function, it's often based on knowledge. Otherwise, you can't use belief to go and heal somebody at the hospital. You could just kill people.
Yeah.
You.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, Jagun, like what you said about Columbus, are you aware of how Columbus, deceived the West Indies?
That's why I said I don't want to get into Columbus' story, but I'm very aware. I'm very aware that there were those who went to the Americas way before Columbus. I'm just wanting to underline belief. In my life, as a business person, I may be boring now because I've mentioned this many times. I have seen things that come from my mind and they come into fruition. Now, when I mentioned these ideas and these postulations, there was a lot of negative feedback. I got that can't happen. That's impossible. Black people won't do this, that's that. A lot of things that came to me that told me not to do it. However, because I had belief in what I was doing, I persisted. And in persisting, the thing came to be. And when the thing came to be, it was then functional. Now, when you're talking about a creative mind, if we know that God is the father of creation and he has put his children on earth who are also creators, then we have to understand what belief really means. Because I think we use all these modern terms to speak about depths that we don't know how deep it goes. We use these words because we're speaking English. we feel that they don't have depth, these words that we use, but they have depth. And belief is a word full of depth. And you can dismiss it at your own peril, just to make a silly little point. I'm saying that the word belief is stronger than the word knowledge in all aspects, as far as human beings are concerned. As far as human beings are concerned.
I think when you say in all aspects, I think that's where you
push your way.
All right. I think both sides are they have different functions. You see what I mean? They have different functions. They are not the same things.
I think what in another word, what Jagon was trying to say is the power of creation embedded in the mankind, that through imagination you can bring some certainty into a reality.
That's right.
By believing that you can do it. In another word is that it's also courage. It's also courage that
Absolutely.
this is possible. So I think I can put that in a different category from.
But which one comes first? I think from. If you look at it, imagination comes first before belief.
I think the one that the word is scam. The word is a scam. That I would believe that than Nigeria alone, because the word is a scam. So it's not only Nigeria. So you cannot just have a bad image.
No, Abba. When we say the world, I don't like that. Because the world is not doing as bad as we are. I think we should.
Then you don't. You want to stay by? You want to stay by?
Stay by? What do you mean?
You said that the world is not doing the way. So you think we are the worst people on earth in terms of?
I'm not saying we are the worst on earth, but our actions is producing a terrible result. And
what do you want to get?
You see, we lighten. Listen, Abba.
When you want to get a good result, do you dwell in the past or in the negative to produce anything progressive?
So you criticize the negative. If you want to get a good result, you criticize the negative. Now, I think you minimize the danger. Listen,
from a very narrow perspective and a demeaning of your own entire world, that maybe what you are suffering is somebody imposed it upon you, but you just believe that, okay, this person have a better life than I do, and then for me,
you just made a long speech that has no bearing on my objection to your use of, say, comparing Nigeria to the world. You just made a long speech that
we've gone elsewhere now.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to say, let me just say this.
You know, it's very disheartening that we have this negative image.
It's not negative. For instance, I wouldn't look. Okay. Let's disagree on to agree. I believe Nigeria is a shithole. US is not a shithole. So when you say the world is a
can put it in a different perspective.
You can put it. You can sugarcoat it all you want.
Regardless of the evil, they have provided opportunity for people to strive, but doesn't mean in the magnitude of evil, Nigeria is somehow bigger than America.
Yes, it is.
Okay, let me continue.
No. America just supervised. America just oversaw.
No.
Nigeria
have not gone to a war.
America just
Nigeria have not gone to a war and wipe away.
Why would I want to compare evil when I'm more concerned about elevating my own status? That guy killed 4 people. Listen, that guy killed 4 people. I only slap 1 person. I don't know. I'm trying to make me. I don't.
Is that not relevant?
It's proportional.
Is that not relevant?
So the proportionality minimizes my action and wouldn't make me correct myself.
No, it doesn't minimize.
It does not minimize.
As long as the whole world does it,
and you rise up above the same time.
No, everybody does it. So why should I fix myself?
You can do it, but I'm trying to say Nigeria is not the war.
Listen.
Please, guys, can I continue? Please.
That guy is a rapist, and I just forced myself on a woman. So because the guy is a rapist, that just makes it right for me.
You have this way of classifying in your English word that you make it look
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Very racist to Hitler.
It all boils back to the definition of your name. Nigeria is scam. I cannot say America is a scam. Because I know
it's worse
when
than
I
a
pursue
scam.
my dreams
It's
in
worse than
America,
a
I
scam.
get to it.
It's worse
Try and
than a
pursue your
scam.
dreams.
Yes, it is
It's worse
actually.
than a scam.
This is a scam. Come on, Ferreira, man. Wake up.
Can I?
At the same equivalent rates. Are you guys
It's worse.
serious?
It's much worse.
Jonathan, you are in a
It's much
country
worse.
where two
It's
people
got it's got clever people like you imbibe in the whole American scam, me. Imagine. America's a scam.
America is a country where two people own as much wealth as the bottom 50%. Two people own as much wealth as the bottom 50%, and you think that there's no scamming involved in that? Now they work so hard.
Yeah, you can pursue your
Forefathers,
dreams.
can I continue, please?
Nobody is attacking
Yes,
you,
please go ahead.
kidnapping you. You're here. You're not in Niger.
Where
Come
there
on,
is
people.
poverty, those things will thrive. Any community, even in America, if there is poverty in that neighborhood, even in Chicago where you
Please,
live, the poor neighborhood, you will see crime like that.
Please, sir, can I continue, please?
Nigeria, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
find another name for you. What is a scam?
I
Go
will
ahead.
change it. It's okay. I will change it. I will
Let
change
me
it.
help you. I can help you change it
No,
now.
no, I will
With
change
your
it. Don't worry.
permission.
Don't
But
worry.
you I could have helped you change it now. But
No,
you know,
don't worry, I will change it.
you see, you have just told an untruth. You will say you will change it. I said, let me help you. Say no. But
Don't
you
worry,
did,
I will.
in other words, you never meant to change it.
No, don't worry. I will. I will.
Okay,
So,
go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, you are frozen now. You see, I harassed you till you froze.
You don't
It's all
chop
good.
inside.
I harassed
Okay,
him till
yeah,
he froze. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I was telling Jagun about belief and knowledge, right? When Columbus came to United States, this geographical location, it wasn't United States as a then,
Yes.
He met the, Red Indies, right? So he told them that if they don't give him what he need, like food and everything, that he gonna turn off the moon because he has the knowledge that eclipse is coming. That is knowledge, right? So that is knowledge, right? The Red Indies right here, they did not know because they have no knowledge, but they believe in God and every other thing they were doing, But because Columbus knew about eclipse, that is knowledge, they didn't want to tell it. They didn't want to give him what he requested for.
Man, please put your camera on. Hold on.
Yeah.
Nigeria is a scam, man. Hold on, please. See, I'm getting, I'm impressed by Nigerians sometimes because Nigeria is a scam is a guy that when he comes here, he think he's one of those people that just come and talk crazy. But this guy is he's a bit clever because the point he made just now is very quite valid. You see,
Yes,
he
but
actually made
it's
a
only
cogent point
valid. It's only
based
valid
on
to,
knowledge.
well,
No, but hold
what
on.
he's
Knowledge
saying
is
is,
defeated.
I
Knowledge
wanted
defeated
him to
belief
land.
there.
I wanted him
Knowledge,
to land before I came back at him because I'm
yeah.
ready for him. I'm ready for him.
Okay,
Yes.
no problem, Jackie.
No, but let me
no
make
problem.
this clear. Knowledge
No
in the
problem.
context he explained it actually
So,
defeated belief.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
let me when I say what I've got to say, you're coming again. Hopefully.
Okay. So,
okay.
All right. Hold on. I'm here. So, because Columbus has the knowledge that eclipse was coming, he deceived the Red Indies, right? When eclipse was coming, they became afraid. They said, "Oh, okay, you come, take whatever you want to take," right? If he had no knowledge about eclipse, he wouldn't deceive them. So knowledge,
your argument is granted.
knowledge comes before belief.
No. Let me put it to you now. I've heard what you said, and I actually know the story, the particular story that you speak about. I would, what we as human beings, whether we know it or not, what we crave for in this world is justice, almost above everything. We may feel that we crave for this or that, but we crave nothing more than justice. If justice can be done, we ourselves as would know how to apportion our own actions. Now, I'll put it to you like this. The knowledge that Christopher Columbus had in entering into what we know as the New World at the time, and using that knowledge in order to manipulate and badger the minds of the innocent people that he came across, was how to use knowledge for bedevilment, for the devil. That's evil, what you spoke about. Putting himself above, not being humble, knowing that he's speaking to another human being. Now, the belief, I learned this from being a salesperson. As a good salesperson, I was able to speak on the phone to some businessman in another part of the world that I don't know and convince him to spend 10,000, 15,000 pounds on an advert campaign. And they'll be doing it. Now, sometimes we used to put out the adverts and do the campaign properly. But many times, we never used to put out anything. So it was just another scam. So in sales and in the power of persuasion, we know how we can use the power of persuasion. Now, the power of persuasion can be used with knowledge or with bare aspects of belief. And depending on that individual, depends on which direction he takes to manipulate his opponent, as it were. Now, the manipulation, negative or positive, is up to that individual. And I think you would agree with me that Christopher Columbus used his knowledge to oppress, deceive, and murder and rape. That's what he used knowledge to do. Whereas the Indians, understanding what the tongue is, understanding the belief in another human being, we not see it as being.
Just to steer you in the right direction. You are headed in the you are
No. I'm putting it
not
to you.
confronting his argument.
No, I am. Listen, I'm putting it to you that his argument was based on not knowledge and faith. It was based on individual persuasion. What was persuading Christopher Columbus?
But it was based on firm knowledge. You see,
it was based on firm knowledge, and knowledge is to be shared, not to be used against somebody.
No, it's not what I'm talking about.
No, but the point he's making is that he used knowledge to defeat belief. So what that tells you is that belief is not necessarily accurate. It's a form of speculation, educated speculation. Why knowledge is more concrete.
Firm.
And
yes.
You understand me,
and it
I
has
think
power.
I understand you, but I'm still making the point for belief, because there was a way that belief acted. Belief, if you like, was on the side of the Indian, and the Red Indian believed. Why? He didn't believe because he was stupid. He may have been a little bit naive, but he wasn't stupid. He believed because another human being was telling him something. The power of the tongue and what you say with it is immense. It's immense. Lying is one of the worst things on this planet. And manipulating a man's mind is second to that. And I'm putting to you that his knowledge persuaded him to lie, steal, and cheat. That's what his knowledge did. Whether he was accurate or not.
Mr. Jagun, please understand me, okay? And on the side of Columbus, he has the knowledge, right? On the side of the Red Indians, they believed what Columbus told them. That is why I told you that what comes first is knowledge. If Red Indians had the knowledge that eclipse was natural, that it must come, despite whatever Columbus tell them or not, it must still come. They will never surrender to Columbus.
Well, it's again, knowledge is based on what you know. So,
no,
wait, just wait. The Red Indians didn't know about eclipse.
No, they don't. No,
they didn't. Past tense.
Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, you're right.
So therefore, what they did know assisted the Americans to be what it is today, because all their knowledge based on the land, based on farming, based on how to feed yourself upon that land was given to the European settlers by the Indians. So that's what they knew.
Well, you notice that you said all their knowledge, not all their beliefs.
Yes, I said knowledge for a reason.
So is it not settled now that knowledge and belief have different functions?
I think they happen at different times. Belief may happen first, and then the proof comes, and that proof suggests whether your belief was real
valid
or
or
not.
not. Yes.
Yeah, and then you build upon that. But what belief is, what belief does, it's a driver. It's such a driver to the state. You know, if you're gonna meet your girlfriend for the first time, you don't know who she is, but you believe in your skills that you can get this girl. So you chance, and in your chance, in speaking to her, you use your skills to befriend her. Next minute, your husband and wife with 4 kids. You know, I believe that that's belief, and that's where how belief can
Yeah,
take
but
somebody.
the thing about belief is that because of the chances of being inaccurate, but it's also good for kind of treading new grounds. Without
Yes,
belief, knowledge will become stagnated.
absolutely, and it's just what
So
John
yes,
Aber made mention of it by talking about courage along with belief and all these other factors
so from
that
the
come
point
with
of view of
belief.
society, belief
Mm.
is essential just as
Yes,
much as knowledge. And
indeed.
it may actually, from the purpose of our existence, may actually be more important in terms of
That's
our
how I
ability to
believe it to
grow.
be.
Our ability to grow is also important. But for us to do that, knowledge has to back it up.
Indeed,
Knowledge is almost like the concrete part of what belief has already accomplished in the past,
very
and
good,
then it drives it forward. So,
very good.
you see that they are all essential to our survival.
And I'm just always saying, as I said, that it is always before knowledge. It's always stronger than knowledge in terms of what it
It's
actually does.
ahead. It's ahead.
Yeah, it's a
The
driver.
belief
It's a
always
direct
comes
driver.
first before knowledge.
That's right.
But when you use belief to challenge knowledge, generally most of the time belief fails because it's not designed for that purpose. It's designed to tread new grounds,
I
and
think,
most
yeah,
of
I
the
think,
time it is
yes.
wrong.
I think it's because of the way we as human beings take each. You know, it wasn't necessary for science and faith and religion to be enemies, as it were, in the intellectual world. But they went through a good 100, 150, 200 years of being enmity to each other. It's today that we find that a lot of the scientists are men of faith, Christians or Muslims. But before, there was 15 years where if you're a scientist, you just wasn't, you had no belief in
I
God.
think it was because religion was very hostile to science, and
I think
science.
both of them had their chance.
Yeah, when you look at the story of Galileo and some of this stuff, what happened was that they felt like religion was being biased because when they tell people this is the belief you should have, and science comes out with its concrete knowledge and say this is not it, it undermines that belief, and that belief is also tied to politics to an extent. So they become
And power,
hostile
yeah.
to science. They
Yes,
become
sir.
hostile to science. So they had to separate science from religion. And I guess those scientists, because their predecessors had negative experience from religion,
I
they
agree.
too exhibited some this thing animosity towards religion because of it.
I agree with you. And
Yes.
the whole aspect of power being in the midst of all that,
All right, I'm gonna
that's what
I'm
should
gonna
let
leave
us
this. I'm gonna
know.
leave the studio
That
right now.
hold on, guys.
Thank you so
That's
much,
what should
guys.
let us know to somewhat
What
stand.
is a scam? You're welcome.
Thank you so much, forefathers. Thank you,
Hope
Jagun.
you
Thank you, Oti.
join us next week.
Thank you,
Yeah, man, come
everybody.
again, man. Come again.
Yeah, sure.
Nice to have heard from and seen you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just think that we as human beings have to listen to the argument and stand aside from it. I don't believe that we necessarily need to take a choice. You know, people used to say to me, am I an evolutionist, or do I believe in the natural creation?" I said, I believe in natural creation. So he said, you think God just put us here and we didn't go through evolution? I said, that evolution story doesn't add up, because you know the elements between each evolutionary stage, there is no skeletal evidence to mark 100 years, 1,000 years. There's no skeletal evidence. They've just found things that seem like it could make sense. So I put it to them like that. And they feel that now I don't believe in science, or I don't have any respect for what science does. And I said, no, I don't have that complexity. You know, I stand away from it and I can see both of them for
Can't
what they are.
both be the same thing? Because in my mind,
They are the same, bro. It's only
yeah,
human beings that are making these
yeah, we are
decisions.
making a delineation. To me, if evolution can be a form of creation, the way God created the world. I think when we say God created the world in one day, for all we know, one day for God is 1 billion years or 1 million years. We don't know how it works. The thing, this goes back to what we're talking about. The way we understood things through religion may not be the way science will come later on to explain it. It doesn't necessarily mean they are contradictory. It
I
just
agree.
means that the way that we perceive them before, we lacked some
The way I
detailed
always used to say
information.
it, the way I always used to say it was that science actually proves God's work. Anytime they find something that's invisible, but there was nothing that was suggesting.
Can we put this thing blunt away or something?
It's not a blunt, my brother. It's
I
only
don't
a
know
little.
what it is. look at the Ajegule boy. Just check to see what the blunt was. What were you checking the Ferrari? What was he trying to check out?
I didn't even realize. See his face. See how he just came over.
I just want him to pass me the Dutchie.
He came and checked it out. Please go ahead.
That's funny. Yes, science proves God's existence. When we talk about invisibility and the invisible world, that largely comes from a spiritual or religious aspect, that there is this whole world that we are not countering for. And there were obviously people who were anti-suspicious that just didn't believe that. And I suppose a lot of those people who are anti-suspicious and asking genuine questions, they became scientists. And the scientists now started proving that there is an invisible world out there that only you can see through microscopic eyes, only you can see through telegraphic eyes. There are so many different levels to this level of invisibility. So I believe they coexist. No two ways about it. No two ways, no confusion. Do you know what I mean?
And I think as a culture, from the point of view of our culture, we need to return to, and I think there was a time we were quite curious. That's why we survived. We should return to that curiosity to understand nature for in all its forms, because it's a form of science. That's what science is.
Yes,
to truly understand nature, and I almost think that I've said it before, that it's almost like a divine mandate or instruction that we study these things, because that is, in a way, even in the Bible where they say they created Adam and Eve, is to oversee the world, and to oversee it, you need to understand it and name it and all the. That's why he was able to name the animals. Otherwise, he will just walk around and say that one got 4 legs, and he has to, we have to name the animals and all. We have to study things.
Yes, now.
And we need to return to a culture of learning and
So,
valuing learning.
Yesterday, yeah, you're quite right, forefather me. Yesterday, I was watching this program. It was 4 hours long. I didn't get to 4 hours. I got to about 1.5 hours. And it was deep. And it was speaking about that of science. And I wondered where it was going to take us for 4 hours. So I tuned in. There was a part after they had given us the breakdown of how they were going to speak about science. And they started on planet Earth and started to go out and out. And in them going out and out, they were looking at the speed of light. And they were they made a spaceship and showed us how the spaceship traveled. And then within this circle that was around the Earth, it was our galaxy. And our galaxy was X amount of million miles in its circumference. And then they went outside and they said that this is true space. And they said that you even if a spaceship was going at this velocity, doubling up each time and getting faster and faster, it goes out of our Milky Way
solar system.
Yes, into greater solar systems. And they were speaking about how many solar systems are contained in each circle. And then they broke out of that next circle, and they were saying how fast they were flying past Saturn, Jupiter, and Uranus, and how fast it was really strange. And then they said, if you come out of this circle, it doesn't matter how fast you try to get back, you're gone forever. The world is expanding at such a
faster rate. Space
faster than the speed of light.
Yes.
But when you look at
that broke your mind there. Like, woo.
No, Just when you look at the aspect of what we're dealing with,
Yeah,
there's
the scale is out of control.
there's no way there's not a creator. Just no way. You can't. They look you were going into volumes or going out of volumes where the sky was red, pink, and blue, where it was yellow, and they were talking about what this was. Bro, they're hand in hand. The
It's
magnificence of
crazy.
what. Yeah,
It's
man.
crazy when you describe some of those barriers when you leave some, like in the case of solar system or the galaxy. One interesting thing, I think that Voyager spacecraft that they send or satellite that they sent into space to travel through the solar system, and he actually, I think he's about to leave the solar system. One thing I noticed was that when he got to the bordering area of the solar system, he encountered a kind of barrier, really. A barrier of very high temperature, and the forcing, the way it traveled through that area, it was almost as if it's like a kind of like the atmosphere, like the way we have a barrier before you go into space too. So, and what that reminded me of is how everything seems to repeat itself. Like the world, the earth is a globe, and you have to break out of the gravity to go full into space. And the same thing applies to our solar system. We too have to break away from the pull of the sun itself, and then we have to break out from the pull of the galaxy to leave the galaxy. So the forces that we are talking about here is on a humongous scale, and yet we have the capacity to understand them. And this is why I feel like life is such a miraculous thing. And sometimes I feel like religion, it kind of takes away from me, because it talks about the next one, when this one is crazy in itself. It's like some of the most miraculous things. What is more miraculous? Well, the one in as a matter of fact, if you think about it, the so-called heaven is quite benign. There's no real miracle in it. It's just, oh, you're gonna live forever, you're gonna dance, and you don't even know what happens when you go there. When you die, for all you know, you go, they go torture you. They will torture you to the end. There's this program that reminds me of this film. I've forgotten the name of this film that Tom Cruise acted. Oblivion. I don't know if anybody has seen Oblivion.
I must go and watch it.
Yeah. Where
is it good? Yeah, is it good? Because I'm looking for a good movie.
Yeah, the concept is very interesting, because the concept is that these people are they find themselves in this world. Their job is to protect certain areas and get water and send it to space. And after they finish their routine, they go and join their fellow comrades in space, because they were escaping the earth to go and return back to base, and everybody happy ever after. But what they discovered at the end was that they were just clones, and the human beings lost the war to these alien beings, and they were working for these alien beings. And when
no more, I'll go watch them.
so I don't. Okay, maybe I shouldn't ruin it for you then.
You get me? I'll go watch them.
I shouldn't ruin it for you. So the point I'm making is that when they say you go to heaven and the rapture comes and they take you away and they tell you what's going to happen, how do you necessarily know that? There's no contract. You didn't sign any agreement. For all you know, they are going to use you as sacrificial lambs on the other end. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue what happens in heaven. Nobody has a clue. It's just somebody told you, somebody says, and nobody has been there, come back, and you just believe that when you die, that this is what's going to happen.
Forefather, you are highly skeptical, bro.
No, because
I don't know how you pretend corner when they walk for maybe there's XYZ going around the corner. Bro, I hate you. I hate you.
Something here. You go believe in something that you didn't decide.
No. I hate you. See, those things don't necessarily bother me. I mean, I know when we come across the news that it is sometimes very alarming. But I think what's more important is one's general behavior to another human being. And I feel that the greatest thing that we can do on this planet is relate. If we can relate to other human beings, we've done something. It's getting more and more difficult to relate. It's difficult for men to relate to women in these days. It wasn't as difficult as it when I was growing.
Yeah, that's
within my lifetime, I've seen the problems that the young boys are having with women, with their girls, and it's like, man, this is this is a madness, and there is something put against it. We're rivaling each
It's
other
the
all the time.
individualism. They are promoting too
It
much
is
of
that.
individualism.
It
That's
is
part
that.
of it.
It relates to a big part of it, because we believe that we're more important than we are, and with that kind of individualistic attitude,
like we are more important than the whole, and instead of us to encourage us to behave as our brothers keepers and
yes,
taking others into account and all the rest of it, we
that's
want
right.
to put ourselves above the whole, and hence you have this separation of people and more discord, and I think as a matter of fact, people are less happy because of it.
People are less happy.
You would think people will
Do
be
you-
happier because of it, but they're not.
Let me tell you this: in the last 5 years, there are 3 people I have known who died in their flat in London alone. 1 girl and 2 men. They died alone. Their bodies weren't found for between 3 days for 1 or 2 of them to a month. They didn't.
There was a girl in London some years ago.
Telling you, that's
Her
how
body was not found
individualism.
until like 5
That's
years.
where it takes us, brother. It's tragic. It's tragic.
That's bad. That's bad. To go away like that, nobody knows where you are.
No one knows, bro.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for us being our brother's keeper. We need to consider other people. It's always been the best form of societies. When societies start doing that, they tend to manifest their best. And I must say, the Western society, they are very, very funny people, actually. They accomplish so much, and they by and large, they did did remain individualistic. And the reason why they got away with it by and large is because the technological gap they had against other people was so wide that they can get away with even being quite divisive amongst themselves and doing some of the things they are able to accomplish. But now they've gotten clever, and they've even gotten more clever. They are forming bigger groups and understanding that, okay, yeah, at the critical times we have to come together. But we as a people on the continent and the country, we haven't learned that at critical times, yeah, we can do our individualism, but at critical times we have to go as a group. And what we recognize as censorship, what we recognize as McCarthyism, is a form of trying to come together. They try to force everybody to follow
no,
the same
you was sitting
opinion.
there for
Hold
2
on,
days
hold
now.
on, your
Oh yeah,
privacy.
look, so now soap opera. We should just be watching them.
that could have been interesting now. With these goggles. I think we should close for today. I think it's 8 hours. Normally Saturdays it should be around
Okay,
this
today
time.
Sunday.
Yeah. Sunday. Thank you for that. Thank you for joining us, Jago. It's been a pleasure.
It was
today.
a good one.
Yeah. And Oti obviously typing away and trying to type his case, and he's going to,
I wonder, Oti, do you stammer when you are writing? When you are writing?
Do I stammer?
When you're writing?
That's not nice now. Jesus Christ. What kind of question is that? It's not nice.
Sorry, bro. Sorry, it's my terrible English humor. You know,
I don't stammer. It's a kind
I
of.
beg your pardon. I really beg your pardon.
That's how I've always been speaking.
I had it in my mouth for about 6 weeks. I never say but today it just.
And I don't know why we shouldn't charge.
No. I tell you this. I take your condescension because on this platform, possibly apart from me, I think everybody actually accepts everybody to a largest degree, and I have to commend you all for that, because I feel that I know I can be silly at times. it's just for the sake of silliness, bro. They told me this story when I was young. They said early one morning in the middle of the night, 2 dumb boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. And that's the dumb story. So I come from that terrible sense of humor. So I beg.
Yeah, it's a British thing. I get what you mean. At the moment you said it and you reference Britain, I know that's a British kind of humor. The British, but they do have their own fun way of this thing.
They do.
Be
They
funny.
do.
They do have their own way, and it's just that in the context of Nigeria, sometimes Nigerians they use this type of stuff. I think somebody else did that last week, and I wasn't very happy about it, and I didn't want to raise it again because it just reinforces it, isn't it? And I just feel like one shouldn't necessarily be raising somebody because sometimes some people are
No, you're
sensitive,
right, man.
other people
You're-
are easygoing about it. Some people might be sensitive about it, and it's not always
You know, before when I used to speak to Brother Oti, I didn't know that he had a stammer, and I used to get rather irate. So we would argue, and then there was a time that I listened to him for the whole time, and I understood that there was a speech difficulty that he had. But then I listened to everything he had to say, and truly, as a lawyer, you know, he came across, and for everything he said that was so pointed, you know, I enjoyed it. You know, sometimes, you know, sometimes I speak quickly, and I speak quickly because I want a quick response, and I need back and forth. But for those who speak at a slower rate than I have to practice listening. So I listen to.
Actually, I mean, when I speak fast, that's when I'm fluent. I really speak fast. Is what I mean. If I speak normal rate,
don't mind him. It's very, very troublesome, though. You are very troublesome. The moment he comes, like, shut up. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Let me talk. Let me talk. That's what you do to people all the time. You're talking nonsense. I'm gonna talk. Let me talk. You're talking nonsense. What you're thinking doesn't make sense. That's what he says a lot. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Let me talk. So he does give people a lot of trouble too. Sometimes he deserves to get it back too. So it's all good. It's all good. Loco is not there. He's probably there, or he has a way of doing this. He will just show up just to mock me that I'm saying he's not there. And Oti, thank you for joining us. Alaba, thank you for joining us. We really appreciate you.
Next time, Alaba, next time
week
you bring the camera,
you
and
too.
I want to follow you in the house, and I want to see the argument between you and your wife. At least I know someone is beating you up there. Always,
he's getting pounded every day now. Don't mind him. So, Ferrari, thank you for joining us, and I really appreciate your time. And this discussion, I find them enriching. Actually, I think Jagun pushed us with the idea of belief, and he got me to truly appreciate the differences between belief and knowledge and all those things. This is why it's good to have all this conversation. You tend to get more further insights into how these things fit together. You see, so it's actually, and I hope the viewers also get that, because some of all these conversations, it goes on to inform the way you perceive reality, how things truly fit together.
Yes, indeed.
So I really do appreciate that, and let me thank the people on the chat for joining us and being patient and listening. Can do, I see you there. A Black Beauty, thank you for the donation, and she was thanking all the brothers,
Black Beauty,
in the conversation, and I really do. And then Bumi was here yesterday. The women, they are becoming a bit scarce. I don't know, maybe it's the season. Christmas is over. I don't know why, but we will find out why they've not been coming on lately. Maybe towards election they show up a bit more. A Black Beauty, thank you for coming in. Soji, you are also in the chat. And Jago, that's you. Thank you for coming in. We appreciate you. And Kelechi Ndoka, thank you for joining us, Ndoka. I think I've had that name a lot when I was in PH. Reabua, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Reabua. All Now Politics. As always, I see you there. You should be doing some streams, All Now Politics. You do have a channel too. Thank you for joining us, All Now Politics. I think he's talking. Who else? Who are you talking about here? Who else? Let's see. McEnelly, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, McEnelly. But why? Thank you for joining us. But why? And that's the question name. Chimeze Bartolome, Chimeze Bartholomew. Thank you for joining us, Chimeze Bartholomew. I see you there. I'm not sure I've seen that name before, actually. But why? Thank you for joining us again. I think I've said that before. Let's see. Who else is there? Uzo Chukwudi. Thank you for joining us. Steph. Steph. It's in the background watching us now. We didn't say anything that is going to get him cross so that he shows up. Like, stop building properties in the village. Yeah. You will see Steph show up here. How dare you go and tell us to stop building properties in the village? Steph, thank you for joining us, Steph. Let me see. Roland Gabriel, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Roland Gabriel. We see you there. Mustafa Abdurasak. Thank you for joining us, Mustafa Abdurasak. That's a strong.
That's double Muslim. That's not
double
ordinary
Muslim.
Muslim.
Mustafa
That's
is a
double
Muslim. Oh yeah. Is it some? Do they? I don't know. The northern people. Did they give them their own northern names too? Do they have northern names?
They've more or less done away with their original names, but there's still some. There's still some. Like Shetima now. That's
Sheshima is not. It's not Islamic. That's interesting. It would be nice to actually capture some of those traditional.
They have great names in Hausa. When they get to Dan is son of, like Olu. It's similar.
Yeah, Fumi O, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Fumi O. Let's see whether this was a positive comment. I was going to say, don't put anything back to him. We will be here another hour. Thank goodness it was a quick. It was quick.
I think she was referring to me when I spoke, and then I wanted for Scam Niger to speak. I don't think she was wanting to hear him speak further.
Okay. Quinty, I see you there. Thank you for joining us, Quinty. Udo Olisa Franklin, I see you there. Thank you for coming. I'm thinking these are new names. I don't remember.
Yeah, there's not new names, man.
Yeah, there are quite a few new names. Yeah. Thank you for joining us. Steve is there. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you, Steve. Who else?
Do we know the difference in numbers between those who actually write on the comments, those who are listening and don't write? That would be a view. Yeah,
that would be from YouTube point of view. That would be a bit creepy for us to know all the people watching them. They'll be like, "Oh yeah,
not the individuals, just numbers."
The numbers.
The numbers.
That's interesting.
Because if 500 people are on the platform at the same time, there will be maybe 50 people writing comments. And then maybe everyone else is just...
It would be interesting to see the percentages, isn't it?
Yeah.
Percentage that are actually on comment and the ones that are actually not doing that. Yeah, because quite a few people have us on TV. They are not necessarily watching on computers or stuff like that. They will put you on TV or on tablet, these mobile phone devices. So they just watch. They don't make comments. So let's what else? Easy D, I see you there, Easy D, and I think I've said Kando already. Easy D, Kando. Ify Kings, I see you there. Trinitron, thank you for joining us, Trinitron. And who else is there? USA GRODA, thank you for joining us too. I appreciate your presence here.
Stick around, stick around. I want to speak to you background. Edgar, stick around. If you don't mind, small fathers, just put it on a little while whilst we just have a finishing background.
No problem. Yeah, Okochaten, I see you there, Okochaten. Thank you for joining us, Okochaten. Okochaten. Yeah, that's an interesting name. Let's see. I think Jeremy Esquilaqueta Robinson. Esquilaqueta. He always challenges me. Esquilaqueta. Thank you for joining us. I see Steph there again. And all right, let me go to the contributors. Alexander Gomez. Can do. Alexander Gomez. And Oscar Blackstone.
Those guys are doing some hardcore trading. They're not making about.
yeah, they are business.
I'm joking. It's a monthly thing. They're just drawing it down, bro.
That's good. That's good. They are busy, and I just you see sometimes the people that make all this money from all this trading, they have a kind of gap between them and actually investing in the real world. They don't tend to do a lot of that, and I hope that they start doing some of that because there's a lot of power that they have. They have
They're
real
doing it
access to
very. I
real
think they're doing it
cash.
very sensibly. I speak to him from time to time.
Oh
They're
no,
doing it
no,
very.
it's not them themselves. Generally, what you tend to find is that some of these people they control millions,
Oh yes,
and
sir.
it's all in that environment. They never get it out and put it in the real world, and I think that maybe some should be doing more of that. And that's my take anyway. I try to, I tend to leave it. I don't know. Let me just leave that one before I start fighting people again. I don't want to start another one. So, if for real, thank you for the donation and. If for real just donated, then it's not that long ago because Black Beauty donated. Oh, if for real is in the chat. If for really, are you there? Am I making it? Am I thinking making it up or something? Yeah. He
No,
just,
he's there. That's him.
yeah.
That's
Good job,
AY. That's
brothers.
AY.
Yeah, nice one, AY. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate that. The donations are just at the last. I think people are beginning to donate more when we are in session now. You kept disregarding. No, I'm not disregarding it, Oscar Blackstone. Did you even donate to that? You were making trouble now. What is it? He didn't even donate and you were making trouble. Maybe the one that donated should be the one complaining, Oscar Blackstone. So I did acknowledge them, and I think he's also in the chat here. Let me see, Oscar Blackstone. I should not even. Sometimes the person that I'm having a bit of an issue with in the chat right now is Alexander Gomez, because the other day I didn't like what he said about me. Imagine it sounded so funny because I never really complained for myself. It's weird to hear myself say that. Alexander Gomez, I have issue with you for what you said about me, and we are going to grind that one out. Something. Let me not catch you. Did I catch you on the panel? You answer for it. So thank you all, and let me close out. I hope you all have a great week, a productive week. And let's use some of the learning we do, and let's try to be considerate of our own people and try to help our people. It doesn't mean that you should kill everybody else, though. We should all be kind to each other. Thank you all. Till next week. Bye.
Goodbye. Well.